You never know.
He doesn't have any hair left to style.
Dave may have been going for a new look.
Grizzly Allen.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. Finally, Rob told me to get.
Yeah.
that.
It's like,
Been telling
you need to
him.
come see me. We need to talk.
He finally listened to me.
We need
He
to talk.
sent me
Sit
this
down.
scary picture and I'm like, I was like, come right now.
Come right. Emergency.
Urgent. Oh, come in on my day off.
Oh,
You just spread out.
Yeah, really.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
I know, I feel like I'm in school today.
Thank you.
Okay.
How are you?
Never seen you anymore.
I sit up here at the budget time of year.
Close to the action.
You just hard up her money.
Just tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Ready over here.
I'm getting my stuff out of here.
I have a lot of stuff.
Look for now. Till the computers come out.
Okay, Fran, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, let's get started. All right, we're gonna call the City Council Priority and Strategies Goals Workshop meeting to order Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. We'll say the Pledge of Allegiance and then get started. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for being here. Of course, what option did you have, right? Important meeting for the city for all of us. So here we are again, another year for budget planning. First item after the call to order is the citizen comments and reports. I don't see any up here. Fran, you don't have any online comments, correct? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 3, which is reports and general information. And we'll start with item A, which is our general financial overview from Ms. Darla.
So the first thing I'm gonna go over is just a refresher on our funds, which is how the budget is built and divided, and all our operations are divided into these different funds or categories, if you will. And the first, of course, is our general fund, which is our main operating fund for the city. All of your main revenue sources are your property tax, franchise tax, sales tax. We're blessed with golf cart permits and short-term rental. And then, of course, your building permits, your EMS, your municipal court, things like that also go in here. Your hotel motel fund. So on the city side, we collect 7% of hotel motel tax. Right now, we have allocated 3.25% of that hotel tax going to the chamber. 3% is required by state law to go for sales and marketing effort, but we have been giving them an extra 0.25% since 2017. And originally that was done for the convention center project. And it's remained an additional allocation to the chamber. It could come back if y'all so desired and go into hotel motel special. Hotel motel special right now is getting 3.25% of the hotel tax. And we use this for all eligible hotel motel tax projects. We're blessed being a coastal community and we have some special rules that we can spend the money on a few things that some other cities in the state can't. We can spend it on parks. That really helps us a lot because our parks are or a very big tourist attraction. 3.25% of the 7% goes here. The facility fund, 0.5% of the hotel tax goes into this fund. And this fund is used to support the Civic Center and Community Center. So the Civic Center construction, we've been paying for out of the facility fund, but we've been making a transfer from Hotel Motel Special to facility fund to support it. The venue tax is the 2% tax that was passed by the voters in November. We started collecting in February, but the hoteliers and STRs began charging that with January 2026 stays. We think we'll be getting about 3 million a year on that. And we're going to be issuing some bonds for our streetscape project against that. We'll be talking about that. I think Mark's coming in July.
Yes.
Coming in July to start talking about the process of issuing bonds for that project and how we're going to do it, whether we're going to do one big lump, maybe the way to do it, or stair step it out, or which direction we go. This 2% is also eligible to reimburse ourselves for the Civic Center expansion. So once we know how we're doing the bonds and the payments that are going to be required for that debt, we can begin to reimburse the Hotel Motel Special for the construction we have done on the Civic Center, and the Community Center improvements also should be eligible for that. Because we did pass a reimbursement resolution. Just depends on, I'm not sure how fast we can reimburse ourselves, depending on what size debt payment's going to be required. As of last month, we've collected about 657,000, but we're not through the first year. The majority of your hotel tax, of course, comes during your summer months. The beach fund, here's another way that the city of Port Aransas is blessed. We received 2% of the state's portion of hotel tax back to the city of Port Aransas for beach maintenance. And that greatly helps us to take care of the beach, surf rescue, the public works operations that happened on the beach. And right now, we also get the $12 for beach parking permits. As you know, we're working on getting that increased, going through the GLO to get that set up along with the city of Corpus Christi. And right now, our revenue split is Corpus Christi gets 45.5% of permit sales, the county gets 16%, and we get 38.5%. We're, as we've discussed, once that increase goes up, we've agreed with the other entities. Of course, it's going to have to be documented in writing in a new interlocal agreement, but for us to keep what we sell, them to keep what they sell. And that is going to increase our revenue in the beach fund also, because we sell more than Corpus. The county doesn't have a arm really to sell permits. So the plan is to still give the county from both entities 16% of their sales so that they can maintain their beach. Nature Preserve Fund, just as it says, it supports the nature preserve operations. It does not have really a revenue stream except for grants. We've been really going after quite a few grants lately and have gotten them. But to support the daily operations of the nature preserve and the matches for those grants, we take the money from Hotel Motel Special and transfer it to Nature Preserve. Debt service, you'll see a listing of our current outstanding debt issues. And the next page talks about the few issues that are paid from other revenues other than just your property tax. And one of those is the 11th Street bond, which is paid off next February, less than a year. And it is supported right now by Impact Fee Zone 1. So the monies that are going to be drawn, collected in Impact Fee Zone 1 in the future will be used for other eligible projects in that zone as this bond is paid off. The construction fund, it's used for the street and drainage projects. Right now, the construction of the rec center, we're paying for that out of here. We had initially our $13 million, actually it was 14 million that we got, $14 million TAN, tax anticipation note that we issued a few years ago for construction of the rec center. We have gone through that and we have started dipping into the bond that we issued for parks purposes. The Charlie's Pasture Bulkhead Park, we issued 8 million. We've, that's what we're paying the construction for out of now. And we will also be doing a transfer from, park dedication fees and hotel motel special. So once we dip into the Charlie's Pasture bond, that was eligible to use for all parks projects. That's why we were able to dip into it. We will have 4.4 million of that bond remaining. As of today, we are earning interest on that every month. The amount of interest we earn is going to start dwindling because we're starting to expend the funds, but street maintenance fund. This fund is a fund that we have set up strictly for street maintenance, small projects. We've paid for our stoplight out of this fund. And we don't have a transfer set up this year out of the general fund, but when we analyze the general fund at the end of September, if we don't have needs that are going to be allocated for next year's budget, we may bring you in a budget amendment to go ahead and bump up the funds in the street maintenance fund. Municipal Court Technology Fund, exactly what it says. For every ticket that's issued, we get $4 of each ticket, and that's kept separately in the fund to support court technology needs. The security fund supports municipal court security needs. $4.90 of each ticket is now collected for that and can be used for support of court security, bailiffs, cameras, things like that. Airport, exactly what it says. It's airport operations. This fund is in the red right now. It's working on rebuilding its reserves because the TxDOT Aviation grant that finally came to fruition for the runway extensions and everything, that started in 2012. And we did some initial matches then. Of course, it took so long to go to construction. Prices had changed. The scope of the project cost had changed. We were required to make additional matches. And we did that out of the airport fund that we have not made completely whole yet. Harbor fund accounts for harbor operations, gas fund for gas operations, sanitation for sanitation operations. Impact fees, zone 1 is, we've been using this. It's eligible for 11th Street and 361 projects. It's collected from zone 1, which is everything north of the Cinnamon Shores north southernmost border. So the original southern Cinnamon Shores, basically everything is included in Cinnamon Shores, and it goes all the way over to Harbor Island. Current balance is a little over 750,000, and it will be used. We will not have to take any of our property tax next year to pay off the balance of that bond, and we're still going to have a little bit left. Impact fee, it's a lot of talking. Impact fees zone 2 is zone 2, which we were using to pay for the Beach Access B. We did issue a bond for that. So we're paying off that bond from this, and then the construction cost of that access road will be coming out of this. Drainage impact fees, impact fee on new construction for drainage projects, park dedication fee. Park dedication fee is charged on building permits for every, I think we have it stated, something unit, residential unit, dwelling units, how we state it, for every dwelling unit. As of today, the balance is at 987,000. This fund didn't grow as much as I thought it would this year. Building permits are down quite a bit. I had put in the recreation center construction for 1.1 million to be transferred from park dedication fees for construction. We're not there yet. So we need about another 130,000 to get what I need for that transfer. I don't anticipate we'll get it through September. Maybe not even next year. So we may have to dip into hotel motel special more than anticipated for the rec center because park dedication is just not growing quickly. RDC gets a 0.5 cent of the sales tax, and this funds, it's a 4B corporation, which is allowed by the state. It funds construction and operation of city parks, which includes the city pool. That's originally why it was set up, was to build the pool. some close to 30 years ago. But the demands of the rec center operations can also come out of this fund. COVID-19, as of now, all of the funds have officially been expended because we did receive our ambulance about 2 months ago, 2 to 3 months ago, and we paid off the balance of that ambulance with this fund, so it is now gone. Hurricane Harvey is working its way out of being gone. It's on the projects that we have for the Harvey recovery. So if anybody has any questions about any funds, but that's how your breakdown and all of your budget will be under these different categories. The next page, I talk about where we stand in the fund balances of the miscellaneous funds. And this is all just an estimated ending of the year fund balance. General fund is dropped quite a bit
End of fiscal year calendar.
into fiscal year. This is estimated ending balance at 9/30. Yeah, we don't really do anything on calendar. So you'll see that the general fund, we're anticipating for it to drop quite a bit. The majority of the reason of that is the construction of addition to City Hall. Court technology, I'm pretty much zeroing out that court technology needs are now surpassing what we collect a year, and we're having to dip into general fund some for some different court technology needs. Security right now, it's still showing a balance, but we have not completely finished allocating the court rooms proportion of the cameras and everything to that fund as we need to do. Debt service is basically a fund that's just in and out for your debt payments. I did not mention that one, but that's where your debt payments are paid for your miscellaneous bonds. Hotel motel is just a wash fund, so that's why it has $604. Wash meaning we take the 7% in there, we give the chamber their 3.25, and then we allocate out to the hotel motel and facility fund its portions of the tax that it can use. Hotel motel special may go below that 4 million at the end of the year. That's why once we find out our bond payments and how we're going to structure that, we can start reimbursing ourselves from the venue project fund to start making the hotel motel special fund grow and make it whole again, so we can use it for a lot of the projects that we have are hotel motel special eligible. Facility fund is dropping down to 0 due to the construction. Right now, we're just trying to blow the construction through there, then it'll start growing. And that venue tax can be used in the future for daily operations of any of the venues that are within the venue project definition. Airport fund, as I mentioned, it is in the red. Right now, you're looking at about 140,000 in the red. Beach fund, 6.4 million. That is going to go down some because we are paying for a portion of the public works facility out of this. Not all of that is being paid for through FEMA and the Harvey recovery. That building was not a expensive building to begin with, and we didn't get very much from the feds for that. Harbor fund, cash balance on this is showing in the negative right now. That is cash balance. It doesn't include its assets. But the payment of the bonds and working through of the dock repair is why that is in the negative right now. There's still some money sitting in Harvey. Harvey is in the negative, but there's still some money sitting in Harvey that really needs to come back to the harbor. If we can. Drainage impact fees, we're up to 120,000 estimated at the end of the year. Zone 1 and Zone 2, there are its current balances. Park dedication is now down to 0. Street maintenance, we still have about $500,000 in street maintenance that can be used for any street projects. RDC sitting at about 964,000. Gas utility is showing in the negative. Same reason. We've spent over $1 million for its building, and it's got to work its way out of that.
It's gotta work its
Sanitation,
way out of what?
work its way out of paying for it. It's got
Okay,
to,
but you said there
come
was
back.
money in like Harvey funds and you haven't been able to redistribute that into the
That's-
accounts yet?
that's harbor. I don't, yeah, I
Not
don't
gas
think,
was
I
reimbursable by.
don't, I need to get a good analysis on gas, but I don't think there's really any gas Harvey funds that are gonna be coming back to the gas. Because we paid for the gas out of gas. So the gas, we've talked about, we need to do a fee study, which we were gonna do a while back, and we just have not gotten that fee study completed, and that's on me, not him, Lawrence. Because he was going to do that, but that is a deep, deep, very heavy load for finance, and it has not gotten done with the Harvey recovery. But that is why, mainly why gas cash is looking that way. The fund itself has assets and is, okay, but it is building its way out of that. And that just finished paying for. It looks bad because we just finished it, but it's monthly, it is gaining and coming back.
Right, because it's a source of revenue.
It is a
pays for
source
itself.
of revenue.
not-
It's an enterprise fund. It's
Right.
not like a sanitation, gas and harbor can earn money,
Right.
and airport. But other funds don't operate that way. Sanitation is in the black of 445,000. Those needs aren't really there. That can be used to help gas too. And back in the day, it was a long time ago. It wasn't long after I got here. Gas and sanitation were together, but we wanted to know how they were operating on their own, so we split them out. And those sanitation funds can help to help the gas fund if needed. Construction fund, this is where the bonds have gone for the different building projects we're doing. It has a huge drop, but that's because we are building the projects that we are planning on building. Nature Preserve carries a zero fund balance. We just reimburse itself for the operations as they occur. CARES Act, as I mentioned, all those funds are now expended due to the ambulance being paid for. We'll be closing that fund out in the next year. And hurricane recovery, we still have funds that are coming in for hurricane recovery, and we're getting very close to having that all finished. The next few pages, quite a few pages, is what I put in your binder every year, just so you have this as a reference for the hotel motel tax expenditures, what you can spend it on. Know that since we are an eligible coastal community, we have those options that other cities don't, so we're not as strict on what we have. On page 62, I'm sorry, page 57 of 62, I don't know how that would help you, but that is from our ordinance of the disposition of revenue, and how we have that the breakdown down in the blue is how we're currently breaking down the 7%, 3.25% is going to chamber. 3% is what is required by law. That 2.25% extra we started giving them in 2017 or 19, I don't remember, go back. Hotel motel special is now getting 3.25%. Last year that came to 4.7 million for both of those entities, if you count hotel motel special as an entity. This year, hotel motel tax is running ahead of last year, so that may get a little closer to 5. Facility fund is just getting 0.5%, but remember, we are taking money for the construction, so it's receiving a little bit more than that. Your tax rate is what we're going to have to set through this entire process. And the no new revenue rate is the tax rate that will raise the same amount of revenue as you have in this budget year, plus the additional revenue demands that new construction brings onto your city, your police, EMS, all your city services require more when you have more infrastructure out there for the citizens that you need to support. So the tax calculation lets you grow your budget, if you will, your tax rate by the amount that those residences or businesses bring onto your service needs. Voter approval tax rate is 3.5% more than the no new revenue rate. You can go up to that rate. If you go 1/1000th of a penny over that, you set off a mandatory November election where the voters can vote to bring it back down to that rate. So bottom line, you would never, ever, ever go over that rate. That would be the max that you would collect. Unused increment rate, we don't have. There's two parts of the tax rate, your interest in seeking, which goes to pay off your bonds, and your maintenance and operations, which go up to support your daily operations that are in the general fund. Combinations of these two rates make up your tax rate. And on the next page, you'll see that our current tax rate is 0.201612. Of that percent, 10% is going to debt, 9.7 is going to daily operations. This year, we had a little bit higher debt collection than we do for the operations. As I said, and that rate was our no new revenue rate. We did not go up to the voter approval rate last year. The next page shows how a Port Aransas tax dollar is broken down. Total rate is $1.31 per hundred. 74% of that almost goes to your, I'm sorry, 0.73. Those are around the pie is the dollar amount. The percentages over there in the legend. 73 cents of your tax dollar goes to the school district. That's 58%. Nueces County gets 18.79% of your tax dollars at 28 cents per hundred. Our rate is only 20 cents per hundred. Only 15% of your tax dollars go to the city. County is 8 cents more than we are. They're getting about 3% more. Farm to Market Road is pretty negligible. It's just 3/100ths of a penny. No, that's the hospital district. Sorry. Farm to Rocket Road is 8 cents, 0.22% of your tax dollars. Hospitals 6.75, Farm to Market's 0.22. The next page, I did a hotel motel pro forma just to show where we're going to be at the end of the year. And this is why we're going to need to know what the venue tax when we sell these bonds, how we can start bringing this balance back up for a lot of the projects that we need. So we started the year at 6.3 million. I anticipate ending the year just around 3 million. And you'll see under expenditures, the reasons why. Supplies and services is pretty high. Most of that is your wayfinding project. Under that, the transfer to facility fund is due for the Civic Center portion of construction. Transfer to Nature Preserve is for Nature Preserve operations and its grants. And transfer to Rec Center is for the Rec Center.
What about the items that we didn't actually spend? So like on the wayfinding, we didn't even,
No, we didn't get
But
there,
in-
and I don't.
that's not that was not a whole year spend, and we didn't spend all of it because we didn't do the huge entrance signs.
No,
And
we
then
didn't do the
on
huge
maritime
entrance
structure,
signs.
We haven't spent anything.
We've spent a little bit, but
What,
the
10
maritime. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll end up a little bit better than that. I haven't brought up my code yet. But I don't think it'll be, 3.5 maybe. We'll see. It depends on, a lot of it's depending on how quickly, I need to take some of this and transfer to Rec Center construction so that we don't take a $6 million hit next year. I mean, you can take the $6 million hit all in 1 year, but I was going to go ahead and do the transfers that were approved in this budget to non-inflate next year's budget. And I need about another 100,000 from the hotel motel special because part dedication didn't pull their weight. So we may be at 3.5, but we need to start reimbursing from the venue tax when we know what those numbers can be to cover some of these projects. The next page shows and I have 4 million on there. Maybe we'll end up at 4 million. But this is the growth you'll see between 2019 is when this fund really started growing. 2020 is when it really started hopping up. COVID, our numbers have just massively improved since then. And this fund has really been growing, but we are starting to spend it. We went from 9 million in 24 down to 6 million in 25. And that's kind of an overview of financials.
The TAN money,
Mhm.
I thought part of that went to fund fire EMS building. The tax anticipation note that we did.
We did two.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done.
We've
two.
done two. We did one for the rec center and we did one that was to fund what was needed for
Fire EMS.
fire EMS,
the
public
overages.
works or public safety.
Yeah, it was
And
for all
it's-
three buildings.
It's all going to fire.
Okay, so
Mhm.
all of that's going to fire
Mhm.
EMS.
Yeah.
We're not gonna have any extra for
So
public
nothing
works.
for public works. Okay.
But in public works, we're able to tap into beach.
Right.
So we ended up being okay on that. In public safety, we used some of the transfers we had done from years before in general fund and the monies we had from our CDL. that we
To
were
cover the
able-
overage on that.
Mhm. But yes, that
And
10,
the TAN
Oh,
for
10.
all, for the fire and EMS is already gone.
it's already accounted for in the
And
construction
how
of the
much,
building.
what do we have left to pay for that bill? Is that all gonna be out of the
I don't know. I'd have to
reimbursable
look
part
it
of
up.
FEMA?
It's-
Because we won't get
it-
paid that till the end.
I need to pull up we won't get, we've been paid some, I don't think we have been paid the fire EMS. I don't know if I could pull it up on the fly, but the financial for the payment of that building now, I don't know if there's a lot more change orders coming.
There's a lot more to finish.
Right, right. But the analysis on it was that 10 was gonna be
Yeah.
very close.
No,
to
I mean,
covering
we
it.
did it. We did it for that reason, because we
Mhm.
knew that we weren't gonna have the money to pay for it. But I'm just thinking out loud about those are big budget ticketed items. And you said, made a comment about the TAN being used, and I thought, well, there's a lot left on that. So
Yeah.
where's that gonna come from?
Yeah, the rec center 10's been actually expended and out the door. The
But that
fire
was the
EMS
14
10 is
Right.
accounted for the construction.
Okay,
Mhm.
because the rec center TAN
It's
was like
good.
13 or 14 million.
14 is what we ended at, 14.1. It's what we got in cash. Yes, and it's all been expended
Right.
withdrawals
For the-
already.
For the first part. of the bill.
Mhm.
Oh.
But the fire EMS
Is
10
it 8?
is all accounted
10?
for. It was the,
9 something.
9. It was like somewhere between 8.
I think it was just under 10.
it was, well, remaining principal is only 550,000 and then bring my debt book to show how much it originally was. But it's paid off in 28. For some reason, 7's ringing bell, but
I'm sorry.
was it higher than that? Then it was right around 9.
Okay. Just want to make sure we have money.
Yeah, it's accounted for in, it's basically expended in the construction of that fund.
Okay, let me go through all of that. Does anybody have any questions for Darla on her explanations? Always a lot of work, but it's a good refresher.
It's a good refresher.
Okay, we'll so move on to item B, which is a review of the city council goals and objectives from last year. It looks like in 2 years, and there's kind of a report card. So David,
Yeah, so this is some of the 2025 goals and then some of the two-year goals from 2024. Beach parking sticker program realignment, so that's underway. We've been working on that for about 8 or 9 months now. We're looking at a December 26th completion on that. We'll order the stickers. Usually we order them in September.
September,
October. Right now, Nicole's kicked off the comprehensive plan, the coastal management plan rewrite. So that's the biggest part that it's going to take us some time, but it's, yeah. Item 2, spring break control strategies. Chief, you want to kind of give an update on what you did this spring break?
Yeah, so, we've done several things that we've put into place over the last year. So one of them was we started meeting with our short-term rental partners to get some feedback on issues and things that we're seeing in the short-term rental properties and things like that. So we've had some significant increase in enforcement action at house parties and stuff that goes along with spring break, running them off of the beach. We've also employed some new strategies, more proactive enforcement of minor in possession violations, alcohol related violations, and trying to limit the gathering that causes the problems and the violence and things like that. And we've had some pretty good success with that. We're still strategizing. We've brought in more state partners and assets than we have in the past. We're bringing some back in for the 4th of July, so we're continuing to kind of tweak those. We've partnered with the Chamber of Commerce as well to kind of get feedback from the community and see what kind of how our enforcement has worked in the eyes of the community. And it's also helped tremendously the partnerships with the chamber and with the short-term rental people, getting our message out on the expectation for the visitors when they come in, respect our island home kind of messaging, making sure that that's consistent across all. A lot of the short-term rental places we're putting out messaging upon check-in about, the stricter enforcement of alcohol related offenses and things like that going on. So that's, and we're continuing to kind of tweak that and work on that. After July, we're hoping to sit down with our partners again and kind of go over strategies and see what worked, what didn't work, and how we can improve that and what kind of message we want to put out to the public this coming spring break.
All right, thanks, Chief. Item 3, Highway 361 lighting. We've been kind of going back and forth with TxDOT on this one because there's state law that says safety lighting qualifies for TxDOT funding. The pushback we're getting from them is that they're calling it more continuous lighting, and that if it's continuous lighting within a city, it falls on the city. So we haven't made a whole lot of progress on that, but Todd Hunter's going to hopefully step in, give us a little help. It's a significant lift, and as far as funding goes, also trying to get Corpus Christi on board for their section of lighting too. So slowly making progress on that. Royal Palm Cemetery trees. We didn't do trees, but what did we do, Colleen, out at the cemetery? Yeah.
Drought, no water out there, and our team watering other areas wasn't really feasible to trees out there. But now that we've gotten rain, reconsider.
Yeah. Item 5, Mariners Memorial. We're at about what on the design? 90%? Yeah.
Cut in 4 pieces, Buddy's garage, so it's underway. And we also had DCCM go out and look at engineering for the pedestal. They will help us source contractor to build the footing for it, and so all that's in the works. But he still thinks end of fiscal year is when we should start to see it go up.
Okay. Item 6, animal shelter. We received 50% design documents about 2 weeks ago, and staff reviewed those last week, and we completed our review. So we're moving forward to 70% design documents within a couple months. Item 7, street repairs citywide. Very little. We did some, concentrated on some broken inlet boxes, but not a whole lot of street repairs. One of the items we're going to look at is a possible street bond, maybe in the upcoming year, but we'll discuss that later. Affordable housing. We have made a little bit of progress on the IGA. Wetlands concept is that's the one where we do a wetland park in the interior portion, and then we surround it with some affordable housing units. So we have kind of a basic design and a layout, and we're working with Stan Tech and our wetlands specialist, Joss Melnar, on getting a wetland delineation on that as far as the first steps on that. Item 9, affordable housing development bunk room codes. We did not do anything on that. Dark sky, nothing on that. Increase of STR registration fees, yes. The increase went in effect January 1 and is now based on room count. Some of the 2024 goals that kind of had 2 years to get taken care of. The installation of the traffic light at Station NG, that went active last night. So it is fully operational right now. Streetscape funding, we completed via the venue tax, which was approved by the voters in 25. New toters and Skiddo cans, we're about at 80% on that switch out. So we're almost completed. Cell coverage, it's been ongoing. We're doing the Cell Summit in September, heading that with the chamber. Urgent care facilities, no real progress on that. Maintaining the 67-acre marina permit, yes, that was completed. So we have a new 5-year permit in hand. Beach Access Road 1B, that's been completed. School crosswalk update. The new crosswalks were done, but of course it's time to redo them again. So we'll be, I think this year, instead of the paint, we're going to try to go to it's kind of a heat down reflective material. We used to use it.
Yeah.
And then we got away from it and went back to paint. The paint just doesn't last. So we're going to go back to the reflective heat glue down system. It looks nicer and it does its job a lot more better. So that's the basic report card for the last year.
None of the wayfinding was in either one of these report cards. And I
No,
know those
because
are
that's-
topics, but
Yeah, because they weren't goals workshop. They were capital projects.
That weren't on last year's goal works.
Yeah.
so they were on 23's goals workshop?
They were- it
Because
was-
they were put in there
It was probably a 22.
22 or 23.
Yeah.
I didn't go that far back in my notebook, but we
a long
propped that
time ago.
idea up a long time ago, didn't we, Brett? 21, maybe we started talking about it. I don't know. Okay. All right. So item C, we'll have now David go over the large list of capital projects that are ongoing.
We've got 16 projects that are ongoing right now, already on our radars or underway. City Hall Civic Center, can obviously see that one's kicked off and really going. Fire EMS station, don't know now what their estimate is, but we don't go by those.
They say September, most likely like November, December,
March,
January.
spring break 2020.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And then they'll make it.
Yeah, rec
the
center, we're gonna be in.
Yeah, rec center's gonna catch them.
Hardest time to move. Public Works Building, as the fire EMS is underway, same contractor, don't know the date. Public
It's same,
Safety
it's
Building,
Fall, their Public Works has caught fire EMS already, so.
yeah, it is a simpler building.
Yeah.
Public Safety Building, we can see, we're doing the finishing touches on the parking, et cetera. Rec Center is going great. It's gonna catch, as we probably said, fire EMS and may probably surpass them. Gas system, we're in those final stages with Equix. Lifeguard building, they have started
Yep.
dirt work.
Yeah, just dirt work.
And they anticipate, I think, right at a year build on that.
Mhm.
Gas department building, we're waiting on some doors still. That's getting very close to being ready to move in. Wayfinding signs. Phase 3 starts on Monday. We're getting close to finishing that one out.
Is there a
too.
phase 4?
We will have at some point after, after the rec center is done, the park is kind of put back together, there's a couple of signs that we had to hold back. And they'll get those out.
But they're already designed.
They're in.
In
storage,
production,
so-
yeah. Yeah.
Right now.
But we'll have hopefully like a recap because we need to, because the original allocation included so many things that we didn't end up
Yeah.
doing. We did do other things, which is good, but there's a lot from the original allocation that we did not do.
Yeah, like the beach ones.
The
and-
beach ones,
the
the
entrance-
entrance
the
signs, the
big ones.
crosswalks. I know we can't, but my point is we
There's
didn't do
money.
that. So there's money. So I think we should have a regroup and figure out
Yeah.
where to reallocate those funds, either in the budget in general or what we can do
And that's all
the project.
was out
And
of
maybe
po-
it's crosswalks, I mean, at
Yeah, we
least the
saved-
budgeted
yeah.
part of making fancy
Yeah, we-
crosswalks,
Yeah, but
we
I
didn't do. So if you could reallocate that into the crosswalks that we just talked about, the
think we
actual,
probably have to take that out of street maintenance because I don't think crosswalks would qualify under Hotomato Special, which is where wayfinding signs did qualify. I don't think crosswalks would
Well, just
qualify.
old plain white crosswalks.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think they would qualify. They'd have to, but we have money in the street maintenance fund for
we just
crosswalks.
$507,000.
Yes, so we do have money. It just may not be out of the remainder of that wayfinding. Some of the things, entrance signs, some things are definitely eligible for those monies. Streetscape project, you had an update at your last meeting, July. Mark McCliney is going to be in our meeting to talk about structuring a bond to get that kicked off and accomplished. Charlie's Pressure Bulkhead Park. We did take 4 million out of that bond, so we have about 4.4 million left in the bond that we issued for that. And
The design came in at about 5.5, but you guys can make the decision in the next couple of months whether to value engineer that or look for additional funding.
and your funding for that, that would be Hotomato Special. That would be Hotomato eligible. We would have funds there if you want to take them from that. Highway 361 Paddle Access Park is got a design company. I cannot remember the name of them.
Stantec.
Stantec. Stantec has kicked off that paddle access park with a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife. The Keprin Nature Preserve blowout. I'm not sure what this
Well,
is.
we met yesterday. We're still kind of figuring out how to best solve the permitting application with the Corps of Engineers. There's a potential that the Port of Corpus Christi's dredging project uses it for fill placement. So we're trying to piggyback off that. And so right now they're trying to iron out between the Corps and the port in the city that possibility.
That'd be a good idea.
Because that would be a lot quicker than us.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, what, that's too easy. So.
Yeah. The Corps has to agree to it.
Do you have an update on the?
Charlie's Pasture Rock Revetment, that design is at GLO pending approval. And then once that happens, they'll go to full construction plans. It'll probably take 4 to 6 months for that, and then they'll put that out to bid for construction.
The CDB drainage grant that we got for a little over 5.3 million has no match. That's starting engineering and design now. Restore Trail grant for the Trails grant is getting close to completion or right at it. But that one's getting close to completion. And then we may have the Restore grant. I don't know what we're calling that one.
Fishing pier.
Fishing. For 4 years. That one's kicking off.
The what? Fishing pier, what?
We have 2 restore grants, one is nature preserve.
Right.
One is fishing pier.
Right.
Landscaping, a restroom at Charlie's Pasture and some other signage enhancements. And it took us 4 years to sign a contract on it because TCEQ kept revising their project. So we have a signed contract to start.
Yeah, TCEQ is who's administering these grants. And it's not something they've really done before. It's been a challenge. It's, GLO's used to doing these, Parks and Wildlife's used to doing these. TCQ is not, and it's been a challenge and not easy to work with, but we're getting there. So,
And you said that if that's under contract, the contract's been signed, so the work's gonna start? Right, you haven't gone out to bid for the project, correct?
I'm kind of like to be on it. There's a lot of, so really the only bid stuff is the landscaping and the restroom. It's like benches, signage and.
And it's just for the area around the piers? All,
But the bulk, Charlie's Pasture area, it'll complement that bulkhead, park and maybe be able to compensate some of the.
Right, because all that, they had all that in their design, so we're.
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
Kind of
yeah,
an
we
overlap
mentioned that
there.
at the, we
Right.
mentioned that at the, that there was some. cost
Sure.
savings there.
Much smaller than bulkhead. And even like the renderings of the restrooms are different than.
Yeah.
4
But-
years ago, we put in this grant.
Yeah,
But we're thinking maybe a couple 100,000
okay.
in duplicate, in
Yeah.
savings.
Well. we need to Make you a full-time grant writer. You're like, I already am. And then the administrator for all those fun things. All right, so item D is presentation from the Port Aransas Tourism Bureau and Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Brett Stewart. Come on up, sir. Welcome.
Thanks for.
Port Aransas, the island life.
Only enough for the council members, David and Arlo. I apologize, you can have my copy when I'm done.
That's
I think you all got this anyway, back when we had our summit back in, I guess it was May.
May.
Well, yeah, got my team here, so leadership.
Was it May?
It was May, because we had to
When
wait
did-
for the Civic Center to open, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so we had it there. A lot of things going on though in the town. Most notably, it's 4th of July week. Our numbers for the year have been consistently up. We are seeing some forecasted growth. June is going to be another one for the record books once it, completes today, but there's nothing that's going to stop it from being another record for us. July looks to be another revenue record for us as well. So when I look at the whole year, currently from January 1 through December 31, we are still trending quite strong, pacing, 15% above in revenues, as well as 9% in guest nights and arrivals. So hopefully that continues. We got a long way to go through July. We got a lot of things that can happen, but our team has been working hard to come up with some new innovative ways to continue the momentum going for Port Aransas, and also to keep our brand in touch with our community needs. And we focused on dichotomy this year. I think you might remember that, but it is about the salt and the luxury side, where the sand meets the sea, the economic meets the community, and what we're trying to do as an organization. So that's why we have shifted our name from just the Chamber to Port Aransas, the Island Life. So it's encompassing of the economic development, the community engagement, the tourism promotion, as well as the traditional Chamber of Commerce stuff that we do. Proud to partner with the chief on all of his stuff. And then of course, this cell phone thing, where we've been struggling, going at it for a long time in some of our private sector funds to make that happen, as well as just some new initiatives that we're doing with that. We do some studies from time to time to make sure we're doing good stuff. And we did one this past year that was called the Halo Effect, to really look at the big picture of what tourism is doing for our communities. And when you look at that, and we surveyed respondents in Austin, DFW, San Antonio, as well as Houston, Waco, Temple, Bryan, those markets, to kind of get their feedback on the advertising we're doing, the image of Port Aransas. And what we are seeing is that as a result of our work and our efforts to raise the awareness in these communities, the public perceptions of the destinations continue to increase. So by 20% across all measured attributes that we're looking at. So is it a place they want to come live, or own a second home, or frequently visit versus a one-time visit? So we're asking all these questions to the people that are our core audience of visitors that come down. So granted, it's a sample size. We don't have them all, but we got well over a couple thousand of them to do, and got a good feedback, statistically strong. So we're excited to see that continue. First time we've done a brand lift kind of study to see what the brand is doing, other than performing well in the metrics of our hot tax and things like that. Because those heads and beds, or feets and sheets, I heard the other day. I don't know about that, but new one. Anyway, those are the traditional metrics, but then of course the community engagement and the shift that we're doing from Port Aransas to the Island Life really starts to look at that lifestyle brand and what Port Aransas is as a community first, and a destination that we all love. So what kind of questions do you have for us that I could go further, or are there some things, campaigns you want to know about? We are doing some special FIFA stuff right now. So if you notice some more international speakers down, hopefully they're coming from Houston and DFW as part of their trips to the US. We did some targeted things to reach them as they're planning their trips to come to the States, as well as once they arrive in the States. Most of them are here for more than 2 or 3 days if they're non-domestic. So we were looking at ways to capture them and bring them down. I've noticed a few international languages out there recently. So hopefully you all are experiencing some of that as well as the national world stage comes to Texas. So what else?
So Brett, you're helping us out with the ask from any of the people hosting events. Have you received any applications or?
So what you're talking about, I think, is the mini grants,
Yep, the mini
hot tax
grants,
grant
yeah.
that you do. So we got the ones that you have submitted,
Right.
that were submitted to you. We have those for consideration. And there's
Just
only
the
like
three?
or
Yeah.
three of those.
Belton.
And Boatman was one, and I
Yeah.
think some of the others, but the traditional ones are all ones that we already are working with. So I think we're going to find ways to continue a partnership with those to keep that going. I think the decision for y'all is going to become the big three, the PACT, the Art Center, as well as Heritage PEPFA, and know what it is we want to give them out of the hot tax collection. So what Wendy and David and I had lunch the other day, we're kind of talking a little bit about ways to structure that so that the ask kind of, that you all approve a line item essentially for that, and then we help manage the accountability of that as well as the disbursement of that. So I don't know if you have more to say on that, David, or
No.
any questions the council might have, but that way, it's not opening it up, and we don't want to create like a mini grant program. We're already working on partnerships and sponsorships with all of these entities. So rather than create a whole new system for people just to reach for funds, work with them on ways to do what they're doing. So I think we're gonna kind of help you take care of that. So it's not coming to you each year. It's something that we just do on an ongoing basis. So.
Well, I think strategically it makes more sense because the whole purpose of the fund is to help put heads in beds, right? They getting that money to bring more people here. And you were already helping so many of those entities by providing marketing and advertising sources for them. And if you are also helping them in other ways monetarily through a sponsorship or a grant, it makes sense to kind of centralize that money. So I'm in favor of us taking a line item dollar amount and putting it there. And then if there are people that say, hey, I need $5,000 to help promote my event, that's going to bring X amount of people to the island in October, then, what better source than them because of just the way you can pull
And
that together.
Most of them turned around and went through some of our programs or co-op programs we already had. So
Right.
working with our ad agency, I know the Art Center was just pushing money through some campaigns as well as PACT. From time to time, had done some stuff for that. So I think there's definitely the three entities that can use it for admin and other funds.
Right.
That we just have to kind of be aware of, but the rest of it falls into your general tourism promotion and things that we can help continue to foster and enhance and monitor.
Yep.
Another thing you were going to help us with, and it's one of our items, but I figured maybe we can touch base while you're here is kind of help with the one problem we're having. So we discussed it last year was we have all the new rentals, right? We have the new Civic Center, breakout rooms. We have the captain's quarters, the pavilion, the brand new renovated community center. We'll have new breakout space at the rec center. And trying to get that all under one roof and get it marketed. The problem being what's the software we use to coordinate so that Colleen can somewhat see what, we can't just give it away to the point where Colleen doesn't know what's happening in the rec center or Rob doesn't know what's
Right.
happening at the marina. So we got to figure out how to coordinate all that and come up with a software package that works for everyone, and then, get your guys' help with someone that can oversee that. And
There's certainly a lot of opportunity out there. We're actually hiring somebody starting next week that's going to be part of their job description is sales assistant. So helping with the Civic Center promotion as a small meetings market, to make sure we're looking at some travel groups that come around the states and pick associations that come in for maybe a 2 or 3 day conference of a small to small medium size, and trying to get them aware. It takes time. Obviously, it takes knowledge of what venues are available, how we can piece it all together to make their dreams come true, as well as how to price it and all that. So we're waiting just on some of those things from once it's completed, knowing how to price it, how to structure it, how to sell it, what can we present to these groups, as well as how do we get out there and find them? Because there are groups, you know, we're in those lanes already. We haven't been actively looking for group travel because we haven't had the ability to service group travel, especially during COVID. I mean, it's hard enough to get a restaurant reservation for 2 or 4. And now with what's happening at My Fun Port A and Tortugas, you know, we're going to have bigger spaces to accommodate bigger groups. We're going to have bigger spaces here. If the Palmia deal, you know, happens, then that's even more group travel that'll be coming in. So I think there's a lot of need for this. Shelley's been our salesperson for a number of years, and mostly when that's sports marketing she's doing with fishing tournaments and things and bringing in those sorts of things. But now it's time to look and turn our eyes toward how do we use this building. So that's where we've got someone starting next week to help us on that path, along with about 10 other duties that she'll be assigned. But you know, that's the way we roll. And we're excited to help you and excited to see what 2020, what year are we in? 6, 7 brings you. It's so crazy.
I'm fast.
27. So we're just your partners. And the cell phone thing you mentioned, you know, we're excited with the summit that's going on. We're not stopping on our regenerative tourism stuff as well. So we are bringing back the Turning the Tide conference here at UTMSI, along with some keynote speakers from Canada, as well as the Florida area. So we're excited to see those come in. I think it's October 26, 27, 28, that they'll be here in town and showing them a good time. So, and also teaching them the values of regenerative tourism, sustainability, and what it means to respect the island home. So it'll be good stuff.
All great stuff.
Any other questions? We're just a stone's throw away. Literally, David texted me and he's like, show up. I'm like, okay, yep, we're here. So, all right, grab my team. We were having coffee and talking about the weeks ahead and this special week that we're in. So,
Are y'all staying for a little bit?
do you want us to?
I'm trying to get to which item.
Is there an item you want us to be around for?
We can move something.
Yeah, we could move something because we're going there next.
Yeah,
Did pee.
we did pee, right? So, that sounded horrible.
Accept, David.
Item P.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought it up because I do think item P is super important because we have these beautiful facilities, which include our parks, which include a lot of outdoor space, and to be able to put that on a one-stop shop centralized software system, I think that will be a huge advantage to all of our department heads who are kind of in charge of those facilities and our facilities manager, but also you guys to be able to sell and bring those groups, because this is paid for out of hot tax and it needs to generate some hot tax.
Additionally, we need to
So-
prove its worth.
And it'll
Also,
prove its worth. Yeah, 100%.
sell it so it has some revenue that comes in and supports the
Yeah.
ongoing maintenance of it.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there that we haven't, like you said, tapped because we haven't had the facility to do that. So
But
I'm
the
excited
importance
about
of
that.
that software is, so you can build your sales databases, you can have and know that this group comes every 3 years and be able to target them each, in rotation when it makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think those softwares are going to be.
Another software.
No, we would rather not do another software. I mean, we want to explore, Rec Desk and some of the ones we have. So that needs to be determined.
Ultimately, we'll still keep a sales database, a CRM, a customer relationship model with all of our, fishing groups out there, as well as all of our optometrists and all the different people who go on trips, throughout the state.
It's more about having something centralized. Right now, when you call to cook the Civic Center, it's done on someone's piece of paper.
Yeah.
It's not done, you know what I'm saying? So we need to get into the next generation, the next technology, so
And our
that
staff.
everybody's on the
log in,
same page.
Being able to see that at the
Right,
time of
right.
conversations with people and say, yeah, these 3 dates are available currently, we've had
With the
Yeah.
caveat that you have to call and check with somebody, but still.
yeah, most of these
needs to
groups
be-
that we're talking to are booking a year and a half out, so I mean, it's going to take some time to get ramped up. So we're kind of behind a little bit in a lot of this at this point. So our first year is not going to be like gangbusters. It might be through local events and things that just fall into our lap. But in terms of a strategic outlook, most of these groups booked for 27 already announced where they're going to be and are going there. So we got to be on the 28, 29, and 30, outlooks for these groups.
Yeah, to make that happen.
You want me to sit down? You want me?
No,
Yeah?
nope, you're,
Okay.
yep, you're
Okay.
good.
Y'all know where I am and happy to kitty.
So was that the discussion for item B?
And
Pretty
we-
much.
Yeah, unless y'all want to continue to discuss that, we can. You just want to check the box, okay. All right, so we'll move on to 5, which is capital priorities by the city council, and item E starts with a discussion on enhanced lighting on the 361 corridor. So I think Dave touched on it. We've been working for years to try to figure out how to improve lighting on 361, because if there's, if I think about all of the things that people mention to me in passing every single day, I would say a large part of the comments are, what can you do to help safety on 361? Lighting is a big deal, and it's been a big deal. We've been pushing for a while. And so in our discussions with TxDOT, like Dave mentioned, unless you can pin it to safety, they're not going to fund it. And so they have options, and it comes out of our pocket. And so I would rather it come out of the state's pocket because it's their highway. And I think the enhancements for 361 need to be far better than some of the original proposals. So Todd is in our camp, and he is pushing, and he's going to go and find some funds for us during the legislative session. And so we're back on discussions with TxDOT again about that plan. And so I'm excited that hopefully we'll have something happen sooner than later. Anybody have any comments about that question?
Where do the 7 or 8 lights in front of Sunrise Beach come from?
Safety projects. So because of the push and the ask, TxDOT does do discussions and look up projects, and there were deaths and there were fatalities in those zones. So they basically
They've
said
done 2.
they've done 2.
Yeah.
The
One
ones,
of the
yeah, kind of by the state park, La Mirage, not La Concha, if you will. And then the one right in front of kind of Sunrise Beach subdivision.
Yeah.
Those both were areas where there were fatalities at night.
We had to wait for somebody to die.
Well, yeah.
Does Access Road B, now that they know there are these things, can't that be fast tracked to get something there?
Lighting?
Lighting or
Yes.
traffic light? Which
Tra-
one?
Lighting. We put up our own lighting.
Not necessarily. I mean,
That's
TxDOT,
safety.
unfortunately, TxDOT doesn't look at that as a safety problem until there's accidents. So,
Just their priorities are,
yeah.
it's,
We just had to go through the TxDOT approval process
Yeah.
for the temporary light.
mhm.
Just something that's very curious. One of the things that TxDOT required for us to be able to put those lights were light towers to illuminate that intersection at Mundy. So, that was their requirement for safety. They're recognizing that there should be something there because they're requiring us to put it there when we're putting those temporary.
Right,
lights.
because all the intersections have the required lighting, right? Just like the one we just put up has lighting. So all things that are on the table, so to speak, with them. And I think that that's all things we need to push for sure. Any other comments? Questions about that? I think everyone agrees that that's something we should continue to push for, right? So, yeah. Okay, item F, discussion on citywide lighting improvements and repairs along the main thoroughfare. I always make a really long list, so I apologize if y'all don't like my big long list, but it's just a wish list, and that's why we're here. So this particular item is basically, we can either do some of this, maybe a push from TxDOT. It probably won't even be a budgeted item because frankly, they're either TxDOT lights that are out,
Yeah.
that are on the ones that come into town on 361, and then the ones that come along Cutoff Road. There's multiple lights that have no illumination whatsoever. And so we're in the process of giving them a list. And then as you drive through town, there are multiple street lights in town that do not work, that are out. Those are AEP lights. So again, these are things that I think we can do as a city
Yeah,
immediately.
Nicole's going to work on a nighttime survey of the highway, city, and then also thrown on this just is Colleen's. It's on her list, but it's the street lights going into Roberts Point Park are all old. They're on old wooden poles. They're all leaners. So, that would be included in item F too.
So I do know that the AEP, if it's an old yellow light, non-LED light, and it goes out, they will not replace it with that light. They replace it with the new LED bright lumens light. And so that's why I think that when in our discussions with them, when we go through, we don't need orange light, white light, orange light, white light. We need to have them fix them all.
Yeah, there's some, I think we have a contract that says they replace them, or is that with AEP?
The AEP.
That when it's replaced, it has to be the down refraction.
Right.
Flat
Yeah.
light.
And you can see that they've
Yeah.
done some of that.
Yeah.
So there is already a mix. So I would like to see them go through and make them all the same. Okay. Are out, which ones are old and then which ones are new. Yeah. And there may be some expense to us. You know, they may come back and say, well, you have to pay for these and we'll pay for those. I think that's okay to some extent. Let's just find out what it is so we can get them all. And then new lights, you know, another part.
Conversation. Juan, local
Mhm.
manager. And it was enlightening in that he explained to me how the contract works with. There's a blanket rate that we pay for all of the lights that they maintain. We might be paying a higher rate because they're charging for halogen lights that are now LED lights. If we want to upgrade a pole, like he gave an example of Key Allegro and Rockport, they have lights that look kind of like a gas lamp. They picked those and they paid for that light to be installed. With that arrangement, AEP continues to maintain it for that flat rate fee. If you wanted to put up lights that all match the Harbor Master and buy our own lights, they could meter it and then we would pay as if they were our own lights in our yard, not AEP lights, and then they would no longer maintain them. So there's that as an option. And then there's an option, I had a salesman approach me about other lights that don't have to be connected to anything and they have a maintenance warranty. And so I have some information about those as well. If anyone's interested in looking at it, but it was kind of a educational conversation that I had about how all that stuff works, because I really.
And I know that as we get into the streetscape program, a lot of that will be changed. And so I don't want us to go through a huge expense on streets that we're going to, you know, possibly rip out and redo because of, you know, the pending improvements. But in the meantime, we need to do something. So, but in areas like the park, like you said, going into Roberts Point Park, I think it'd be great to have something fun and unique and that matches, you know, whatever's there with all the new infrastructure that we built that looks really nice. There's a lot of traffic in and out of there, including in throughout the night. So it's important to have the, you know, really good lights. So, okay, any other questions regarding that?
Are there lights that are ours that are out that we just have to change the light bulb? That somebody can,
We have partnership with AEP, so we don't have just city streetlights.
That's, yeah, you have to call and they have to do it.
We don't have any, we have. I know there's a lot out. I ride every morning all over the place.
I don't think there's a number on the bill.
Yeah, we're going to find out. Maybe Nicole will give us a little update at the next city council meeting. Well, she doesn't have to do it. Just count them. Yeah. Yeah.
I think having a count, knowing which ones are out, we go to them, have all our ducks in a row. So we
Yeah.
don't have to do one ask, but have all the information to ask.
Mhm.
And then, well, I think they'd have more of an initiative to get it done.
are you riding tomorrow?
I rode this morning, all right.
What are you gonna ride tomorrow?
Yes, sir. So.
Big pretty spell.
You can get a
I'm just
tandem bike.
saying, any information helps.
That is.
We could do 5 light surveys and then put our thoughts together, see if they're all the same. Yeah.
Okay.
Start over again. Surely there's an AI way to do it, right? Okay, all right. Any other comments, questions? Okay, we're gonna get the lights fixed. There's a lot of people running around at night. Okay. Item G, discussion on potential street and drainage bond. I know council or staff, David's working on maybe a possible list, but
Yeah.
It's probably time to be looking at that again and kind of plan for the future. So,
Yeah, and we don't have to do a huge one, but we have some streets that are pretty bad. We always try to do one of these about every 4 to 5 years, just because asphalt streets have about a 15-year lifespan. So if you're not doing one of these every 3, 4, 5 years, you're behind. And then you're gonna end up with a $15 million street bond because you've waited too long. So we got real behind in the early, in the 90s up to about 2007. And then when Mike Kovacs was here, he really started a program of getting those rolling again. And we've done really good ever since. So we just gotta, sometimes it's not the greatest fit as far as your budget goes, but we gotta keep. Like, when was our last one? It was the one right before
23, no, 22 maybe?
22.
I think it was right after, maybe 22,
23.
23.
But I think 22 is when, we
Talked
hit
about it.
Yeah,
And how much was that
I think it
one?
was 6.
5.3.
Yeah, 5.3.
5.3 is what's remaining.
Oh, that's what's,
That's remaining principal.
Yeah, because we did 9th
oh yeah, we
Street,
did 9th Street, the alley.
Alley.
Yep.
Ross Avenue was the
Ross-
big one.
Yep.
Port Street,
All the potholes.
all the potholes. Brown, we did Brown, right?
Did in front of Trinity.
We did the cut through
Trojan.
on the bank.
Yep. Yeah, Oleander.
Yep, the drainage.
Yeah, so and we have a lot of hot spots. So yeah, I think it's time to pick a new set
Yeah.
and see what we can do. Alan Mornings, did we do that last time? We did
We had some big patches.
section.
Somebody did that. That was in the I think Island Construction did a
Oh, that was
utility
the
repair.
private, yeah, and then,
And then we kind of combined our big patch with their utility
right,
repair.
right. Need some new.
Side and Marina Drive, better have truck to get through there now. After all that rain. Oh, yeah. Got the truck out there to stick it out, there's chunks of asphalt. But there were, yeah,
Okay,
Station.
yeah, you drive through it. It's getting worse every day.
Yeah.
all right, well, we'll make a list, right, David?
Yep.
Okay.
It was a $9 million.
It was not.
It was
No, that's the tax notes. That's tax.
I think it
notes.
was like 6. Yes.
6,020,000. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, if y'all see a street that you think needs, talk to David about it and he'll come up with the list. Okay, item H is a discussion improvements on Cutoff Road, including new sidewalks and mid-block crosswalk and driveway redesigns. So what's in your packet is correct, but where it says background information, depending on improvements, some of this will be in the streetscape project. This won't be in streetscape project because this is primarily, this discussion item was regarding Cutoff Road and Channel Vista, the entrance of
Right, yeah.
Channel Vista. So I think that we can get funding from this from TxDOT. Safe Routes to Schools is one of, and there's another acronym for what it is now, but basically, I've had a lot of people ask, and I know a lot of you even live in Channel Vista, but there's no direct access for anyone who is a pedestrian, including children, that want to leave Channel Vista Drive, cross Cutoff Road, which is a state highway, and get onto a safe sidewalk in order to walk to school or walk anywhere for that matter. And so what that intersection needs, and after some discussions with TxDOT, and again, they agreed, and I think that this is where the funding can come from, is it needs a mid-block crosswalk and it needs to be signalized, meaning that you can walk up as a pedestrian, hit a button, and it will basically stop traffic in order to allow for a safe route across the street. I also talked to them about putting sidewalks on the west side of 361 if there's capability to do that, because there are no sidewalks. So there's a sidewalk on the east side of Cutoff Road as you go down from, let's just say, right out here to, all the way down, but there's nothing on that west side. And I think that's important to have sidewalk and accessibility on both sides as much as possible. So that's just an item I wanted further discussions with them. And, it'll come with some driveway redesign, especially if we do accessible sidewalks all the way down the east side, like Dave's indicating, like walking down in front of the dock or Wands, or even from Aransas harbors, I know there are a lot of people that live there that, you know, walk their pets and that try to come across Avenue A or down to Avenue C. And so again, really want to talk to them about better accessibility. I know that, you know, even from here, there's people that go from your parking lot and stretch the dangerous road to get across to your place of business, and there's no sidewalk for them to do that, really. I mean, so,
Yeah, we'll have to get rid of all this vegetation right through
oh,
here.
it looks really nice though. Wait a minute.
Transplant it. We're gonna transplant it.
Yeah. You-
You
You are going to find the city. Yeah, yeah. We'll figure that out. But anyway, the discussion items that, you know, if we're going to go to TxDOT with a lot of
Yeah.
asks, then that's one of them. So, and I think there's funding, you know, in their bucket, not ours. So we'll see. Any questions about that or thoughts? The Channel Vista thing is, I think, super important. We got to get people safely out of there and onto the street. Nicole's babies need to get to school safely. And everyone else who lives over there.
End of it, and then it doesn't go across the docks parking lot. So there
Yeah,
might be
it's right.
a
Yeah,
need
that
to
one, right.
expand the
That one.
portion
Yeah.
to connect to
There's, yeah, they need a big redesign. But I do think, I mean, a mid-block signalized crosswalk would be huge. And it could possibly help tremendously with, ferry Sunday traffic. Because I know when you live in that subdivision, getting in and out on a Sunday is nearly impossible, you know, so. Anyway, all discussions to have with them. Okay, item I. Discussion and saw on a roundabout at the intersection of Avenue G, Sixth Street and Cutoff Road. So David, you're going back up.
Yeah, this is just a concept right now. It's not like a TxDOT kind of got excited. Oh, a roundabout, because I don't think there's many around here.
That was their
So,
idea.
so I think they have a little funding if someone attempts to build a roundabout, but typically a roundabout's a good spot where you have a lot of streets coming in. Like for example, you have 1, 2, you have this driveway coming in there. Then of course you have both sides of G and Cutoff. So the idea is to come right in here and attempt you could attempt a roundabout right here, but it's early. They just want to look at it and see if there's space and see if it's something they could pursue to make this move a little bit better.
You're southbound on 6 trying to make it better.
What?
Very,
No,
very
bad.
Oh,
Either direction, really. They had to even move a sign a couple years ago. She had a for sale sign there. You couldn't see the traffic.
It's very difficult to get around that intersection. And now when the rec center is complete, there's going to be even more traffic there.
Yeah,
on a
that
daily
U-turn's-
basis. The U-turn's horrible. It's not safe.
yeah.
So again, there's no sidewalks, there's nothing accessible there.
Yeah.
So when we were talking to them about the mid-block crosswalk on Cutoff and Channel Vista entrance, we talked about that intersection, and then they got real excited about a roundabout and said they might have money for that. And so we were like, great, we're putting that on the list. You know, so again, I think
Are they
that,
doing a study?
I'd like to explore that and just come up with some solution there.
We'll just throw up a light.
We seem to be hitting all cylinders on that.
How you do a light. 6.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you ever been to 6 Points in Corpus? Oh, that's
Oh, yeah,
horrible.
no.
I like the roundabout idea. Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It is dangerous, even with lights.
Dude.
If you don't
It
know where you're
works.
at, you're like, wait, am I at?
Okay, item J is a discussion on landscaping, site infrastructure, things upgraded here at the Civic Center. I know that's in the works, but now that we're beautifying this building, I want to make sure that we have enough money in the budget, whether it's the rest of this year's budget or next year, to really make this building shine. So.
Right, so landscaping is in this project. Really what the mayor and I had discussed was that a rehab of the parking, the curbs are beat up. We need to, restripe, repaint everything, re-sign everything, dress the sidewalks up, redo the caulking in the sidewalks, or repair and replace what sidewalks need to be replaced. But really to make it pop, we're, like the mayor said, we're putting all this into the project. And then we have the ugly asphalt and caulking that's pulling out. And so that's, just to shine it up.
Is there something that could signage like extra parking at Port Street? Cause I mean, this thing's gonna have so many big events and the amount of people that park over there.
We're kind of
I
waiting
like trying to
because
Shuttle people and go and hold signs.
Yeah.
we're gonna end up with this across the street. As additional parking. Then we're gonna have potential parking where the nature reserve people are, so we gotta kind of figure out where we're going, but we potentially have a lot of little satellite parking that we would probably need to sign all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in the time being, until those get vacated, I think
Yeah.
that we do need to probably create some signage to push people to the Port Street. And then again, along with booking a facility that, and maybe it already happens. So, but that needs to be the first discussion topic with someone says, okay, if you're having this event and you have more than X amount of people, you need to have valet or assign people to know where the parking is.
Yeah,
Y'all did it for your
yeah.
conference. I've seen they did it for the Tourism Bureau, Summit.
All the
but
big events are
finding it
discussing
on-
parking.
Yeah.
And then is there like a code? Some people just don't know about the parking, like if you rent the Civic Center. And of course, it's a giant deal. They're using the Port Street. They're worried about paying there, or do we not pay? Do we pay? What's going on?
It's,
And
we
so-
kind of really need to bring that to council because it hasn't really been discussed yet. It's been kind of on the fly. Like when the chamber did theirs, they were like, can we park? And we're like, yeah, you can park since, so I think if it's in coordination with an event here, we need to make that
Put it in the fee
policy.
schedule.
Yeah, put it in the fee schedule.
Yeah.
Because if we're renting the space out and we truly should be providing parking.
That we don't currently have. Yeah, I agree.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of convention centers do charge for it, but should we?
$55.
Yeah,
a
last
day.
place in the road. That's pretty normal for a conference. But
Going up.
Income.
Or you can park on the beach for $20 year round.
We did talk about the GCAA funding, maybe enhancing the landscape of that tree curb cutoff between this building and Cutoff Road, that green space. There's funds to plant that.
Oh, yeah.
Spot. Great, on the Cotter.
That's coming up. That's K.
We're getting close.
Oh, that's the next item.
Item K. Discussion on landscape improvements at ferry entrance. Yeah, I put this on there because I do remember having that discussion with you, Colleen, about that there was funding available from TxDOT to enhance the entry. So we want to look at that and try to move that into a project this year.
Now you're talking which area, right? Like right in front of the place? Are you talking like on our side?
The entrance.
The GCAA conversations I've had, we used the renderings from the streetscape.
Right.
Yeah.
Design for that intersection, and then we talked about adding.
For this intersection?
Yes.
Who's GCAA?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, TxDOT.
Yeah, governor's community.
So, yeah, as you come off this space here, improving all this, right? It's the first thing you see when you come off
Yeah.
here, because something needs to be done. And then the property owner here is more than willing to let us go inside of the easement if wanted and needed to put something. And so that's why I think we need to take advantage of that. But I agree, if we can, I mean, obviously, I don't know if we can highlight all the way down here, but if some of the funding can go all the way to really make it a nice tree lined area, maybe match what
To
Mr.
match
Owens
the
has
other
done
side.
across the highway, yeah. That would be really nice to create some cohesiveness and really highlight. what
Yeah,
the
because
potential-
this intersection is part of the, it is in the streetscape. What we left out of the streetscape, but we've talked about it, is the Cotter, or excuse me, is this cutoff piece.
Right, exactly.
Because we're just trying to avoid TxDOT, but that needs to be in there. I mean, right now it has a sidewalk, so
Yeah.
it has connectivity, but it won't be dressed up like Cotter, Allister and A.
But we could do that now because we have funding available. Colleen
It
has
has to be in TechStot. They won't pay for signage, but they will do landscaping.
in the
on
TechStot
stormwater
right away. Yeah.
beautification.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that makes it easy.
And I think that you could even come across the street here and do something in that area that they own.
A lot of stuff there.
You could stuff, but you could
It's a lot of stuff.
just fence it. She says just fence it. We can talk to him about that, but that'll go into one of these other items that we can talk about too, so. But yeah, the GCA funding. Okay. I just like all these items that don't have to come out of our budget, so.
How much was it? Do you know?
Colleen, how much was that?
Say 200, I think it's more than that.
And KPAB has that now?
Well, TechStot holds it, but KPAB is who it has to
Go through.
use it.
It's a lot of money.
Mhm.
Okay, we're gonna come up with something. Keep Port Aransas beautiful. All right. Item L, discussion installing new entrance signs at main entrances to Port Aransas. So this again goes back to the same discussion of what we talked about, but looking at whatever we have left in the wayfinding, coordinating with the streetscape plan and whatever is going to be kind of redone at that intersection. But, you know, whether it's there or whether we do something additionally on the other side of the ferry entrance, is there additional funds for that as well, Colleen? We talked about that a little bit, right? Because we talked about landscaping at the other side of the ferry entrance as well.
Or are you talking about in the wayfinding project? Current wayfinding project?
Well, this really goes more, the item K is the landscaping improvements, and then L is the new entrance sign. So one is going back to the wayfinding, K is the landscaping that we talked about at the actual ferry entrance to on the other side.
I mean, sounds like a lot, but when you're putting in drip irrigation or rock, then you're excavating something that goes back. So I don't know how, I think in front of the civic center and this intersection is realistic, but I don't know that it'll stretch further than that. It depends on how simple we do. I mean, if you just did granite gravel everywhere, you could go further. If you're gonna do plants and irrigation, it'll get, you know.
And sidewalk adjustments and,
Right there?
no, I didn't know where were you talking about?
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the things that yes, at the entrance, which that must be an old picture because I don't think there's that many palm trees left there. I'll be real shocked if all that's still there, but, yes, where we did the facelift to the structure, the
Yeah.
actual structure and through wayfinding, and it looks lovely. But there's still just a couple of palm trees that need to be trimmed and there's, yeah, that could use.
Palm trees can do in our regular maintenance. That should be something I can take care of right now.
And even if it was simple landscaping, and I don't think you need to put in drip irrigation, I think you could put in something simple around the flagpoles and even maybe underneath the palm trees by trimming them to make it cleaner and not weedier. TechStot will tell you they do not do landscaping. They don't care. I mean, 100%. They will tell you do it. And you know, we've got grants if you need money. So I think that, again, that as we know, that's an old picture. So I think some of those palm trees are probably dead and we could enhance that.
But I would see that space between the curb and the pavement.
Right there.
Mhm.
I don't know what to do with that. That's one thing where it's like, why did they do that?
That's
It's
just a maintenance,
fresh granite.
it's a
Yeah,
maintenance
right,
nightmare.
exactly. Yeah.
It needs to be concrete or, yeah.
Yeah, and then even around the flagpoles, I mean, that could just be crushed granite with some drought tolerant plants.
What's that?
Because they fixed the lighting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think all the lighting got fixed and the flagpoles got fixed, but it's just, again, you're driving into Port Aransas, it's the first impression, and if all you see is weeds and palm trees that haven't been trimmed in 5 years, it doesn't look appealing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that was actually JK, and then L was discussion on installing new entrance signs at the main entrances to Port Aransas. So back to the wayfinding, I know those were big asks and we never really figured out what we wanted to do. And so I think that I'd like to take another look at what's remaining in the wayfinding and see if there's something we can do both coming into Port Aransas and for both 361 and the ferry. Based on the money we have left in wayfinding and what would work
Yeah.
in the tech dot right away. And there's still discussions about, possibly putting something on the golf cart bridge that Palmia's agreed that we could do. That's an opportunity which wouldn't require anything on the ground. They could just simply say, welcome to Port Aransas across the golf cart bridge, if we wanted to do that. But something simple. And I still think that should be some way that you could utilize with TxDOT and putting signs on their illumination devices that they don't ever plan on utilizing now.
So the entrances, are you talking about like monument signs?
Originally in the plan, we had monument signs planned. Yes, both coming into Port Aransas from 361, and then right here, we had a big, I don't know if y'all remember what it looked like, but it was going to be like
Big circle.
no, well, yeah. A big circle was one of the yes. There were big circles, and then it went to just Port Aransas letters that said welcome to, and we took that out, and then we ended up putting the Port A letters over here, which are great, and I love them. I think it's awesome. But I'm still thinking, again, something that is as you come into Port Aransas.
I agree, but I know that like when you have those signs, people love to pull over and take their picture. You know, so it needs to kind of be an area where people can do that because that's what they do.
Yeah.
My kids did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
the problem, it's a visual thing. When you look at the entry into the city, which is right on this, it's right here. So that's the south side of La Mirage. We've talked about getting this chunk of dirt from La Mirage. But the problem with it is that you have a large La Mirage sign right there. So as you're traveling northbound, if you have a sign over in this area right here, it's totally lost. You got Cinnamon Shore houses in the background. So when you're a car and you're about right here and you're doing 55, 60, see where my cursor is over here? That's where the sign would be, back in there. It's not a great spot for a sign because you got to be out of the 120-foot right of way. TxDOT will not let you put a monument sign in the hideaway. We have what we have because it's a standard breakaway TxDOT sign. But as far as monuments, statues, anything like that, you're talking on the other side of those utility poles. And the visual is not great. So what you need to look for is somewhere along the highway where your background, where you're on the other side of the poles and your background is not tainted with houses and other things. Now, one good spot that we've identified is right in front of the golf cart bridge. So right in front of the golf cart bridge, you have a large berm. You have this large dune berm that's right back in here, and you end up with this nice wide pocket of land that is it's Palmia's. But as you're approaching as you're coming in the northbound lane right here, when you clear this one large pole right there, you would have a good visual of this area right in here. So, and I'll show you from a street view. So as you're approaching this area, right here where the cursor is, as you're getting past this pole. Of course, we would have to move that green sign, but you have a good, really good area right there. And if you coupled with something on the bridge, like that could be your welcome to Port Aransas, and then your big, your monument sign, your statue, whatever it was, would go right over in this area with that big dune in the background. And you have a really nice long, as you're driving along, you have a nice long break in the power poles to get a really good visual over on that spot. So that's one of the better spots we've identified. We've reached out to Greg Carr. We've just mentioned it. We haven't really moved forward with it much, but granted, you're a couple miles inside the city, but I don't think I don't think it has to be right on the city limit sign. I think if it's just too problematic down there, you have Cinnamon Shores built up. They're right out pushing, they're really hugging their property line. And
Well, and I think where the city limit is right now, where the sign is now, y'all do a great job of keeping that landscaped, and it looks, I think it looks nice. And so I don't necessarily think that we need to change that, because you're right, you're limited. And if and when the city, TxDOT does expand the highway, that's likely to go away just from the expansion. So there's no sense in spending $100,000, or I'm making that number up, but I mean, on anything, right, that's going to go
Yeah.
away, in a short period of time. And so my thought is, even if it's simply putting something on the golf court bridge that says, welcome to Port Aransas, and maybe nothing
Yeah.
structurally on this side of the road, I think that would still look nice. But more importantly, adding something to the entrance when you come, either before or after the fair.
There is the one sign that Port Aransas beautiful sign right past the Mirage that says, welcome to Port Aransas, or what does it say? Right.
oh no,
No,
that's the city
text-
one.
that's
The
the
one that's in
city
the
one.
right of way with
Yeah.
the brown, with
Yeah,
the
brown.
umbrella.
Keep
That-
Port Aransas beautiful.
Yeah, it had to be brown.
That was the one Ann Vaughn fought for years, and we finally got it to be bigger than the normal sign, but brown. TxDOT brown.
It's Brett's favorite.
And then, yes, I think there's a little keep Port Aransas beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones
It's
that-
vintage, yeah.
It's vintage, yeah. It's coming back.
It's a good word for it.
People pulling over to take photos with something is very concerning. Yeah, I feel like we already have like high speeds.
And it will
safety
happen.
Concerns, and to have a pull off at 65 miles an hour.
Oh, for sure. We don't need that. Yeah. No, we don't need another big Port A letters over
Yeah,
there.
they can go to the park and.
Yeah. Climb on
Great
it
photo ops.
and be safe. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Item
You do
M.
that- You do something like that now, or how long is it gonna take TxDOT to widen? Years?
To do what?
To widen 360, that's years to widen, okay, so we can't wait that long, okay.
It's in their plan, but how long
But it
before,
could be-
yeah, it's
5-10 years.
probably gonna be 5 at least, yeah. Yeah, okay. Item M is a discussion on the Mariners Memorial Statue, which I think Colleen touched on earlier, so unless there's something else. Okay. And then item N is a discussion on the funding airport hangar expansion. This is just something that I keep having people ask about, and so Dave and I talked about putting it on the agenda, and he can kind of give an update on what the options are there.
Yeah, one thing, okay, so the airport fencing is up. There's a good shot of it right there. That's the new transient. You see the barrier right there. That's been removed because now you can actually go over there and park. What we need to kick off people wanting to come in and do ground leases is we need to stub out utilities. So we need to figure out how to get utilities somewhere over in this area right here to kick things off. We were contacted by Texas Parks and Wildlife. They're very interested in coming out here and building a hangar for their, either a helicopter and or a plane, or possibly both. And to kick that off, they would also want a little office space in there, so they would need water, sewer, electric. And then that would be kind of the start of the, right now, if you look at the master plan for that area kind of builds out. It roughly builds out this area right in here for build out. So that's where we would want to concentrate. I think Texas Parks and Wildlife would probably look at this space right here for their hangar. But we need to get an estimate on what it would take to get, at least get utilities stubbed out there so someone could come in as a tenant and have something to tie into.
So would the utilities be for the Tech Dot grant or pay that back eventually, or?
Well, you could, one way you could do it is the city could put in the water sewer utilities, and then we could charge every time someone,
Tap fee.
well, not so much a tap fee, but if the city could put in an even more elaborate water and sewer, and you just, every time someone comes in and does a lease, yes, they would have a tap fee with the water district, but they would have to reimburse the city a portion of the mainline extension. To have it'd be like a utility assessment from the city. Yeah.
And then,
That'd be another way to do it, so every time a new tenant ties onto it, they pay the city that reimbursement fee for utilities.
would there be any way to keep the hanger somewhat consistent? So, I mean, lack of better words. So you don't
Oh, yeah.
have a pink hanger, a purple hanger.
No, the city would controls all the architectural and color schemes and,
Could you do
yes.
something right there on the highway, something to make?
yeah, just like we did the first round of hangars, they're all architecturally controlled.
And those Tech Dot grants, is it 100%, 90-10?
I don't know if utilities in and of themselves do not qualify under the grant.
Under which one, the ramp?
Under the ramp
Yeah.
grant, and I don't know if they'd allow, they've gotten pretty strict. Ramp grant operational and operating defined, they strictly take utilities, insurance, personnel, fuel out.
What are those? Oh,
Those are excluded.
Oh, those are excluded.
Those are excluded.
Mowing, utilities, insurance premiums, personnel compensation, fuel.
But meaning.
Extension of
That's
utility.
just for the ramp grant.
It's
That's
just
if you're,
But is
Yeah.
that for the ongoing maintenance of those things, not for the installation of?
I
'Cause there's a
don't
difference
know.
Between, I understand why we wouldn't get reimbursed for fuel and utilities and
It
maintenance.
is, I
But
do not,
installing them.
yeah, I do not know if they do
That's
installing.
different.
They have gotten really tight on this ramp grant. And every year we turn it in and they say, out, out, out. So we would have to check
Let's
and
look at-
see, we'll look at it more. I don't know if they would allow it.
But the Texas Parks and Wildlife building, that's a separate grant.
yeah, that would be them. They're
Yeah.
building that themselves.
Okay.
They would, pay us for the ground lease.
Right.
But I think they would expect us to at least have utilities stubbed out,
So they can get.
right? I don't think they're interested in coming in and figuring out how to tap into the water district's force main on the highway. We gotta kind of crunch that one ourselves.
Would it make a difference with the Tech Dot grant if we had an anchor, call it an anchor tenant, like Texas Parks and Wildlife already? Texas Parks and Wildlife says, okay, we'll commit to doing this, and then we take that to Tech Dot, hey, we've got an anchor tenant here. How does that
I don't know. I don't know if that would help us any.
You know, it works on the private side.
Right.
Well, I'm just
Exactly.
wondering how it
Yeah.
works on the government side.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And Coast Guard's interested in coming as well.
Yeah, Coast Guard wants to come, definitely. I mean, the Coast Guard definitely wants to come for if we can
Fuel.
get the fuel, which we're putting out a RFP in the next week or so. Chris and I have almost finished it, so.
Nice.
I've been asking for 4 years.
Yeah.
2.
Those like.
Yeah, where was that on the goals?
Well, it didn't get funded.
I know. It's coming though. It's coming.
It's a gold, got ungold.
Ungold. And we would
No
have to fund
go.
it next year. It's
Yeah.
Airport doesn't have it.
Where are the
But
grants
both-
for that?
Both of them want Jet A.
They do.
General fund.
Yeah, and Jet.
So
would bring
we'll
some
look
money.
at, I'll explore utilities here in the next couple weeks and try to get some numbers on what it would take to at least get a stub out.
I know Parks and Wildlife is excited about that opportunity, so hopefully we can make that happen. All right, item O is discussion on funding a second year of the Mayor's Youth Council. This year's program was very successful at very little cost to the city. I don't know what the expanded budget was, but maybe I spent $1,000.
I've got it
Total,
here.
maybe. Maybe not even that. I spent a lot of
One
money.
thousand one hundred and seventy.
There you go.
We budgeted 3,000 for it.
Okay,
The pens, the ceramics and polos is all that was
books,
spent by
Yep.
you pretty much.
pretty much.
Probably put some personal money into it and may need
I did, but
to
that's,
get that. You,
it's okay.
we have money to reimburse it still in the budget if needed.
Okay, well, I'd like to put, I don't know, another $3,000 or something back in the budget, because I know that, it was a great successful program. I'd like to expand it and maybe take them on a trip to the Capitol during legislative session, something like
That
that.
would be good.
And now that all the departments kind of got a little feel for it, I know y'all are excited to take it to the next level, give them all special training, full day of, police, junior EMS, lifeguards, all the things. So, okay.
Yeah, a lot of cities have that for adults.
Well,
Through the chamber.
I'm going to stick with the teenagers.
Through the chamber.
Yes,
they
it is.
do an
It's very
adult-
similar to a program that I personally did in Corpus that's all over the state and
I
it's
did it.
leadership, whatever your city is.
I
So,
did it at Top Padre. and
yeah.
It's really,
it's a great program.
it's a great program.
Even as an adult, it's a great program.
Yes,
Yeah.
then maybe they'll volunteer later for committees and.
That's where it happens. I had one of my
Mhm.
classmates call me yesterday who's on the RTA board. So yeah, yeah. So all good. Okay. Then we'll move on to item P.
Get it? Sure.
We sure did. Item Q, discussion on the creation of a public information officer position. Okay, I've talked about this for a couple of years. Dave left, of course.
He'll be
He's not a
right
fan of that.
back.
It's when he ungoals every year. I think that our department heads do an excellent job of promoting their various positions, and our local newspaper does an excellent job of promoting our city. And I don't think what we're doing is broken by any means, but I think as we continue to grow and social media continues to be a way of communicating that in the future, we might want to consider having a public information officer. So I'm still a fan. We can just get David to be that after he retires. We'll hire
Well, you
him
can do it.
just to be.
David, you can be anywhere.
It's a part-time.
Yeah, David, do it remotely. So I brought it up again. There's an office for this person now.
Yeah, they have an office. They'll
Yeah.
have an office here in about 2 months.
Yeah, I have a spot. All right, item R, discussion on funding for city manager search. So I really think this is gonna have to come out of this year's budget because we need to start this immediately. But because of David's departure, we need to go and set some money aside, and maybe that's a budget amendment, although I don't think it'll be that much money from the budget, but we need to hire a professional search firm.
We have money in the budget this year. We still have 25,000 left under the advertising and recruitment line item, which is budgeted under the city secretary's budget.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, we need to
Mhm.
get started, so we
We,
need to make
we budget 30,000 a year for that, and
those funds to start.
there's funds to start. You just have to decide where and how you're gonna start.
Well, we're gonna
When?
And
soon.
when.
Um,
At a government level, how does that work different than a normal headhunting service where it's, they take a portion of it? They find you the candidate, they take a portion of it.
it's very much the same.
There's
Yeah.
specialized government headhuntings.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you just find which
them.
firm you want to work with and you agree to the contract, and then you typically, get with the firm and put your outline and come up with a subcommittee and start searching. So,
SRG.
SRG Strategic Resources Group is their name. That's who we used for the ACM. And really, we ended up with, they didn't really bring us much.
No.
We found it ourselves.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of complaints about them lately.
Yeah.
Well, there are
I don't
others-
know.
Places.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
Wanna
choose,
use.
So I don't think we have to use, I mean, there's not a regulation that we have to use certain ones, correct? Okay, so yeah, I think we certainly need to have that on July's agenda. And then maybe we'll do a little research and find out who we can start interviewing for as a headhunter search firm. So we can get that in place. Okay, so item S is discussion on negotiating purchase of property on Cutoff Road and Avenue A. There's no negotiating, there's no pending purchase, but I just know, and I think we all probably know that inevitably Life in Paradise is going to vacate and has started to vacate the building across the street. And they wish to sell the building, and that Steve DeWitt has made that known. And so I think before any other opportunities for them get presented, we as a city need to approach them on possibly purchasing that property, because the highest and best use belongs back to the city of Port Aransas and or TxDOT for further expansion of the ferry stacking lanes.
Especially like to give them the
To give them.
ability to reconfigure the entry. If you guys, I don't know if you remember, but the original concept that we sold to TxDOT let me just go over it real quick. So back in the day, the city bought this piece of property that came in, went down to Cutoff, came behind the Stripes. That was the old Port Street, so that was already there. Oh wait, no, we bought this too. And then it came up and went it grabbed this. This was originally the parking lot for Deep Sea right in here. And it was all parking lot, and we knew we wanted to move Port Street here. So we made a trade with the Owenses. They moved their lot here, and it was almost a 1-to-1 trade. So it was a great trade. And then we ended up with this corner here. So right now the city has, this is city, and then this is city right away right here. And this little sliver here was given to TxDOT. And originally the entry into the ferry was supposed to be in there. But they opted, when they did their design, they ended up just using, Port Street and came in right here. We think there's a potentially better way to do it. The biggest problem is eastbound traffic. Eventually, even if you did, it eventually has to cut over, right? Or even Avenue A traffic. Eventually it cuts over, and that's your bottleneck, is how do you prevent that from blocking westbound cutoff? So, but we think that TxDOT being in control of this definitely helps, as opposed to it going back into the private sector. So we think if TxDOT was in control of that whole chunk, they in the future could come up with a better system for entering into the ferry than using westbound, Port Street right here. And it would potentially clear up this intersection a little bit better. But that's the thought behind it.
So we've had a little bit of discussion with them, and I think that if we negotiate and can purchase the property, then we can do some short-term utilization of that property, possibly even have Brett and his team temporarily house over there, that they're busting at the seams. They have no space. So we've, yes, please. You stayed. Thank you.
and all that, but we'll have 12 people in 7 offices, so it's a pretty tight quarters. Just the other day, we had to move our boardroom out and put it into storage. We had places for people to sit. But we do need a short-term solution for that, as long as the long-term is gonna be to expand that building and create something very special where the animal shelter is connected to the library. All that land is city, so, you know, looking at that 3 years down the road, 2 years down the road. Yeah.
What expand into the animal shelter?
I do, well, we're gonna. have a-
No, we're gonna just renovate the animal shelter.
Oh, take it down.
We're gonna renovate it, Dale. It has all these nice cubicles in the back.
And I thought we were trying to get rid of it, but.
Outdoor.
Okay.
In space as well as, you know, so you can connect the civic somehow in a big area of the city needs out as much as they can. If we could buy the Starkey building also, I would do that, you know, but that's, a little bit more.
We're gonna do chunks, but yeah.
Little pieces at a time, as much as you get out into this area for 20 years, 4 years down the road.
Whatever.
Yeah, I think that we could probably find some money and maybe even find some of Brett's money. Maybe Brett has some money we can share.
Take that quarterback.
Yeah.
We can look at some options, yeah.
0.25%.
TxDOT did say, Dave and I talked to them preliminary about that plan, and I think that if we can acquire the property, then we can get them to start budgeting to buy the property back from us, which would go into a long-term plan to fix the stress on the ferry on Sundays and every other day when it's crazy. So, but yeah, I think the highest and best use is for the city or TxDOT to own it. Because I don't know what business would succeed there. It's a very difficult spot.
This
So.
next weekend, we need to get somebody with a drone to come over and shoot all the backups on when the ferry's leaving on that day. Last weekend it was here, they were everywhere, you know.
There's,
Just to have a look at it.
yeah, just to see how backed up it gets for that short period of time, yeah, so. And that wouldn't necessarily make it take cars off the street, but it would improve the flow, I think, around that intersection for sure, so. Yeah. Okay, so any questions on that, thoughts anybody has on that? Okay, all right. So item T, discussion and exploring the relocation of overhead power lines to underground. David and I talked about this. There's some general requests. We've had that for years from either private business owners. Now there's a group of residents in certain sections of town that want to look at doing it on a piece by piece basis. So we're going to look at possibly doing some of that with our streetscape plan.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you have any more comments about that, David.
Yeah, I think we need to do the math and figure out, you know, what is the overall town, what would the overall cost be? I think, you know, and because partnering up with individual streets could get really expensive really
Right.
quick. And the problem is how do you prioritize it? You know, who's first in line, you know, who's second in line. So I think for now, like you said, we start off with streetscapes, and if we can be successful in it on those thoroughfares, then we go from there into the subdivisions. But I think we start with the Cotter, Allister, and G and see what the potential is.
They have not to spend too much time on this, but let's just say Allister, for example. 'Cause
Yeah.
They're all, everything's a mess, so
It's like
we
Mexico.
we come in and get AEP to run the main lines, or whoever it would be to run the main lines underground. But right now, then you've got weatherheads attaching a lot of them. Some of them have risers that come off the poles and come underground. Who covers the cost from the actual power back to the building? Because I know when I'm working on a building, if I do any upgrade to the service and need a bigger wire or something, that's on me.
Yeah, typically it would be, yeah.
If it's a warranty issue on their side, then they'll change that out. But so then you've got, I don't know how you would start getting the private. When it's like, hey, right now you've got a weatherhead that's been there for the last 40 years, but we're taking this all underground. You need to, you know, pay for underground from where the pedestal is all the way back. Is that be on the private property owner or?
Yeah, most likely.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Some will be easy to get on board. Some will.
right.
So it's a real challenge.
Yeah, it's a super challenge.
Yeah, and depending on where you're at and what you're doing, I mean, in a residential neighborhood for a half a block or a block, it may not be a large lift for each individual resident owner, but when you're talking about major intersections and businesses and how many people are feeding off of, one pole, and yeah, it's not as easy or inexpensive as it may seem, And then again, how and where do you prioritize, where it gets done? I think that starting with what we're going to look at with the streetscapes, because we're going to be doing so much street renovation and, all the other things that come with that, is a good place to start. And then feeding back into that where there are opportunities, that's probably a longer term play. I mean, obviously all new stuff has to go underground, but,
Retroing this.
Yeah.
As I'm looking across the street, well.
yeah. But that's, again, when we're gonna do this is gonna be part of the renovation from the venue tax. And that needs to be looked at and done. I mean, that's a perfect opportunity to start right there. So, okay.
I guess it's impossible to ask whenever a new, let's say you're on Whispering Sands or Sea Secret or even over in the school district, when somebody comes in and does a new construction or tears down an old building and builds a new one, even just requiring, hey, we need you to take your electric service underground, even if it's going to go just back to a pole with a riser coming down.
Just forward thinking.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
anything new coming in, I know we're doing that at the school right now. It was overhead service. It was messy. And we ended up eating the cost on it, but we took everything underground and it's gonna hit a pedestal, and then their AP is gonna bring a riser down and tie into the pedestal. But from that pole to the building, there's not gonna be any overhead.
I'm not sure if we would need ordinances that require that. I know that we have it in new subdivisions, but I don't know if we get it for new construction. I would imagine that we do.
Yeah, that'd have to be an ordinance.
I mean, it's probably worth a discussion, obviously in the future, but even with AEP and talking to them about that. And I mean, I'm sure they do that other places, right? It can't be that new of a concept or a thought, and just say, what's the fastest way we can get to being an underground city? Is it new construction? Is it rebuilds? Is it taking pockets and redoing them at a time? Is there grant funding for that? I mean, what are the options to get there? So yeah, I mean, I think we can just kind of take that to the next level and talk about it.
I'm just thinking like even, the ice plant next to Tortugas, if something ever happens to that building, like when somebody comes in to build something new, hey, just go ahead and get them to run it. So later on, they're not having to come out of.
Ironically, we got a permit.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
So,
Mm-hmm.
put 3.5 inch conduit in.
Yeah, no, it makes
That
sense.
can be done.
It totally makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll continue to explore that and maybe have that as a future agenda item to talk about that. Item U, discussion on animal shelter.
Joella?
Well, yeah, we had, they came and brought the 50% design. And we went through it for several hours and, talked about windows, doors and everything else. And it's nice. And it would be so nice to have it done sooner than later. Because the old building is just, piece by piece kind of falling apart. But, I'm excited about it. Babes.
I was in Sugar Land, sorry.
What were you?
Yeah, so it's progressing. I think we're on schedule. Well, actually, they're probably a month behind, but
We did the geo.
yeah, the geotech, they're finishing up the geotech for the site, and then the big issue will be what their elevation is going to be and what their dirt and foundation is going to be, because it's like everything on that side of the highway, everything's low. So there'll be quite a bit of money just in the foundation and getting it up to.
Actually, too, we have Salty Paws. We're trying to get some extra
Yeah.
funds for, whatever we might need or help us, whatever. And so we're trying to do that.
So Darla, what's in that fund right now?
In the budget
Yeah,
this
the
year,
budget.
Is the fencing gonna have to be redone around?
Yeah, we'll have a new opening there, but yeah, that's easy to.
we didn't fund the whole thing,
Right, we didn't
but
fund the
we're,
whole
we're
thing.
not out to bid yet.
But we
that
knew it
sounds
was
about
coming in
right.
to,
59.3, buildings and structures.
It was 1.2 and then we were,
no, 1.2 was
1.2 is what
but-
we have in there for this year's budget.
for this year, but we knew it was coming in. around-
That's only half. 2.4 was our
Right,
estimate.
2.4 was the estimate.
Of course, we need the. And I don't know, once we get to bid, it may be higher than
Yeah.
that. Our only cost so far have been architectural.
Right. So we'll carry over that existing and then we need to add the new.
Right.
the
We'll
second
carry
half.
over and we'll budget whatever
Yeah.
their estimate is. We won't be at bid
we're
before
trying to
budget
raise money
time.
for the generators and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Have we had any donations from the city? I mean, to the city or from private individuals?
We've had some
Skip.
interest in it. I don't know, someone wanted to help out with a generator, but I'm not sure what the number would be.
I mean, we've had some that claim they're gonna give us $100,000 and then, we've had some small donations like 5,000 here, 5,000 there. So we at Salty Paws has a separate fund account for just the building. And so we're just picking at it as we go and trying to raise something.
This year, we have 36,500 more in donations than we have in animal control expenses. What I always do at the end of the year is whatever donations, I take them out, put them in the balance sheet and then push them back to the budget.
For the building.
For the
Or
building and
for
animal
operations
control,
even,
full
yeah.
operations, right? I mean, that's not gonna help much with the construction, but I think are all the wills that are pending for nature preserve, or do we have one for animal shelter? No, I think they're all nature preserve. And birding center.
Yeah, they don't, I don't know how y'all keep track of the adoptions or anything like that. I know that's not a lot because
No, we've been
Yeah.
letting them go mainly and no adoption fees to get them out.
yeah.
So the money that we budgeted last year is just going to roll over into this year's budget. And obviously, maybe the building starts in
more.
the spring or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And more, depending on. Okay, anything else? on
And I would
animal
think
shelter?
its build is only gonna be about what, 12 to
Probably a year.
15 months?
Yeah.
Okay,
So probably pretty much gonna have to budget the entire building in next year's budget,
this coming year?
this coming year's budget.
But
if
we
it's
won't-
Gonna go a bit.
Well,
If it doesn't start-
if we bid it January,
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
we're talking that
and
way.
then
so
you,
Going to next year.
yeah, if we bid it and if they finish in November.
We wouldn't need the
horrible
whole
time to
time.
Put out bids. So if it gets bid and awarded in January, February. Notice to proceeds into February, they break ground in March, they're gonna be well into the 27.
Yeah, they'll be well into the 27, 28. So we wouldn't need the entire thing. But if this building is gonna have so much foundation work, your early pay apps are your bigger pay apps. So cash flow wise, you're gonna be spending a lot of it out in the very beginning, which is
But I
where,
thought we were talking about
anticipate.
putting it out for bid before that.
No, because those guys said when they left, they said, we're probably well behind a month now. And so I think their original plans were to bid it in October or so. So now we're in November. Yeah.
Well, even if you started in January, like,
Yeah,
but
even if you
scenario,
started in
you're
January.
gonna go you're gonna go into the next year's fiscal budget. I mean, you're not gonna,
Easily.
yeah, easily, if it takes a year, so, okay. Just trying to figure out how much to
You will-
put in this year's. coming
right,
budget.
right. And we'll try to come up with some better numbers, but since the foundation's gonna be expensive, you need more in the beginning and your pay apps.
Yeah,
are
maybe
not as much.
75%.
I'd say 75% you're gonna
Bill.
probably need in next year's budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, item V, discussion on dark sky initiatives identified in comp plan.
Oh, I just put it back in there again this year because I put it in every year, but with all the lighting and everything going on, I would hope that. You know, we have all the down lighting and easy on the eyes, not overlit. Like some of our big souvenir shops have some really bright lights on Alistair. Facing on the street. They're kind of blinding sometime at night.
We continue to kind of go through that from code enforcement perspective, right? If there's something that we think is, yeah.
None?
The nighttime code enforcement drive around scheduled for myself on July the 8th.
Okay.
Do you have a driver?
Mhm.
Do you have a driver?
It needs team effort.
So maybe I gotta.
It's gonna be a long night.
At Boyer or something.
Officer Boyer.
Call me, I'll go with you.
Car to go with there. I thought it was.
Okay. All right, item W is discussion on repairing more streets and potholes.
Yep, I think we just had that discussion
Yep.
a little bit ago.
Okay. Item X, discussion on affordable housing.
I think we had that also.
Yeah, moving forward with them, yeah.
Okay, item Y, discussion on installing speed limit signs on city streets, including 11th Street and Avenue J.
Me. Seems like we have a lot of street issues. After having a couple of people come to our last meeting, I drove around and noticed we do have lack of speed limit signs on a lot of streets. I realized on Station Street, other than around the school, there are 0 speed limit signs. Like all the way down, I went all the way down to Ashby Lane and came back.
Yeah.
And other than the school, like,
School zone.
there was 0. Avenue J doesn't have any. I went down 11th because there was somebody here last week talking about, very little. There were 2 going each way. And I just feel like as you turn, especially off Avenue G, there needs to be one pretty close. And the first one was down past Sandburr. And I didn't go down every street, but I went down a lot. But we do have lack of
Yeah.
speed limit signs. And when you live here, you know, we kind of know the speed limits, but tourists or new people. But especially, I was surprised at Station Street not having any other than what the school has put up. So that's just my thoughts.
Especially on this racetrack end.
Yeah. Yeah.
So since we're talking about 11th Street,
Mhm.
what would be the possibility of putting speed bumps?
Oh. I've already gone round and round with him with it.
Well, I didn't talk to Joel about it.
In
In
the-
cities, that's what they do.
Here's,
You
in
just-
other cities, no, they don't work. Here's what speed bumps do. Speed bumps create a bunch of noise from braking and acceleration of engines. And studies have shown that all speed bumps do is cause cars that are speeding to come in fast, hit their brakes, go over the speed bumps, and then accelerate above what they were speeding to make up for their lost time. It's great for the person who lives right in front of the speed bump, but it increases speeds for the houses in between the speed bumps. Most cities, the other problem with speed bumps is everyone starts requesting them. And once you start down that path, you end up being a city of speed bumps. And you talk to most planners and they avoid them at all costs. It's
11th
just,
Street is like a raceway. So
and it'll
any
be,
idea-
and it'll be worse because in between the speed bumps, they'll go even faster.
So how
that-
close they are together.
Yeah, and
What happens is there's so many golf carts that people fly around the golf carts. I see that a lot.
well, they're supposed to be. Golf carts are slow moving
Right,
vehicles.
But
They're
that's
supposed to have an
they go
emblem on the
fast.
back of them and you're supposed to pass them.
In the turning lane. That's why 11th Street has the turning or passing
Yeah.
lane, turning lane.
I just feel like they go faster
Some
because
of
they
them
were
do
making
go
up for,
fast. They
well, they're
pass
making
me
up
on
for
the
lost
beach.
time. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we can certainly start by adding speed limit signs, maybe even the ones that have the flashing illumination around them that we have in other spots in town. Just to, let people know to slow down.
Can you change the speed limit on 11th Street, or is that a bad idea?
What is it?
What is it?
It's 30.
30.
There's
I-
no sign.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to drive a long way, but it's 30, which.
Thought it was 30 all through the neighborhood.
I mean, the best way to combat speeding is your police.
Oh,
I think signage and.
I think we can start with sign, and maybe you do reduce the speed limit to 20.
20 and all of it. We go that slow anyway, you're either behind a golf cart or somebody.
Well, you don't want to
Do
go
we have
so
any old
slow.
cop cars
You don't want to
that
go
we
so
can just
slow
park
that
somewhere?
you're.
Cause
Yeah.
that's like a speed bump.
Yeah.
You just stash a cop car somewhere and people see that cop car, that's a speed, that people slow way
Never
down.
sits around it when they go
Yeah.
by the lights go off.
I don't think you want to, I mean, reducing speed, it definitely impacts your mobility and you're getting people moving around town. The slower you go, the less people you move.
I think 30's okay speed
30 's
limit on that.
We just
If
need
people
some
will
sign.
do that.
I think signage is clear
Yeah.
because
Yes.
you can't enforce anything if it's not
G Street?
disclosed, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't know anything, so I mean, just have, basically have the signs. Now the police, you can act on it because it's 30 and if you're going 40, 45, 50, I'm gonna give you a ticket. I think. But if there's no sign there, they can say, well, I didn't know where the speed limit.
Remember that they teach you their speed limit, I have a sign is 30 miles an hour.
Really? I took drivers that a long time ago. And most people don't take drivers ed anymore. They learn from their parents. Just sign up on the papers.
Percent on this, I guess.
It has been about 45 years.
There's a sticker that's on the steering wheel. Doesn't it say move right? That says
Yes.
something like you should move to the right. Yes.
I don't think it does that.
So, but I-
It's not on-
yeah, it's in the ordinance. I
But
know
you
I
could
read
put
it.
You could put it on the
I
list.
know I've read it somewhere, but like I've gone at 28 miles an hour to pass a golf cart and had people try to weave into me and yelling at me. And I'm like, I'm not on vacation, man. I'm just trying to get home. So I just don't know if there was something that could be added from the rental side that we're just, because on 11th, she's right, is a lot of people end up getting in a lane and then the golf cart's moving further to the left to try to stop them from passing and they're getting up to 40 to get around them and then coming back over. But then some golf carts will move over to the side and go around them 28 and blink your hazards and say thank you and keep going. But yeah, almost had a guy try to run me off the road in his golf cart when I was in my truck one day and then.
That's not very smart.
He wanted to fight me over this.
What about
I heard
a
it.
sign for the golf carts keep right or slower traffic keep right?
Yeah, just some, but I do know it's, I've read it somewhere. It was in the ordinance, not the sticker, just.
It's in the.
Somewhere.
ordinance. That's it. We can put on the stickers. We can.
Yeah, I mean, no kids driving is also on the stickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah.
Put more on there.
I was only gonna do 5 more police
Yeah.
officers. Now we're up to 10.
We have 100 signs that say don't get on Highway 361 and they still do.
But it felt.
It has helped a
Oh.
lot. It has.
It has helped.
It's helped.
I don't see.
So administering
They
a
use-
literacy.
They still. Then they didn't see the signs.
Okay, so,
More speed limit signs.
okay, more speed limit signs on 11th Street is what everyone,
And station
Wants.
also, they need.
But
Well,
what
we
are-
really need to survey town.
Okay.
And see if we're lacking them elsewhere too.
so we need to do a town
I
search.
mean, station, all of
I
them.
was surprised that there were, I didn't see.
Chat GPT won't do this for us.
That's what I said.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Luckily, there's several stop signs on Station Street, right? 11th Street.
yeah,
You can just
Yeah.
rip from one side to the other.
yeah.
Will
Yeah.
Avenue G need to slow down when people accelerate coming off of 361? They normally will accelerate and now we're gonna have a stoplight where they're gonna be stopping quicker. Is that 30 or 35
Where?
in G?
30.
G's 30.
Big 30.
30.
G from Allister to the beach is 30, in the other direction's 35.
Cause it's
Got
the
it.
highway.
Yes.
I think we should look at all.
We should
speed
what?
limit signs everywhere.
You don't
Not
need to go
everywhere,
crazy,
look
but-
at them everywhere.
Yes.
You're
it
still
definitely
going
needs some-
60 from the post office end to G Street.
Well, Those,
It's
that's a police thing.
Huh? Yeah, that's it. Well, it might be.
He's one of them. Yeah. All right. I just think there needs to be some more speed limit.
Speed bumps. People with rumble strips across the street.
No, the best thing right now that people are moving to, it's called calming devices. So it's different ideas like making your streets narrower so that it
Focuses.
makes people focus and slow down naturally, or you come into a whole bunch of little, like you'd come down 11th Street and it would have like a little grass median square thing in the front where you got to slow down and you kind of swerve around it. So different ideas like that is really what people are going to
Just
calm.
take it.
Nah, not so much roundabouts, just objects.
Yeah.
Just different street designs that
More things to landscape.
force people to, yeah, exactly.
Taken from the.
Well, they could be hardscape, but it's different shapes of roads to slow people down for the whole length of the road.
Or potholes.
Somewhere for a kid to be playing and get run over.
Yeah.
Hey, my wife was the first one to line up for a speed bump and I said, no.
Oh, yeah.
On Lantana.
Yeah, I said, no.
Need one there.
You'd have dinner with that.
But I'll tell you what, you guys could change the speed bump policy in about 10 months.
Yeah. So typically in a city, like you said, like speed bumps, cities will have ordinances and then they'll do a traffic study. And then you have the traffic study has to warrant the necessity of a speed bump. Like when I lived in Corpus many years ago, my street, the neighborhood, same thing. Everyone on the street had to sign a petition. Every single person in this, who lived on the street had to sign a petition to turn into the city of Corpus requesting a traffic study to see if we needed a speed bump. And based on the traffic that went down the street, and if it was enough that met the city ordinance in Corpus, then they would agree to come in and put in a speed bump. And that's what happened. So it wasn't just the city arbitrarily throwing them out there, So I think that's the part of it is, and we don't probably even have an ordinance on speed bumps, but I think if that's something we wanted to pursue, I think we'd have to get some input and buy-in from everyone who was on that street. I mean,
Right. And I'm just saying the result of
Right,
speed bumps.
may
is-
not- yeah.
is people speeding at a higher rate of speed in between the speed bumps to make up for lost time.
I
And then the break, so
agree
there's a
that
lot
that's
of it's what they've learned from speed bumps is that there's a lot of unintended consequences that end up being worse than the speed bumps, than the speeding itself. And there's better ways to combat it through officers or, radar lights or.
crosswalks arbitrarily makes people stop.
With-
So maybe we'll just crosswalk off, flashing yellow lights, yeah.
I do not stop the
Yeah.
crosswalks.
Yeah.
That one on 361. You never pay attention to that.
Oh, my God.
At least I don't.
Okay.
I'm a bad.
Signs everywhere.
A sign survey,
This
a
one has
speed
to
limit
crosswalk
survey
either.
for item
All right.
Y.
And 3 others almost at least.
Make a note.
Okay,
Speed bump in May, that's what we just said.
speed bumps in May, that's it.
Get 'em up.
Gonna be an interview question. How do you feel about speed bumps? Okay, he's our guy. She's our. All right. Item 6.
Break time?
Can we break?
Policy items for consideration. Okay, is there anything that someone wants to put on the agenda that wasn't discussed? Maybe you didn't turn your ideas in time. Maybe you just thought of something like speed bumps that you want to have considered. Is there anything that this is the section, right? So policy considerations.
Somebody briefly mentioned a little bit, the Royal Palm Cemetery.
Mhm.
It's very unlevel. What, an elderly person would have a hard time walking across there for sure. So there's a way to get some leveling done, and definitely since it's Royal Palm, it'd be nice to have some Royal Palms out there. right?
Mhm.
And there's some other landscaping that maybe doesn't require a lot of water. Oleanders grow anywhere.
Were there
Just a-
royal palms out there at one time?
I have no idea, but it's called Royal Palm, so I would think you'd want to have. some.
That's the street. Oil Palm's the street.
Yeah.
There are some?
There's some queen palms. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a queen palm, for sure.
Is that a royal
I was gonna
palm?
say that will make it-
Yeah.
I tried those once.
So the cemetery,
Oh, there you go.
In the cemetery, we are gonna discuss Hutton City Secretary's area because it does need, it's got some issues.
Yeah, and if you read Fran's item, there is some adjustments, not necessarily the things you mentioned specifically, Kelly, but that might be an area that we can beef up that request and include some of these additional items.
The front section close to the highways. Somebody brought in, I think, Pilot Construction maybe.
We did that years ago. Because it was flooded really bad. Mayor Brown had us do that.
So where they stopped that, there's a pretty good ditch running through there. To get to the section where they didn't do. But just, if it's possible to get some. Little nicer leveling and landscaping, that would be nice.
I have requested 50,000 for that. We can go more, but what we're seeing out there right now is some of the headstones due to the, the ground settling and, it's causing some of those headstones to tip over. So we've had to repair some. The most expensive one was over $1,000. So we brought in a company to help lift that up and repair it, to help stabilize it. Talked to David, and I think we're gonna require, it's in the packet, but we're gonna require a base foundation for those bigger monuments and headstones to go on. So it's in the packet for y'all to review, but we know there is a need out there for some leveling and the landscaping, so and some beautification, yes.
Is there any irrigation in the ground right now?
There is not.
there's a really old, but it's been turned off for a long time. And I think there's well heads.
I was gonna say,
back.
a well's not that expensive.
Right.
In the overall scheme of things.
I think there's 5 old well heads, but that was before my time and before my predecessor's time. I don't know when they put them out there or when they ran. But the irrigation's been cut off since before I was.
Right.
So that would be far more expensive than the well.
I don't
'cause
remember
you could
ever being
Do
there.
a well for 7 or 8 grand.
Mhm.
I mean, assuming it had the
Yeah.
capacity.
I want to say the irrigation's cut off Heartbeat, and then Heartbeat and Sand shifted a lot of things out there, so I don't think.
Okay. We can continue to talk about that when we get to Fran's item, but I think those are all good thoughts and yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of doing some of those things for sure.
You're gonna put it in this year.
Well, didn't want to go too far. Any other items? And then we can certainly break for lunch if we're ready, but is there any, and I know we can add after the break too, but any,
We'll be here about 11:45.
okay? Well, we can then, any other policy items?
I gotta go.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we take a break?
So
Well, lunch is at
Well, we got
11:45,
lunch in
so we
about
got
10
10
minutes.
minutes, so
So-
everyone can take a break, check their phones, go back to their office, come back for lunch, don't come back for lunch, but be back at lunch is 11:45?
Correct.
So I would say be back no later than 12:15. Does that work? 12:30? I mean,
Yeah.
but I mean, we don't need an hour to eat lunch, correct?
You know that they
Right.
have food for you all.
If you want to eat, you can eat in 10 minutes, and then do y'all want to start back at 12:15, or do you want to take a longer break for an hour?
That's good. We're gonna go do the same thing.
Oh, that's,
I'll be back up on the
Yep.
fence here.
no problem. All right. Yep, we are adjourned. Okay. We won't start without you.
thank you.
We won't start.
But you have to come back. You can't show up like
Yeah.
6. Like,
Back, I
come
left
ready.
all my stuff.
Well, those little mini bikes are not even class 3.
Right.
Are you
At
allowed,
all.
illegal, are you allowed to take?
Yeah.
What about, there were 2 dirt bikes.
What Corpus is doing.
You drive those down?
If they're street legal.
They gotta have a license. Yeah, they
Right,
got.
you'd have to have a full license. It'd have to be like an enduro bike.
Like some of the things I take at night,
Yeah, yeah, like you could go down to,
Oh,
you know, Wendy's.
I've taken
40.
fish oil before,
Glucosamine, that's vitamin C.
and the problem is if it isn't fully digested.
Magnesium, and that'll be 12.
Yeah,
Because that's in there.
Take all those.
Yeah.
Glucosamine, my creatine,
Yeah.
vitamin C.
Do you feel that glucosamine,
Wait, Piper Channel?
feel glucosamine?
Behind Allen.
One
Behind the airport.
I've taken it before, but I don't think
Oh.
I've stayed
I mean,
dedicated
it's-
to it long enough.
This thing,
Take 2 weeks off.
it's airport property.
So.
It
Okay.
takes so long to build up.
That's the key.
But you know what I go and do? If I feel like that's not doing it, I go over to Survive and I get
Dig that
injections.
thing deep.
Or-
I mean, we could, I mean,
Oh, everything you can imagine.
Yeah.
All of it, huh?
That's what kind of.
Or like glucose.
We would have to
Any-
get
any
clearance
vitamin
from
you can
Tex-
imagine.
I heard they did a bunch of
Aviation
bees.
doesn't want
Got a lot of
any,
B in there.
they don't want you to do anything that
bees in
increases bird activity.
B12.
So increasing additional water,
I'm so tired today. I'm having to do my spark, which was B6, B12.
I mean, if you need like, yeah.
yeah.
Things they can do, right? But I mean, just the general
Did over there.
ones, some of them
The,
use.
the other issue is that the fill that they use is gonna be select grade. It's not gonna be sand, almost all of it. Like when you
Do you
watch
take the?
what they brought
usually
in for the
glucose
select
and
fill
convert
over at the
together?
micro
Do you do
building,
that?
it's not sand, it's
Yeah.
all
But
imported
is it
select
together?
fill that's
It is those two.
engineered.
I quit taking these for 2 weeks.
No, you gotta start from the ground up. You can't have bad.
See, and I think I just
you can't
haven't
have
stayed
sand
consistent
underneath.
long enough to get
Stack
to the
select
point where I
fill on
know
top
it was
of it.
better. But my
You gotta
These
dig
aren't
down to
bad.
some point.
my hands, but
Better now, it's 51 and they did it.
Yeah, very highly compacted sand.
but you're thin too. You know, every pound you have is 4 pounds of pressure on your knees. I know, 51. Poor baby. I know, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
It's called me dunk on it, which I learned means.
yeah, I don't know if it saves you anything. You're gonna have to get
That-
permission from TxDOT Aviation.
Yeah.
If you're if
Well,
you're
I've
mining
next
on that
decade,
property.
so
Where's your? There was being left over on the way.
I don't,
across the decade.
I don't think so. Those guys, it's so expensive. They bring exactly what they need.
What, 4 feet, 5 feet, the whole minute.
Yeah.
The refining, they bring the RV over for all the fishing.
Yeah, I've seen that. Is that where y'all go?
She has that mobile.
Yeah, she has the mobile deal that.
Uh-huh, and Padre.
You
the
can do-
shopping
you
center,
can do the
the
sand.
Very first shopping center after you.
It,
turn onto
like right now, like all our new
Highway
buildings,
358.
no, none of them
Uh,
built on sand.
There's like.
It's all, they're all structural.
That's
piers.
straight through the CBO.
It's like a.
They're not just sitting on sand.
Further down where
None
like the
of-
bank is and Scuttlebutt
Yeah,
used to
yeah,
be and
it's-
all that, but it's the, yeah, a little closer.
Very low profile.
Yeah,
It's super nice.
Yeah.
Super
Crazy
nice.
that
I
feels so
usually
much
just
better.
walk in.
That
If I'm
just-
gonna, if I want to purposely get like an IV, then I'll go and like make.
I mean,
an appointment.
sand's good.
Compaction's the only product of the only substrate there is.
And you always do them via
Yeah.
IV?
But no one builds
I
on
use
it here.
Shots, so like.
Oh, okay.
once
Commercially.
I Go get like vitamin D and B12 or, you know,
Mhm.
whatever, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, it's
But,
okay for a
but
house slab, but once you
if I
start getting,
Really feel achy.
bigger than that,
crazy
it
I mean-
moves too much.
Whatever.
Do they, how long do IVs take?
Minutes.
Not
And
too
they're
bad.
really
Problem with
the order they want, but
Yeah.
they're in alphabetical order.
Okay.
There's a trash.
Yeah, but there's.
More bites on
That just polish it up. Sweet.
All right, we'll start back up with item 7, and that's the department request for consideration. Item Z, we'll start with the administration, and I believe that will be handled by Francesca. So come on to the front, dear.
Or
Or
we'll get to
somebody, or
the-
y'all will just do it.
We'll
I
do
don't-
it first and then she'll get to the cemetery part.
Okay,
We'll
that's
do the first part. In these, the departments are in alphabetical order. If y'all want to do them any different, then it was just easy to put the tabs in alphabetical order, so that's what we did. We talked about this earlier, actually under the landscaping for City Hall and Civic Center, and that's with this completion coming through. The surrounding sidewalks and asphalt need a facelift, and we need to budget that in the next year's budget. The Bulkhead Park, we had the presentation, actually that's it. The Bulkhead Park, as I mentioned, we have 4.4 million left out of that bond as of today, because we did take 4 million for the rec center's construction, but the design is a priority project and we're working forward with that design. Streetscape project, this is just taken from ETSA's presentation they did last month. And we're gonna work with timing of issuing those bonds. Mark McCliney will be here at the July meeting. Is it Mark or Andrew? Is it Mark?
Yeah.
Mark is gonna be here at the July meeting. And the phasing of this project that's presented here, remember they said can be all flip-flopped around to what streets we want to do when. That was just their example of how they would phase it out. Council AV needs on your July agenda. We will have the AV needs for this room. It's gonna be, the bid we have is 148,000. It's gonna have a completely new, of course, audio system, a new visual system that the cameras, we did a demonstration and it's pretty cool. The cameras will zero in on who's talking and make it much better for streaming our meetings. Clearer, you're gonna see us better. Like right now, you see the dais and David's cut off, or possible, depending on how it's positioned, Dale might be cut off. So it's pretty good. It's under it's NCS, the same company we've been using for all the AV needs throughout our new construction. And that's going to be on your meeting in July, but really the budget is gonna mainly be out of next year's budget. So I wanted to mention it. We are not looking at any type of COLA adjustment or anything for the pay scale. We are requesting though that the 3% step increase for those that are eligible, they would still get the step increase, which we have 10 steps on our pay plan. So we usually hire someone at the base rate and then they progress through the steps for their years of experience, but they max out on step 10. So if somebody's maxed out for, the duties that are required of that position, when they hit 10, they're pretty much maxed out. They would need to improve their job skills to go into a different job to continue to receive further compensation. There's only there's 3 positions that are not on the pay scale. That is the ACM finance, myself, the police chief, and of course the city manager. The 2 individuals, myself and police chief, are requesting the same 3% increase, but no adjustment to our pay scale proposed. And technology, so we have grown and grown and grown.
Back up real quick.
Yes.
What triggers a COLA adjustment? Obviously, there's no cost of living adjustment this year, but what metric is it that we watch to say, hey, what inflation's done this?
Applications is what we've traditionally done. Applications and empty positions. And we're getting applications.
Okay.
We're getting people to apply at the pay rate that we have changed our scale to.
Supply and demand, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Darla, can you remind us what we did last year?
No, I can, but I don't have go to my PC open. I can't remember. Did we just do we didn't do we didn't do a COLA. We haven't done a COLA in 2 years.
And that was 8.1.
Yes, that was a little over 8%. We got our starting rate up to an even $19 an hour for our laborer type positions. And that, I believe that was 2 years ago. I don't think we did. I think last year was just the steps. It was just a 3% if eligible for step. We did 15% about 5 years ago. I think we did 15, then we did a 3, then we did an 8. Then last year, 3 step if needed. I could get locked back logged onto my computer, but it was just a 3% step last year. But our technology, we do have a technology person now that is working on the public safety area, the police, helping us support EMS and fire. The addition of Sparky that we did, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
But Peggy is our only technology person, and just maintaining our 200 emails is a lot. I can't remember if it's 200. It's quite a few because we're getting ready to transition that over to Outlook away from Rackspace. Actually issued the PO this morning.
The new Outlook as well.
It's better than Rackspace.
Oh, I agree.
Mess up the train.
Let JB take all my computers back to the old Outlook.
I agree. I use classic Outlook.
Yeah.
I have not upgraded to the new Outlook. I tried it. And anyway, that's a whole nother.
Okay, you should have same experience.
But I think for them, and y'all are not on your Rackspace email all the time, like these people do function every single day.
Oh, God.
They have to have a change. So whether it's classic Outlook, whether it's new Outlook, it's a whole lot better than Rackspace. So
We're gonna have them, they're coming over, they're migrating. Our history will be there. And that's a big part of it.
What about like the item?
Right, that's, Rackspace to me is almost the exact same thing as Outlook, the traditional Outlook. I don't notice really any difference by the way I utilize it. It's just what I'm used to. But they do max your mailboxes. So, I'm on my second mailbox. Nicole's getting ready to go to her third. Oh, you're
yeah,
on your
that's
third.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on my
Absolutely
second.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I've had to go like log out of my
Yeah.
email, I'll get to another email, to look at old stuff, log back out, figure out which one.
But no, our history is coming and you need that for open records because, we do get open records requests sometimes on
Yeah.
email interaction, any and all. Yeah. And that's what they put, any and all emails pertaining to, really. But we really do need that technology assistant and we will have a place now for a technology assistant. So
There's nothing that and I agree, Peggy needs help, for sure. But if not any of these aspects of this IT, whether it's emails or hosting or IT, that can be outsourced, that you would want to have outsourced, you need IT people staff wise to be able to go to your computer and help you and assist you. Completely understand. But is there not anything that could be better served in an outsourced capacity?
Yes, you can always outsource things, but traditionally they have to be here hands-on working on your stuff. They can dial in and that type of thing, but we used to outsource a lot of the PD and it cost us more and they physically had to come in.
And the quality was not.
Couldn't find somebody, yeah.
No. The quality wasn't there and you're not in control and then they have a problem and then they leave. And if that communication line isn't open fully to where your staff person understands everything they did, then you start pointing fingers at who did what.
Yeah.
And we had that problem with the company when we were outsourcing.
From a day-to-day standpoint, I completely agree. I'm just thinking about migrating 200 people to Microsoft
They are assisting us with that.
Okay, good.
Is my understanding. Peggy, if she's listening, she could run in here right now, but, yeah, I think,
There'll be some, yeah.
yes, there is some assistance for that. And I put this in here that we're doing that. That is probably going to be done before September. She's starting on it now. But there's a lot. But just like these AV needs and the camera needs and rapid access controls and it's,
Especially if we get all the new stuff in.
Yes.
It's gonna be heavy.
it's going up a lot. So it's really time to add that position to the budget. So, but now it is city secretary. Now we can talk cemetery some more.
So I am requesting $50,000. We did increase that based on, going out there and leveling some of the land and everything. Colleen might be able to help chime in because her department oversees the grounds out there. It is very, wavy out there. We do have headstones that are falling because of the grounds deteriorating underneath them. I know within the past year, we've spent over $1,100 trying to repair one that's already fallen. We just spent $800 recently repairing another headstone out there. It is unsafe for our staff to be mowing out there and around there because it could fall. It is unsightly out there for our visitors of the cemetery. So we want to try to maintain the beauty of the cemetery and, kind of come in and level. I don't know, David and I talked about maybe requiring a cement, foundation for our, for individuals coming out there putting headstones in, to help stabilize those, because that's they don't have anything underneath them, as far as I'm aware. And David Brown might be able to attest to that. He already put nothing underneath them to help keep them straight and not moving all over.
There's an inconsistency in how each family chooses to manage their site. Some people buy their own stones and install them themselves. Some people have a professional company come in, and that's when a base is done properly and a headstone's professionally installed, and those fare better than ones that, have either been out there since before they did that or were done themselves. And so Brandon and I have talked about just overall consistency in management of the space and the requirements on each, plot owner, in what they're allowed to put out there. And we've worked on trying to better communicate with new plot owners, the expectations and the ordinance that they're bound by when they get a spot out there. The troublesome part is folks we don't have communication with, or people that, are no longer have family members around, so then that falls on us to maintain. But I think moving forward, requiring proper foundations of stones will help prevent us from having to take on this cost, because we're paying more for headstone management than the plot cost itself. So it's not really a feasible thing to continue.
Well, it's a old cemetery relative to our time frame, right? It's not certainly historic in that it's, like you see some cemeteries from the 1800s or whatever, but I do know that I've had several people concerned about their loved one's stone maybe not being in the right spot. So I think in this process, if there's a way, and I see that you have headstone assessment inventory, I think it'd be important to have that in there. And maybe you have, I don't know, but to where if a family comes to you and says, I'm looking for great grandma Ethel's stone, do you know where it is? I mean, do we have a digitized version of that, or is it like an old piece of paper? Did we get out some big map from 1965? I mean, yeah, I'm sure you do. And so, yeah, so I think that needs to be in here, right? So that's easily accessible for you or the next person or whoever it is. And if there's a way to kind of because once you go and level everything up, then there's going to be some movement again. So to really making a better map plan, if you will, but yeah, I had to get in the middle of a 2-family situation, and I was like, y'all need to get together. I don't know how to fix this. But I do think, yes, all those repairs are needed. And going forward, there should be a policy so that ensure the future stones that are placed correctly. Maybe our policy is if you have a plot or you purchase a plot, then you have to use XYZ company to install it. There, you know, so that it's done to the specifications that we want.
I'm planning on putting in, the current agreements, those specifications for the actual, you know, the concrete, you know, for them to put on. The pad for them to put in. So that will be incorporated into, and I put examples, I put, you know, our agreement in there, but I'll put those dimensions and everything, and what it needs to be, and that, city staff member needs to go out there and check it before they actually place the headstone on the, pad area.
How much availability do you feel like is still there? Quite a bit, right?
There's still quite a bit. A lot is towards 360.
Mhm.
So, you know, next to the theater, there's a lot on that side of it.
And then how is that even accessible?
They have a little alleyway that they go down, right? Like that. To, in the cemetery, they have like little easements they drive down.
It is just,
But-
you should look at a map sometime.
Yes.
No,
But
I-
there are maintenance corridors. However, in the past, predating any staff here, people were put in some of those maintenance corridors. So then you get into the discussion of, are you going to open those back up? Because I think an elderly person, you know, trying to go visit a family member, that's sad that they
Yeah.
might not be able to reach their person.
Right.
So talking about putting in a walkway or something, I don't think we can do that without moving things.
There are definitely people because before my time, there was people placed in those easements that I think they were originally designated easements, but I'm not sure who sold them or way before me.
Probably
So
the
they are
families just
definitely,
doing whatever
yeah.
they wanted, they may have been.
or yeah, they could have been
Not
doing
even through the
it.
city, they just said, this is where my family member's going.
And they're marked.
They are marked but they are definitely not in a walkway. They're in the walkway, so not in the actual plots,
Well,
plotted area.
yeah,
But the section that not many people are in, it would be easy to put those
Yeah.
easements in and level. And
Oh,
maybe
for
have an
future.
exterior way to get
Yeah.
in.
sure, absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
We can start with that now.
yeah.
Cobblestone sidewalk or pavers or something that's.
Even if it's a granite trail, I mean, just something, yes, ADA was gonna be important, but yeah, to be able to get people access to those spots.
Extremely unlevel.
Okay.
So it's 50,000 enough.
No.
No,
No,
no.
Is that,
Mm-mm.
that is definitely not.
Okay.
Discussing what you're talking about being level, if you're saying leveling a walkway, so it's ADA compliant, that's something feasible. Leveling existing plots across the cemetery, less feasible, because you have monuments of all shapes and sizes at all different depths. I mean, if you're looking for a golf course, you know, greenway, like
Mm-mm.
It's not gonna happen.
it's not gonna be 50,000, it would be a massive, like.
The sec- Where they brought in the fill and then where it butts up to the new part, there's a valley through there. And that's what I was meaning to like level that valley out.
Just the grade.
Yes.
So it's no.
Yeah, so maybe if for
Maybe
future,
that's a place to put pathway.
like for purchases, of plots, you know, for future, before they bury their loved one, maybe we go in there and level it out and make sure it's as level as we can get it. Maybe we bring in some builder for that specific, you know, burial or those plots, to see if we can try to help the groundmanship and everything.
I think that you could do an examination or a plan to level it all and then see what it costs and then see how much we have as a city to budget towards that. And maybe we seek donations or something else if we want to go ahead and do those things, or maybe it's done in stages. But I mean, I think you could at least look at it rather than just say, well, we can only do one thing. I mean, let's see what the expense is and then come back and figure out what works within the budget. Cause you're right, $50,000 is just a guess. Maybe it's a great guess. I don't know. But,
Let's get our little palms.
150.
not to get the royal palms. We gotta have royal palms too, or a little more landscaping. But I agree, yeah. And the new road looks great. And the things, I mean, the improvements that were done are much, but much better. I know in the events that are held out there, like at the Reese Across America event that's held in December, the VFW was very pleased with the road and how better it was. And so it looks, y'all have done a great job. So this will be kind of like you said, taking it to the next level. No pun intended. Okay.
Thank you, Fran.
You doing airplane?
Let me can.
Yeah.
All right, airports, no, library's next. Oh,
Well,
I'm sorry.
in your
Library's not
binder,
here, but it
yeah,
needs to be air-
in your binder, it's just alphabetical order on the list. It's not. This was Chris brought in his desire. His large upcoming item for the next year will be the jet fuel tank. Approximate cost is 225,000. I think it would be ramp grant eligible for 100,000. So we need 125,000. Would have to come from the general fund. Cause
no text dot, excuse me, no Parks and Wildlife grant for that. Coast Guard money?
Coast Guard money?
Yeah,
They got
They wanna do that.
defunded. They're gonna buy it.
they're funded up again.
They did.
Yeah, no.
I think they told us they'd buy the fuel if we put it in.
Okay, well.
Right-
Okay,
Right now, we usually make around $1 a gallon. Concrete and containment, he has $90,000, 45,000 is piping and electrical, 40,000 is permitting. And where is that concrete?
It's for alterations and repairs to the existing fuel facility.
As are the canopies to cover actually both the existing and the new. Mhm. That's another 15, 25,000 he just has in budget for miscellaneous costs, which we do all the time. And the cell system we use is called QT Pod, where people can purchase the system remotely. It's on Wi-Fi. It would cost another 10,000 to add that existing system to both tanks, the jet fuel tank and the current tank. So your jet fuel alone, you're looking at 235 basically, because you got to have a way to sell it. So you
Yeah.
got to put the 10 in there. Now, I don't know how close that number is. It could be a little low.
What,
Could be high.
225?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. We'll find out.
I guess this is out for bid.
Not yet.
No.
what did you say earlier about it, David? That you're working?
Yeah,
Putting it-
we're the draft RFP is about at 95%.
Okay,
So you'd have 235 there for that. And then to pave the existing taxiway area would be probably about 475,000. So if you do that with your tank, you're looking at probably about and the other 90,000, you're looking at close to an $800,000 budget for the airport, which general fund is where you're gonna have to take it. I don't think you could do it all in 1 year.
no ramp grants or.
Yeah, the
other-
taxiway is something that maybe we could,
Apply for another grant for.
look for something.
A separate.
Yeah. So I don't-
Because we're, the ramp grant this year, we ate it all up with the fencing. None of it went towards operations.
Mhm.
So, and for the jet fuel tank, it'd be the same way. The whole thing would go towards the tank and, not operations, but,
Yeah, Chris just wanted to mention the taxiway because he thinks it's a heavy lift and it's probably a couple years down the road.
don't want it to fall off the radar for what's needed. And I don't know what kind of profit margin if jet fuel would have a larger,
One thing that's not on here is the utilities extensions to the new lease areas.
Yep. That you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Well, if you get jet fuel, you will have an increase in traffic and people will come and fuel. I mean, that's part of the problem why we
Yeah.
don't have a lot of people who can technically land there, even with the, shortened runway or shorter runway. There's the fact that there's no fuel makes them just go somewhere else. So I'm not gonna say that that's gonna make it some super profitable department, but
Right.
I mean, it will increase traffic and you will have people that use it, so.
Dave, when you're talking about the utility extension, is that for the potential new hangars, or is there some other utilities that are needed just in the new parking area?
No, that's just to the lease area.
That you were talking about earlier.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah,
New hangar lease area.
yeah, just to kind of get them somewhere in this neighborhood right in here.
Hangar lease / possible office also for Parks and Wildlife. Some office space.
And then when the animal
Could be
shelter,
very, yeah, could be difficult pending, because I do know the sewer in there is, I'm pretty sure it's all force main, which is a lot more of a pain in the ass to tie into. The water is a big water line. We know that because the fence guys drilled through it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so the utilities aren't gonna be easy getting to that location. It was hard getting them to Palladium, because they were coming this direction. So this is kind of no man's land, at least on this side. This is kind of no man's land.
Well, you're gonna need it for the animal shelter.
The big stuff's in there.
Mhm.
Well, the animal shelter, we're having to go, our sewer, we're having to go up to the intersection of Mustang, or Island Morris Parkway and Piper. So we're having to do that for sewer. So, and there is water on Piper. So that's, the animal shelter is not as bad. It's that frontage of the highway that's kind of no man's land as far as utilities go. It's all big stuff. Like force main, sewer, and stuff that's hard to tie into. But anyway, I'll come up with some numbers for that.
The power across the highway right now? Main, I feel like they're on the east side of the highway there.
The lines that, there's the big lines. No, I don't think there's no lines on that side.
Yeah, they're on the east side, I believe.
Yeah, they're all on the beach side.
Okay, anything else for the airport? Development services.
Policy act. We currently do annual fire inspections on all businesses in town. And that's done by our fire marshal, who is contracted. He goes out and does the inspection, and then our department collects the money from them. And it's been difficult for the past, to collect that afterwards. And so what we're asking for is to have all, and it's kind of twofold, to have all businesses register so that we've got all the contact information for all of these businesses. And when we have to get information out, it's not us physically going to every location to talk to somebody. We do emails, we've got good contacts for owners, managers, and that. And then we can also charge them for that fire inspection right at the beginning of the year, so that we don't have to spend as much time chasing down that money afterwards. I think over the years, we've lost quite a bit of money in not being able to collect, or taking a very long time to collect. Businesses have closed before we could have collected. So that's our ask, is for just an annual registration for businesses, make it very inexpensive, and then just have them pay for people that have physical locations that have to be fire inspected, for them to pay that fire inspection fee at the same time.
I don't think that's unreasonable. We talked about that a little earlier. Yeah, I mean, majority of that just is for your fire inspection fee, so.
So
Thank you.
businesses register every single year.
Well, they would just, they would update that information every year, register every year, pay their fire.
$800 includes
What did
the
you say?
fine.
Yeah, not.
No.
Sound like
No.
800.
Businesses on the island register every single year. Whether you're in the building, you're in your house, running your business or wherever, you register, right?
Just similar to contractors, if you're doing
Okay,
business and
okay.
programs, you're supposed to be registered, and that way we've got good contact
Okay.
information for people.
And part of that fee is upfront fire inspection.
Right, I would ask for just the registration to be a $25 fee. Physical location add on, they just pay their fire inspection fee at that, they're paying it right now. You know, various times of the year, whenever that inspection is done, lump it into one, so that we can. Comparable.
Only for the ones that require it, not all
Right.
businesses.
Okay.
Right, not all
Yeah.
businesses, only
Okay.
physical location businesses require that fire inspection fee. So there's a lot of businesses that will just be.
I think one of the benefits, obviously, of doing this is the contact information. Just for the emergency purpose alone, right? You put them then on our emergency services notification system, right? Then they sign up. So if there's, you know, whatever situation, we're evacuating for a hurricane, right? Or there's a gas outage, or there's a power outage, or whatever, then they get on that alert system, whoever that contact person is, you know. Right. It could be automatic. But just, yeah.
Did it to specific areas, had our gas outage, we were Googling businesses, you know, Google Maps, looking at who we needed to find and call, and it just added a lot of stress to a situation that was already stressful.
Yeah.
We just needed that.
Yeah, I think it's good. Okay. Any comments? Suggestions, questions? Okay,
Love to get that going by July 1st to 27th. Ordinance. We're ready for.
okay. Yeah. Super. Okay, all right. Emergency medical services. You're up, sir.
Well, going off the y'all packet, go to the first one here, the administrative assistant, downstairs office person, that's for the new station, same thing we brought up last year, but obviously the station wasn't gonna be built in time. And still don't really know when it's gonna be built, but when it is, it'd be nice to have somebody downstairs that look after the public that walk in and. You know, at the same time, be able to treat like some of the basic injuries if it's something minor that we come in to treat. In the packet, you can see all the different jobs and services and stuff that they would be assigned to and they would do as far as supply and inventory management. They can help with some of the staffing coordination. Somebody calls in sick and they're still certified, so then they can maybe cover for the truck in the meantime till somebody else gets in. It's just kind of an overlap position. It would be more of a business hour position, so it'd be ideally 8 to 5. So they'd be there during their working hours. After that, you know, there's a buzzer that would be on the front door that would be able to contact the people upstairs. But being that it's 2 different floors, so just think it's time to have somebody, and the amount of walk-in traffic the fire department and then EMS has on a daily basis is pretty high anyway. Not including just your inventory supplies and everything else getting dropped off and packages, so forth. So that would be the first request there.
Do y'all have any questions about that?
That's a very good idea. Very
Yeah,
needed.
I think it's a great idea. I think there's a lot, like you said, just for the walk-in stuff alone and people, you know, I know that a lot of things are treated on the scene or, you know, especially the beach stuff, but just in general, I'm sure there's people that, like you said,
There's a little treatment room down there where it'd be like an office and treatment room, so, you know, our jellyfish or stingrays, the people who come up and just, you know, got my finger and bandage it, you know, and just the amount of people that think that we're an ER anyway.
Right.
I mean, they just show up to the
Over
trailer
here.
for all the time, and it's like, hey, I'm sick, I'm hurt, I need this, that, and so, there's a lot more traffic there than one would expect.
well, I think in that big new beautiful building, you're gonna think people, I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna see people for sure. So either this is gonna be awesome or they are gonna think you're a hospital and you, I don't know, you may be opening up more than you, I don't know, but I do think it's probably a good idea, so.
Any other questions on that one?
Okay.
The next one on the slide is just, it's more of a market analysis with the compensation for, EMS. I know it's been a little while since we did more of a market analysis and the ones that we put on here, as you can see, is like the surrounding areas, Tri-County, Allegiance, Carnes, and kind of where we are versus where they are. And this being in mind, I spoke with each one of these chiefs individually, and this was all their market analysis or their raise that they went after almost 3 years ago. So at the time, I think we were one of the higher paid, and then they went after it, and now we're one of the lowest paid. And so you can just kind of see the chart there, where we're going and where we're recommending to go. Kind of a happy medium as well. Recommended, it was just a $3 across the board. But then the one below it shows more of being in line of where we need to be.
When was the last time your guys and ladies got an adjustment? Did we do that?
It would have been,
Well,
When we did across the board, or did we do something?
this is kind of a weird deal because
Right.
right before, when Ed was in charge, and they took us off the 10 scale completely.
Yeah.
And then the city did the major, whatever it was, 20% increase across the board, 15, and we weren't on a 10 scale, so we just completely got left off of that. There was 0 raises.
It was 21.
Yeah, every department except for EMS, I think, got a raise.
Mm,
99%. And then the following
I
year,
don't think we left anybody out.
we did we had to get back on the 10 scale. So we got back on. And then I believe it was the year after that is whenever we made the rates.
Yeah, we haven't had that many years since the 15% increase.
Which was it for everyone,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
right?
Yeah, but
mm-hmm.
like I said, everyone not involved.
You were on the pay scale.
Whenever the first year I took over, whenever we came in, I was advised that we were not on the pay scale, period, that we got taken
Do you
off.
remember not being on the step and grade? You've
Yeah.
always been classified on a pay grade. Yeah, you've always been on the pay grade.
I guess go back and look at the history of the.
I will, right. I
Yeah.
will say that I don't know what the surrounding areas are schedule wise. We're 48 on 72. Fair Labor Standards Act, anything over 40 hours is still automatic overtime for EMS. It's not like fire. Fire has an exemption of they have to go 106 hours in 2 weeks before they get overtime. EMS is 40-hour work weeks by federal law. So the next page just has what the total salaries were for the year per person. We'd have to look back at that. But I never remember y'all being off the pay scale, and neither
Well,
do you.
I know that.
Even if it was 5 years ago, it doesn't
Right.
matter. I'm just curious, like, how long has it been since there's been an adjustment? Yeah,
Not that I know for sure. we-
market adjustment, I guess is my question.
They're on the pay scale. They've gotten the market adjustments.
They've gotten the market adjustments.
And they get their
Everyone's
step.
Gotten it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I know that a few years ago, you switched out your EMTs down to a different thing and your paramedics, but y'all are on the pay scale. Anytime we do the 3%, they get it. Anytime we've done the market adjustment, that pay scale moves. They've been on it. You switched out your licensed paramedic.
We
Your
added-
paramedic. Yeah, you added the licensed paramedic. That was maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was the year that I was saying that we got back on there and then we created the positions of an intermediate and a licensed paramedic, because we have those positions. So we put those in there. And then that's whenever we built that, but I think that was, I want to say that was 24. Might have been 24. 23, 23.
or all these
24.
other, is Tri-County and all them, are they getting the OT you guys are getting? Or are they different?
Some of them do, some of them do. Some of them work a 48-72. Tri-County does. I think Carnes works a 48-96, and what's the other one? Allegiance is, they probably work as much if not. Well, I mean, they don't schedule it, but then pick it all up as their transport as well as an hour service. And they're always understaffed. And actually, and now with them, I think that, and their part-timers are totally different. They pay their part-timers, they start at 27 an hour.
How many crew have we lost over the last 5 years to these guys, since they're paying more?
I don't know about these guys, but like to the hospitals.
No, how many of our guys How many EMS paramedics have left Port A to go to any of these three? Never?
And Huda Hospital.
We lost Jason Galvan, we lost.
He left to become a nurse practitioner, not an EMT, not
And,
a
he went there
paramedic.
as a medic.
In nurse practitioner school too, though, right?
He was in school,
Okay.
but he still doesn't do that. He's still there as a paramedic.
And besides him, have we lost any in the last 3 to 5 years?
I know there was one that went to that back door of the safety officer, which is EMT on the side.
So it's not unusual to do a market study to make sure that you're competitive to other markets, right? We did it for PD and all, I mean, we did it for our labor force when we decided that, you know, the
Mhm.
starting pay of what I'm guessing the number 12 was not
Maybe
enough
20,
or whatever. So, I mean, basically this analysis is you doing that.
Correct.
Okay. So,
Yeah, this is just shows where we're at in relative to surrounding areas.
just surrounding areas.
And
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I mean, of course, I don't know, I didn't do a whole list, but just going off like your AI stuff, everything else showing that average paramedic pay in the state of Texas versus here. And then that doesn't go off of, and then on top of all that, I mean, you can look at our cost of living here versus our cost of living in Orange, single side, Barnes, San Antonio, anywhere else, which is dramatically higher. That's why half my people, or more than half of them, I think 21 of them listen.
Yeah.
You know, and then I will say on top of that, all part timers, which like on the Memorial Day, Labor Day, we run a third ambulance. And we are having an issue staffing that third ambulance because people aren't willing to come over and work and grab an extra shift whenever their other jobs still.
I mean, his current pay scale seems a little low. I have hostesses that make more money than this and they, considering our cost of living here, that's,
Well, then just the amount of training and the education, the continuing education, and then there's the aspect of the job, the mental side of things. I mean, there's a lot to it. And then now how advanced we are, you know, moving our department into blood transfusions and, you know, paralytic innovations and all the different IV pumps and vents and all the advanced skills that we have here that we kind of require to give our community, our tourists that are going to be 30 miles away from the hospital. You know, we are essentially trying to be their hospital as well.
With EMT and, I mean, anytime you see this much overtime pay, you think about how many more FTEs should I have as opposed to paying so much more overtime? Are you staffed correctly or do you need to actually hire more people so that the overtime goes down?
It's scheduled overtime, and if you end up, if you took it off of this, you're gonna be paying it between benefits and employees and adding on and doing the whole deal. So I mean, it's one or the other. You know, you could change the schedule and essentially if you change the schedule down to say a 48.96.
So if
Then you're gonna be adding 2 to 4
This
employees.
guy is sitting at
And then you're gonna be paying them as well as all their benefits.
125,000.
And that's just.
You know,
we're
so I think
seasonal here. I mean,
yeah.
there's times that we're
Okay.
real busy. Yeah.
Okay.
But-
That's just,
What's this?
Not been.
That's a
But
lot.
the overtime is a function of what your hours that you work, your schedule, right? Yeah, you're scheduled. It's not just like, we couldn't let the guy go home because we needed 10 more calls. You're scheduled that way. So that's a function of just the nature of
It's just how EMS.
right, just how EMS works.
They are loaded at a schedule for 2 weeks. They're either 105, 106 or 120. To be a 48 on 72, that's automatically built in the schedule. That's why, and on this, the pay where you see total, that is salary only, not loaded with benefits. That's just salary. Doesn't include the retirement cost, doesn't include
Right,
either.
right.
That's just,
That's any employee, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so if this was approved, these EMTs and paramedics would be jumping all my directors. Every one of them.
We also work 3,800 hours, not 2,008.
Well, they're on the clock. I wouldn't call it work. There's
They're not
different.
at home with their family.
Yeah.
It-
Well, it's not a comparison of there's a difference between being on the clock and working. Two different things.
So you don't think you should be paid to be on the clock?
Well, no, they are paid to be on the clock.
They are paid to be on the clock. I'm just saying it's very problematic when I got my whole EMS staff jumps all my director salaries. That's a problem. Because guess who's next in line to come to me and say, why am I making less than an EMT that has no employee responsibility whatsoever, doesn't answer to council, isn't in the face of the public? Yeah, that's a problem. You're adjusting everybody. It's not just one group. This will have a trickle down effect. It'll affect, I'm gonna have every director coming in next. Because there's a hierarchy right now. It's where it should be. Everyone's in order. Taking one big group and going, oh yeah, let's do a market study just for you guys and bump you ahead above everybody. That's going to cause problems. Telling you right now.
But we don't want to have people. I mean, I agree with you, Dave. You gotta have that, but we also don't want to be 4 paramedics short. Because they can go make a.
We haven't lost anyone.
We haven't lost a paramedic and it's,
proposed.
yeah.
So
So,
we're just now being at the lower end of the schedule, not the higher.
yeah,
So now that the market has increased,
And
that's,
I'm willing to bet you that every single one of those agencies this year go for a budget increase on top of what they're currently paying. I mean, if you go through the state, I mean, there's medics making $35, $37 an hour. There's medics making 29. They're getting $15,000 sign-on bonuses. They're getting, moved on. The amount, I mean, I think I even have it.
You're right, Daniel. We can't compare ourselves to the big city numbers. Just like you can't compare a city manager for me, you can't compare me to Peter Zanoni in Corpus, who makes almost triple my salary, or a chief of police. Yes, we know you can go find numbers all over the state where we end up being short. But the fact of the matter is, you got to look at things. How many have left? That's the biggest, that's how I judge where these salaries are. How many people are you having a problem where you're a revolving door and it's and hiring is a nightmare? That's not the case. We've had guys here that are going on 15+ years.
and
Why? Because it's a great job. It's a great salary.
yeah, I agree, but it's also about your workplace too, right? It's about your leadership. It's about your training.
Yeah.
It's about the whole group, right? People want to work here because y'all are a great group of individuals, to work with and work side by side. And it's a beautiful place. And you're going to have all these wonderful new buildings and amenities, right? But we need to be cognizant of, are we paying the right rate to retain people? Yes, they could possibly all stay. It could possibly go. I don't know if that's today that we need to look at this or if it's tomorrow, but I certainly see both sides of the situation. So I don't know what the right answer is. I think you build it in the budget and you see what we can do or what we can't do. And if we can't do it because of all the other budget requests, then you don't do it. But you can at least look at it maybe and see. If that's what y'all want to do. I'm just trying to find a suggestion. And maybe this is not the year to do it. Maybe it's next year. Maybe it's the year after that.
Again. The last, who was it that you're saying went to Bechtel or whatever, whoever? The last full-time I have that we lost was Jason Galvan in January of 2023. He's the last one, right? Yeah, I mean, Albert didn't leave on his own free will. Unfortunately. Yeah, January of 23 was the last full-time person we lost.
Joe went to the PD.
Yeah.
Did PD pay better?
No. He's making less, I think.
He didn't want to stick people anymore. He wanted to chase them down and give them tickets.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a decision, right? Yeah, because certainly it's, you're not allowed to do that in the schedule that y'all have for sure.
I mean, Dell's onto something a little bit, just to me, if I'm running a business and my overtime is more than my regular pay, I'm understaffed. And so I gotta look at those costs of what it's gonna be to hire a few more employees to lower that. So almost every one of these people have made more in overtime than they make in their.
That's how EMS works in federal.
That's so much.
That's across the. whole-
Yeah, I don't know how you fix that. Even if if you schedule another person, they're still gonna have overtime because the 48, 30, 72.
They still have the overtime and now you're paying the benefits and all the retirement, and everything else for those new employees. And then you're giving every one of your other employees a pay cut.
You get away from the 48.72. We used to be 24 on, 48 off.
Mhm.
And then we went to 48.72. It's easier for their body to adjust. I don't know what all the reasonings were there, but
I mean, there's a lot of, and I think the new standard, if you really went across the entire state and looked at the standard, the new standard is probably at 48.96, and it gives them an additional day off. But then once again, you do hire additional employees to be able to backfill that. I don't think you're making or saving any more. Like financially, you're about the same. It just, the current staff you have would have to be good with the pay cut and at the same time, but they do have that additional day off.
I mean, people bring their standard of living up to whatever's in their paycheck.
Yeah, but if you're.
And that's the hard part of eliminating overtime. You just cut their standard of living in half. Okay, you can't do that, but that's not how EMS people do it. And what's the cost of just a person? $20,000 additional? Just at a one FTE between retirement, cost of having them, like 20 grand when I.
oh, no, it's more than that.
Ish.
You're looking at for an EMS, you're looking at that salary. So say they're at 100,000, you're looking at about 42 more
Cost.
cost,
We look at cost.
dollars.
I'm saying, don't turn it double sold.
Right, so as soon as you move another one, you're gonna pay another 40 someplace else. And you don't, you've
And you
trained
can't
your
just do
people.
one.
Yeah, you have,
Okay.
and you've trained your people. This is
Well, that's more.
This is our program.
Yeah, it's more.
This is what you're gonna work.
education, It's
Yeah.
more competence, it's more classes, it's more certifications, it's more training, it's 2 more beds, it's,
Okay.
it just goes on and on and on.
But I mean, as our city expands, the staffing now, people wise, has grown with over the years, or are we at the
We've
same
expanded
level?
one time, or actually, it probably, what's it been, 25 years since we've had 6? When I started, there were 6 of us.
Okay.
And then then 13 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, we went to.
Was it 10 a long
10
time
of us.
ago? Yeah, it was 22 when you went back on the scale. But
many are there now?
you did get the increase, but you did get all the increases equivalent with the cities of the 3% and things like
But
that.
not the 15% whenever it's like it.
The 15% when we went blankets, when you came back on, and that's where you requested to come back on it.
But we didn't jump, no employee jumped 15%.
License might have, I'd have to analyze each individual person to know that.
So you've been at 10 for how many years? Since 2013?
Probably since
Mm,
12 years.
I bet longer than that.
I mean, I was here, I've been here this month 15 years, and the first 2 or 3 years.
There were only 6 then? So when you added the 30 ambulance, or it's probably been about 13, 15 years.
With 10.
Yeah, so same amount of people for the.
But we do not pay, we were 5 and 5 before, 5 paramedics, 5 EMTs. Now we are 3 EMTs and 7 paramedics.
Yeah, that's just. We're just, people are upgrading their license. Like I got 2 in school right now.
So at some point, if I use indications like hot tax, if I use indications of sales tax, or how many more people are coming here, at some point, you're gonna have to start opening up more positions.
You're going to paid full-time fire, which means they're going to be fire EMT. That's what's going to be the next thing that happens. I mean, it's just reality.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, we've trained almost everyone. I mean, I think I'm up to 6 out of the 10 of them are all already DCFP trained firefighters, and a lot of them, they were firefighters when they came, wherever they came from. Like whenever I hired now, we've hired people that have already come in as fire. So I mean, whenever inevitably if it happens or when it happens, you know, you'll have, you know, the staff on crew, you know, they can run a brush truck or a fire truck or engine or whatever they need to do a scene. And then even if it's still a hybrid where you're bringing in some volunteers, at least at that point you have a medic unit that's on scene and you have at least one fire truck that's trained personnel on scene. And then at that point, the volunteers, whoever shows up brings the additional apparatus.
I mean, with the new building in play in that location and them being jointly housed, I mean, that's the next logical step in whatever growth the city has, right? And that's a whole nother budget issue. I mean,
And I don't think it's anything to rush into. I think.
no, I'm just saying that's, you know, logically what's, you know, what will happen next, rather than say, we're going to add 6 more EMTs over the next 10 years and stay at a volunteer fire department. That's no way. I mean, it makes no sense. It's going to be, you know, like Daniel said, maybe it's some hybrid model. Maybe it's, you know, 2 paid. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this at all, but I mean, to me, that's the logical step rather than just say, we need 6 more EMT paramedic people,
We're
right?
still handling our call load, our call volume, you know, still had obviously good morale, good spirits, you know, we still.
We don't have burnout, we don't have people calling.
And there's definitely, you know, there's been some stuff over the years that, you know, we've had to talk to people now that are off the lid, you know, get them some talks or help or whatever else and keep them in the industry. But I mean, I'll tell you right now too, I mean, I do have also somewhat of a
Seasoned team. You have a very seasoned team. You do. No, that's very true, right? And so some of this pay is because of, you know, how qualified they
Yeah, I
are.
mean, several that are supposed to be maxed out, if not already maxed out.
Yeah.
Now we have one EMT that's maxed out.
So you're top heavy on experience.
Mhm. Yeah, we're top heavy because usually we were set up for 5 paramedics, 5 EMTs. That's how the system's structured. We have 3 EMTs and 7 paramedics.
Yeah, the ones that left were topped out and the new ones are at the lower level. I think,
So you're filling the pipe.
yeah, I mean, I think it's still gonna be, I think we're still running pretty flat when it comes to. We're upgrading in technical skill, but yet at the same payroll post.
Is that 3,450 hours annually? Is that a pretty accurate number per?
Yeah, and then that's just your scheduled, and then after that, we, you know, there is stuff like in the coming weekends, you know, I can't staff my trucks, and then you give your full timers opportunities to go ahead and staff it, even though. Because our part timers, you know, don't want to there now. That's one of my big issues is I'm hurting on my part timers because of the fact that. The other part times, you know, they're coming here, they're not working overtime, so then they're making this. Smaller hourly pay, and then other part-time places, and maybe that's where we need to make an adjustment too, where some part-timers, and like I said, they're starting at $27, $28, $30 an hour. Because they're not paying them the benefits and the insurance and all the other stuff, and they're trying to get them to come and work those part-time shifts.
Are we allowed to do that, Darla? Part-timers get this, or normally it's.
That's a morale question for your director.
No, but part-timers get this, but you don't get the benefits. Of course, if you ever switch to full-time, you're not gonna take your part-time rate, you're gonna grab benefits. I just don't know how that.
I mean, I would prefer not to go to it, I would just prefer.
We have a lot of, how many part-timers do you have on staff right now?
We usually have around 11 or so.
We have more than that on right now, don't we?
I mean,
We could look.
I mean, there's people that are on there,
Mhm.
but are they working enough or quite
Right.
a bit? You know, they're always turning down other shifts.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's something that they're gonna say, excuse me, that we're gonna have to evaluate and say, look. You know, why aren't you coming? What's going on?
Our 8.17% adjustment was in 2024 and y'all were on the scale, so you did get that. Along with the steps, because you came back on in 22.
Not, but when there a big adjustment before that,
21, no, 21 was 4.6.
there was one that was like 15, 18%, it was a big.
Yeah, it was a while back.
How are, full-time fire EMT crews? Are they also 4872? Is it structured similarly? Is it I mean, is there any law that they have to be 48.96, like you said, or?
No, you build your schedule and it's all different. You know, there's some places that are 48.72, there's some places that are 48.96s. Most of the fire-based people, you know, they're making this wage already at 48.96, and then they get Kelly days as well, which is an additional day off a month. And so it just depends on what structure you want to go down. I mean, it's every one of them so different, and you know, it's like you reinvent the wheel each time, but just.
A lot of EMS run 4 shifts, A through D shifts. We run 3, but it just depends. It's a lot of different.
And your shifts are different because of the seasonality.
I mean, we run, every crew runs the same 48.72, except for Memorial Day, Labor Day, we staff a peak truck from noon till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays.
Okay. So I was thinking there's something special you do extra.
And then, of course, every, you know, holiday and that kind of stuff, we always bring them. And random events.
We have 15 part-times on the book right now.
10
There are 10
10
full-
full-time and 15 part-time. I know some of those part-time are also firefighters, volunteer firefighters, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of them start off as firefighters and we can put them through school for get their EMT and then they became.
Yeah. A lot of the younger ones, I think, are doing both, which is actually kind of nice that they're willing to be a volunteer fire department, you know, member, and then also, you know, part-time paramedic EMT. So it's good use of their skills. Okay. Well, you got some more pages, so let's keep talking about that maybe for a minute. Then maybe we'll circle back around with other questions before you're done.
Okay. On to the next one was, it's kind of going into the benefit structure. And once again, it kind of falls back into the amount of hours that we work, and this kind of will explain a little bit better if you'll look at it, where, you know, we work traditionally 3,450 hours versus 2,080. And then it shows, you know, at your traditional 20 years, it's equivalent to us working 33.2 years as far as hourly wise. And so one of the things we were looking at was, you know, on retirement and your benefits and insurance upon retirement, that if we could reduce the amount of years that an EMS has to work in order to get the benefits still at the 100%. And this is just a lot of it's just like it says, the demanding of the job, you know, from the high stress and the acuities and everything that we're exposed to, and the chronic sleep disruption and fatigue and everything that goes along with it, and just your physical health and well-being. You know, going 30 years in an EMS field is kind of uncalled for. It's crazy. I think at 30 years, it's equivalent to almost 60.
So currently 15 years and 65 gets you supplemental, 20 years and 60, 100%, 30 years, any age. But you'd have to at least be 50 theoretically. I mean, or what, 48 to get the 30, I mean, after 30 years, right? You'd have to be, yeah, have to have been young.
And that's getting into it immediately, training.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they retire at 50 at the 30 years, we still have 25 years. Should be about 230,000 in health insurance benefits. We
What do you
would
mean you have
pay.
25 years? You have to pay 75.
I'm sorry,
to top off?
15. It would be 15. No,
They
15.
Oh, I was like, what?
It's,
You're
yeah,
paying till
15.
75? Okay.
Yeah, you're looking at about 10,000 a year, be about 150,000. But too, Social Security, I mean, the Medicare age now is 65. Social Security's gone to 67. Anticipate that Medicare age may increase too.
Yeah, this is a huge benefit. I had to wait till 63 for the city to kick in and pick up 2.5 years of insurance. And that's kind of what it was designed for, was just a stopgap between someone retiring in their early 60s and before they hit Medicare. You look at this number, you could have a 22-year-old retire at 42, and the city's going to be on the hook for their insurance for
23 years.
25, 26, 27 years, you're looking at $400,000-500,000.
Does claims made have an impact every year when you guys review your health insurance? That if you're at a percentage, so if you have some serious health issues at age 42 and you've got to carry them all for the next 23 years, that's going to come back based on what claims paid, claims made, that percentage to drive up the health insurance of everybody else. So they stay
sir.
on that section, which.
Yeah, that's how it looks. The underwriters look at your group.
Not
And they
just the
look at your
people working here
usage.
now, but anybody after.
Well, they look at your usage, your,
No,
they
no, but
analyze your,
current employees, but then there's a subgroup of claims data from people retired that are not at 65. That gets counted, the actuary data gets counted.
yes, but I don't
into
think we have
agreements.
anybody on our group right now that's not 65. Everybody that we have right now is 65 and we're only paying supplemental. We don't have any
But something
retirees
like
on our.
this, will
Sure.
get a 48-year-old.
Correct. They will go into our claims benefit underwriting usage for pricing.
Which means covering everything, taxes go up, go up, go up, go up. To cover all
Property
those
tax.
expenses.
Yes, I mean, it comes out of your general, this is a
Yes.
general fund. This is a general fund request.
How does this compare to the other first responders? Is police the same?
As of right now, yeah, it's the breakdown of.
30 years any age.
38 years in the age.
And is that all in city employees?
Yes, that's in our personal policy.
Okay, okay, there's no differential.
There's no
between-
difference. Our TMRS, that's health insurance.
Right.
TMRS is 20 years retirement at any age.
Okay.
Under retirement for everybody. And the reason TMRS did that is because it is a, young man's game, as they've always called it for police, fire, EMS.
Sure.
I mean, at some point, the emergency services are just different than the rest of the city, it just can't be, compared exactly the same.
Mhm.
And just sheer amount of hours that you work, the amount of stress and everything is on your body, and then the career length anyway, I mean, typical career length, it says 4 to 6 years for EMS personnel. Just, so at the end of the day, how many people are you truly going to still have at 20 years? And have this benefit, but the people that have done it, it'd be nice to reduce it down to where they could do that retirement. And still have a little bit of movement in their body.
What if we just give you a bonus?
Well,
You can put it in a 401k.
Have we ever had anybody make it 20 years?
I think.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, he's under 2 years away. Cause he and I are 1 day apart. We're over 18 years.
I mean, yeah, no, there's Brian's making it the longest.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It's him and me, and I think Jarvis.
I mean, Yancey made it 20,
Yancey did.
Yancey and Lynn. Well, they made it more than that.
But they might have been the only two full timers we had.
They did the 30, right? Right.
And Paul volume like 600. I mean, like-
Yeah, just totally different game. Yeah, without a yeah. Yeah, no, it's a different space for sure.
And I mean, we're open to suggestions as well, just anything, but at the same time, just realizing that the amount of demand and everything else it brings and how it is different.
And police will be coming next year, and then the year after that will be all the admin people wanting it lowered, so just buyer
The
beware.
collection center and they probably into this.
Yeah.
Collection.
So is this a departmental thing? or-
3,500 hours.
No, not
I
the
know, but
collection
is this a
station.
departmental thing or is this a city benefit staffing plan for what we do for the next 10 or 15 years? Because we're setting ourselves up for something further down the road.
When you get ready to expand into a fire department in 3, 4, 5 years, I mean, this is gonna be something that's gonna get your hiring and your retention and bringing in good people and not just some average Joe that's already been washed out of a couple of different businesses and. I mean, there's just, like I said, it's just really different as. I mean, I just don't think it's even remotely close to be able to compare any position else almost in the city to emergency services.
Oh, I can.
And buyer beware. This is a multi-million-dollar benefit ask, because you're looking at 200,000 an employee, you never know how many you might have. And when you go to fire for the same thing, it's expensive, but.
If we hire
No
somebody
choice.
out in the EMS world, somebody has 10 years experience and they join us. Are they at year 1 or are they at year 10, 11, 12?
Typically year one, but I guess there's with
We-
some,
we-
GMRS and stuff that there is.
Are there-
No, we've brought him in above step 1 before with city manager
Hire
approval.
somebody.
Yes, hiring them at a higher rate is what you're
Yeah,
asking?
years served.
Yes, we do.
The years served with us, not.
It's yours served with us.
Yeah.
Just with us, yeah.
They have to put in their 20.
Okay. Alright. And with all the training and the stuff that you've done. Doing a great job and all your team together and getting certified and going to conferences. At some point, do you realize that you're building a very trained, experienced force where some of those people are gonna leave just because to advance their career someplace else? Maybe it
I
hadn't
think the
happened
reason why
yet.
we don't have them leaving is because we give them.
Yeah,
the
challenge them.
training and the
Well, you
challenge.
get it,
Everything
but at
else,
some
it's the
point,
people that just sit there.
There's only one person at the top, so if they need to go with everything they know and all their experiences. They go on to the next thing.
In 10 years, you're gonna have a big department with shift supervisors, lieutenants, captains. It's gonna be built out a whole structured system. Those people will have room, you'll be FTOs and you're gonna move up to, your captains and your lieutenants, and then you'll be moved up to assistant chiefs and chiefs. I mean, that's essentially, this city that's where it's going. I mean, like it or not, I don't know if it's gonna happen in 5 years or 10 years or what, but it's happening. So you build up a good foundation. I believe that's how you start a good business, that you wanted to have longevity and be able to retain somebody. So yeah, in 10 years, 15 years, you give them the opportunity to move up within the system. Very important. I mean, even something so minor as giving somebody 50 cents more, but you make them a shift supervisor.
Sure.
I mean, that's huge to them,
Mhm.
And so in our field, in our world, whenever you're around other people, I mean, it's another level of respect, which is, you're losing up, just like it is in the police department. People look at their sergeants with respect, and, it's just what you do. And then that's what they do within their field, is that they want to move up. You want to be better. You're always gonna have the one or two that's just like, I'm happy.
Right.
I'm gonna sit on a bump, just do nothing.
And do good job.
Yeah, but that's not what you want. You wanna build morale, and you wanna build your department the way you want it to be, where you want, if you see it.
Yeah, you got to build every city department that way, not just one.
Well,
That's all.
When I look at it, I look at a hierarchy. I got to slot every employee.
Yeah.
And grabbing one department and saying they're more important than another is very problematic.
That's the only department.
You got
that
250
has a system. Can't expand a branch.
So is this just this department, or from what you're talking about, do we have to look across the whole city on how this?
If you give a department a 20% bump, I'm gonna have to come back with every department,
Right.
Dale.
I know, but I'm asking, is it a conversation that
20
we're
for
having right
EMT.
now, or is this a strategy that needs to be worked out? and
That's up to
understood
you guys.
down the road? Okay,
The increase, it's 20% on the EMT basic, 14% on the advanced EMT, 18% on the paramedic. That's what that's your ask.
And then when it goes to overtime, it's forfeit,
Right.
but it's not.
That's just
not as
the
many.
base,
Did the whole breakdown.
right? That's just the base rate is 20%. Then when you get in the overtime rate, it's
About 140 grand on the salary based on these.
right.
and retirement contribution is on dollar, correct?
Correct. Retirement contributions for every dollar earned, so is FICA, Medicare,
Right.
but your other benefits are flat. FICA and Medicare is a percentage on every dollar earned, and so is TMRS. Your health insurance, health, life, vision, or vision dental is flat.
So far, what you're recommending in the administrative packet was the 3%, correct?
Yes.
Correct. So this, I mean, obviously, we wouldn't do 3% and then another 20, I mean, that would be if we decided or agreed with any increase for EMS crew, then that would not, I mean, obviously 3% across the board wouldn't apply. It would just be whatever individually we say.
And is this sliding them on to different pay grades? No. EMT, intermediate, 16, that one is a real grade. We don't have a 17 pay grade starting. It would pull them off again. 19 is a pay grade, 23 is not. I mean, we could get them close to them,
Yeah, I
but
mean, just anything in that.
yeah.
Great.
Could you do that instead? Just bump them a grade?
You can do whatever you want us to do.
I mean,
but-
don't know what the grades
Yeah.
are. I mean, I understand the
Right.
grade system.
I mean, the
I mean,
EMT basic sitting at 14.14 an hour, maxing out at 17.91 an hour.
so that would be the same grade.
Right. I
Okay.
mean, that's not step one. Our,
It would move them up a couple grades to where they.
the intermediate would be moving up 1, 2, 3, 4 grades, which is from the 5 they're at. Just
Daniel, the wage data that you put in here with the local surroundings, do you have that at a broader level? Because I understand Dave's concern of like, hey, if we do this here, then we gotta do it everywhere else, but we're also grossly underpaying our EMS versus the rest of the state, or.
That's what that bottom is on the corner. I mean, the state average is 30.19 on just hourly rate on a paramedic in the state of Texas. And ours is 19.57.
So does take home pay around 150, 160,000 for a paramedic?
You know, the amount of hours they work. Yeah, I mean, you have medics making 200.
Daniel, are those medics that are also fire?
It just depends on.
How many, yeah, I was gonna say, how many communities? There is just medics, okay.
Like San Antonio, where it's fire medics, you know, the whole deal.
Right.
But they also, what they do is they start you off, say they start you at 25, 30, then you have pay differential on, you have your firefighter 1, you have firefighter 2, do you have this? And every single one of those certifications, the certification pay on top of that each month.
But when they're fire, aren't they subject to the 7K exemption, so they don't get overtime till after 106 hours every 2 weeks versus 80?
I think it all depends.
I don't think, well, I don't think that's a Fair Labor Standards Act thing. And I think like Houston Fire, they're firefighters and they ride for a while as paramedics. I think they're still subject to the 106, but
Maybe that's regular pay
I can
versus.
confirm that.
We're saying it's probably better to look at total comp versus hourly.
Yeah, there's a survey going around right now for a third city service, which is what we are, for every single one in the state, and I think that there's like 100 something departments within the state. And so I think they're trying to compile that for every single one, and then we've had the average for a third city service. But that would help you for now, but then went to a pay fire and idea.
She's been looking at 150. So several $100,000 ask.
2,080 hours times 11 people on here, times
Mhm.
the $3 bump, that's 68.6, and then the 1370 remaining to get it to 3050 times 450,
Get you to about 137 pre-benefits.
37 free benefits. There you go.
Mhm. So you're looking at probably closer to 200.
200 with benefits.
Mhm.
To you and Dave's point, if there was a way to understand that, oh, hey, we are way underpaying, then it's a little more.
Well, our retention doesn't show it.
Saying, hey, we just figured out we're paying our EMS well below market rate, or maybe when you look at total, the market rates are over needs to be.
Where it's like you bring in a state, but then, you know, they say, well, what are you comparable with your area? Because that's where people are most likely to go. If they're going to go somewhere else. So that's why I did all that. But I mean, I can make it as broad as you want.
Who did we lose before Galvant? Bailey? Oh, yeah. He left on an injury. He got out of EMS. He was our last one. So we lost a full timer in January 23. The one before that we lost in.
Did you have a hard time replacing Albert?
No, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, you have people that apply. It's-
Like,
it's a
was it a
different-
part-timer that went full-time?
Yes.
Right, that's what I was
And
thinking.
that's traditionally what we
Right,
do.
yeah.
I mean, we have a pretty good farm.
Yeah.
For the most part.
He left in 2021. That's the last. So we lost one in 21. We lost one in 23.
Again, I mean,
No, Joe's the 23.
whatever the number is, and obviously y'all have, some of you have crunched it or whatever, so I think, I think you build it in the budget to see what kind of impact it has, and then knowing that it may be something that we can't do.
Yeah, it'll be about 200 for full-time, and then you're moving that salary, so you got to move your part-time salary, which I'd have to figure that out. Probably about 75, so it's probably about 275K off the top of my head.
No pay for you?
I had something in here, but it didn't make it. So, I mean, yeah, I would have to work on a compensation plan for myself as well.
Because I didn't see you in that list.
Yeah, I had mine in a little different deal, but it didn't make sense.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, or do y'all want to move on to the rest of Daniel's presentation? All right, sir. What else you got?
All right, going down, a lot of this station related stuff, Sparky sent over the numbers on, the first one that you get is Daily Wells. That is for our base radios within the new station. And so essentially that's what it is, the radios that go inside the station, so the calls go out, we can respond via base radio. A lot of the infrastructure is already there, I believe, they just have to add a few additional lines for the downstairs that was not added originally. So that's for your radios.
So we don't have radios. I mean, you have some kind of radios, right?
We have
But
our
this is,
details
right,
here, But
right.
just like when you walk into EMS or fire, anything else, there's a base station.
Right.
Probably a PD, I don't know, you'll probably have dispatch on it.
Okay,
It's just a base radio that you have with a speaker there, so say upstairs, like in the living area where the call goes out, you hear it over the speaker.
got it. Okay, that's all that. That's,
It's 5 of them throughout the station.
Yes.
okay. Okay,
The next one is our Striker Lucas, so these are our CPR machines. I've called to get the contract, for the continual maintenance to continue for next year, and they said you can no longer do your contract because they're at end of life. And so, this would be the replacement of our 3 Lucas CPR machines, so one on each ambulance. There is a trade-in on there, they're only giving 3,000 for the old ones, I don't know if it's worth that, or if we would do an auction, whatever the city would prefer to do. I would like to try to keep one if we can, for our backup ambulance, or the Tahoes. Just in case, typically if the Tahoe responds to either by themselves, since that'd be nice to get it in. Have a CPR machine, so we can do something else, but CPR.
okay.
But this is just a replacement of something that we already have. Keep in mind, this contract, this is with the service contract and everything. So it's the start date to 5/14/26, which they would adjust that date to our new start date, and then it goes through 33. So that's the machines and the service and the contract and the maintenance and everything, battery replacements. I think it's 7 or 8 years.
Okay.
7.
Seven.
Goes to 33. So 7 years.
Is that the normal lifespan of one of these?
Yeah, they just a set.
Yeah.
They're 7 years. I mean, even though they work and they're in great shape and everything else, they don't service them anymore. So I mean, if anything happens on a call or if you're using something that's past end of life, no telling.
You're in trouble. Yeah.
But luckily, a lot of our equipment, when we buy our equipment, it's usually 7 to 10 years, and so it hurts up front, but then we don't have to come back each year. Any questions on that one? The next one is another one that Sparky sent over to NCS. This is okay, this is for the all the different TVs and the connections and the networking and the cabling and the speaker systems and everything throughout the training facility, training room, the gym, all throughout all the dorms, the TVs. Pretty much all the AV stuff for the entire new station.
Nard, I don't think our highlight came out on this. We haven't really looked at this one yet. I don't know if we'd go to the extent of all the JBL speakers and that type of thing, able to do them in the workout room and
So would you just go to
Type of
NCS
module.
and say, come do an assessment of our new building? We want speakers, TVs,
Yeah, he met him.
and then he just kind of,
I wasn't there.
oh,
So this is essentially based off the original drawings where they have TV drops and they have all the different spots on the drawing.
right.
Excuse me, I believe that's what they went off of everywhere that there's a TV, like in the dorms and the offices and the downstairs.
So like Sparky just met this guy.
Yeah, and I still have to go over it too, so I haven't gone over.
Okay,
But there's conduit for all this stuff.
A lot of it's already
Mhm.
ran.
Okay.
A lot of it's already ran. Some of this is just the installation of the mounts and the TVs, the actual TVs. And I mean, who knows if you want to go to Best Buy and buy the TVs instead of. However, this is just goes to the same company that the city can from every project. And so,
Yeah, we've had to gone through and kind of, like Daniel said, they kind of have a lot of high-end stuff and we come in and we swap it out with some
which I'm.
more reasonable.
Yeah. However y'all want to do that. Like I said, he just met them over there and they went through everything while they were doing all the other, cabling and everything that they're already doing with them.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Just didn't highlight it.
And I don't know, I know that we did have some sort of a furniture budget. I don't know if this part would come out of the furniture budget or if this is its own thing and then kind of.
No, it'd be its own thing.
So you're saying all the pre-wire is done. It's-
Mhm.
A lot of, yes, the networking and the power is all done. Now in the training room, I believe there's a few new, there's gonna be wiring some speaker systems and so like all your mics and everything to do for drums and all that kind of stuff will be added in.
The gym, for example, get everybody their own turtle box.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that whole,
yeah.
The gym one's a little,
yes, Sparky went a little crazy on that.
Don't get me wrong, I like music from the gym.
No, I know, but I mean,
But who gets the aux?
most
Right, most
people are
people
wearing
use their
headphones and
Mhm.
Yeah, and I don't know how much we wanna be jamming out when there's a storm right beside it, all right.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I'm okay. Well, we can definitely go through this.
Yeah, that's 8
This is-
JBL
yeah, this is what they
speakers.
said, this is-
You're putting it in. Got it. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, it'll come down from that.
But that-
Yeah, everybody gets a Purple Box Ranger.
Uh-huh.
Put your name on it. Take it wherever you want it.
Right around your neck.
Earbuds.
So
Ranger's
other than
good.
that, in the packets, the only thing I see that didn't make it, I had emailed over these two, but there's a. For our phone systems. Same deal, it's our phone system, it's they sent everything over. Believe the total on everything with the install, and then I think there's gonna be a recurring monthly charge for the phone system for all the offices and the downstairs, everything. And the wiring, it's at 17,500, which I sent that over to email, but I can send it as well again.
I'm sorry, I don't know when you sent it. I missed it, I guess.
Same day as the furniture one that Gateway sent,
Oh, I don't,
so
if it's in the last week, I didn't see it.
it's a, and the Gateway furniture for desks and chairs and pretty much the entire building and everything that goes through the nightstands and everything in the dorms at 56,500. Which, like I said, I know we have a furniture budget, it was originally, I think, 100 or 150,000
From last year.
from last year, yes, but obviously I don't think we're gonna probably get into that.
Not this year.
Might need to add a little bit to it too. Cause it doesn't have like gym equipment or our beds and stuff like that, so there's still gonna be some.
We'll give you free passes to the rec center.
Mhm.
Or have you seen the gym over in the new public safety building? Free passes over there too. I'm gonna get a free pass in one of these places. Yeah.
I got a Peloton, I'll donate.
Yeah.
It's taking up space.
We had 100 in furniture and fixtures this year under the EMS budget. None of it's been tapped.
How much was it?
100,
Yeah.
but there may be some under the fire too.
Like I said, I think it'll need to be. I think we went into last year going in 100, thinking that we would kind of be breaking it up into two years, but But that one might need to be raised there.
Okay, Darla, 17 for phone and 56 for furniture.
Yeah, because I had 100, so furniture 56 is less than 100.
That's just this. That's just gateway stuff.
It's not
Oh.
sheets. Pillows.
That's not beds, couches, kitchen table. All that stuff.
Plus living quarters, I'll say. 100 should still be sufficient, I would think.
We have a community-wide donation day.
That's how we've been living.
I know. I'm teasing.
You deserve.
Wayfair.com.
I promise the Peloton's on spring.
There you go.
Give it to me. I'll trade mine. Mine's so I need a new one. Okay. All right. Anything else for Daniel?
I think that's gonna be, I'll work on that, my compensation deal and send it over. I think that should be it.
Okay. Facilities is next.
So, right now we have 4 custodians on staff with 2 maintenance people. We have 1 more custodial position that was budgeted in this current year, but she's not filled it. So if we added 1 custodian to budget, that would bring us to 6 total custodians, 2 maintenance people, and our facilities coordinator. So really 8 in the department. Approximate cost for 1 fully loaded custodian is $61,000. That includes benefits. And it's split over several funds, general fund, facility fund, harbor fund, and RDC. So it's not a complete hit to the general fund as some other departments are. We need a big wide carpet extractor now for the Civic Center that it's not, used to ride their little machine with water to clean up the concrete floor that had been painted, but now it's a carpet extractor. And so they need something that's the same thing, that's wide, to do the, not a little handheld vacuum cleaner. And that's about 18,000.
And it's specific for the type of carpet that we
Yes.
have, right?
Mhm.
Because we don't, I mean, it's supposed to be very low maintenance, but obviously
is,
need some kind of
But it's
cleaning.
definitely going to need some vacuuming, extracting of water and spills and that type of thing. They need an addition fleet to their truck, which runs about $1,000 a month for its lease, maybe a little bit less. And we need a whole lot of chairs. Chairs are probably going to be about 50,000, maybe a little bit more for 6. They can start with 600 chairs for the Civic Center and breakout rooms. Similar to what we have in here, maybe not quite as
Cushy, because they won't.
cushy. They won't get stuck. Maybe
Those
half-
are too wide too.
And they're a little bit too
These are the
wide.
wide bodies.
Yeah.
We need probably about 4 inches. Is
They're
probably
nice.
about-
But you'll never get enough people around a round table with those chairs.
Right. It's probably gonna have to be about 4 inches is probably about all you can go down in the width.
Mhm.
And we're thinking that the cushion to be about half of that. Cause that's a, pretty fat cushion. You don't want to get,
Stack.
you want, they're right. These are stackable too, but you want them to get to where they're stackable to where you can store them
Yeah.
easily in the storage that we have. And of course, we're gonna need a lot of tables. Those needs have not been assessed yet. And
I
so
mean, we
that's
have our
something-
rounds. We have stuff right now that, you know, we have plenty of rounds and squares. We just need to figure out, you know, how many new ones do we need? And
Right.
they're in pretty good shape. I looked at them yesterday.
We have enough rectangle squares for
Even the wedding.
room setup.
Gave them a nod.
Cause they're gonna cover them up.
They're gonna cover them up.
Right. They're all white plastic.
Okay, so, but we don't, you don't think we need to be ordering this stuff before?
No, I think the chairs I need to order. in the next
Yeah,
couple
we need to
weeks.
get
It
them.
takes a long time for these chairs to come in. We're gonna get them ordered. They're probably not gonna be paid for until next budget year. I mean,
think
it's,
They'll come quicker than that.
do you?
Yeah.
July?
And our couches
make
are already
sense.
coming.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
hope so.
Yeah, I don't remember
Linda
how
said they're
these
quicker.
took.
They're quicker than that.
Okay.
The church place has them in stock.
Yes, depending on which ones you ordered.
Yeah.
We ordered
Okay.
these special.
I just don't think I mean,
Church
No,
place-
we're not waiting till October to buy tables
No.
and chairs.
Okay. It's on the fast track.
Okay.
But we gotta have room to store them before they get here.
Yeah. Well,
But-
we're making room.
We're making room.
Well, by the time they get here, we should have storage rooms available.
They look
Yeah.
pretty good. in
They're
there.
getting close.
We're getting close.
And then, okay, because you've already purchased the furniture for the
Mhm.
hallways and.
Yes, hallway
Yes.
furniture, lobby furniture has been purchased. It arrives tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, the first.
And then we talked about, the other ancillary things, right, David, that you're gonna add, like bars and.
Yeah,
things
some
like
bars,
that.
some stand-up stuff. I'm ordering that now.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right. Foam machine.
A what machine?
Foam.
Foam?
You imagine
break?
a big foam party in there?
I may have one of
Be the
those.
death of the carpet in one party. Yeah, I know. I'm teasing. Okay, all right. What else?
That's really
I
it
can't
out of
believe you only
facility.
need 2 more custodians. I would think.
We're
That's
sorry.
next year.
Yeah,
That's
But, you know, I mean, we got a bunch of buildings coming online, probably December, January, February.
mhm.
And then we'll have a good idea working those next 5 months when we come back to where we're at and what we really need.
Well, I know those are hard positions to fill, so
Yeah.
we need to be looking far and wide. Okay, all right, fire. Where's Adam?
no one's here. You can go through what they have.
Yeah, go through it.
Air cylinders, top priority to get 44 at 2,000 a pop comes to about 88. Currently 44 of the 56 have been here since Harvey. All of these got replaced post Harvey, but 44 of them went into service right after that. So we need to get compliant with National Fire Protection requirements. Hose drying racks is only 6,000. A jet hose washer is only 15,000, and then a decontamination washer for the air packs, the masks, the helmets, and the PPE. So they'll have places to put that now.
The new building.
They had down a little storage building too, but we're not going to put a storage building on their new pretty property. So we pulled that out. Oops, we'll have to skip gas. We didn't text James.
Little shed.
No, I told him to be here. Oh, yeah, skip gas. I told him 2:30.
Yeah, okay. So we told gas guy to be here at 2:30.
Here, so we're going to Harbor,
Yeah, jump to Harbor.
okay?
I'll jump in. Repairs to dock 9. Dock 9 is up against the
Are you
bulkhead.
pulling that up, David?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
show
know
it.
that's old Google though, but I mean.
Yeah, hold up. Let me see how old this is.
So in our search for city manager, they are going to have to be able to use Google Earth.
Yes.
Because we have gotten very used to and draw on the Google Earth.
Planner skills.
Okay, so dock 9,
skills.
we need some repairs. Most of these where the boats are were privately built, and that is the responsibility of the leasee. However, the city is in charge of I don't know if you guys have gone out there and looked, but we're in charge of like the first 2 steps down to that dock, and they're in really rough shape. Tripping hazards, a lot of broken boards. It's just old and beat up. So the project on dock 9 is to repair the top 2 steps and all the connections down to the surface of the private docks. So that's that one right there.
Are we getting lease income from that?
Well, yeah, I mean, most of them are on the boatmans, but
That's what I mean.
yeah. I mean, no, they're all rented.
Okay, but
Yeah.
we get some.
Yeah. So that's dock 9, bulkhead cap. Camera system for the marina, 50,000. What we have out there has gotten beat up pretty bad, but we want to get cameras on make sure they're all working at all the facilities, like we're upgrading everywhere else, so. Dock 1 repairs, everything after Harvey got a fresh upgrade, docks 2 and 3, but dock 1 did not. So dock 1 is in need of new bumpers, new rub rails. A lot of the little triangle pieces on the corners are misaligned. Some of these dock systems are held together with these big long rods that extend the length of them, And then the rods also extend out onto the finger piers. And some of those finger pier rods have broken, the actual finger piers kind of tilted a couple degrees, so we got to fix that.
That way no one's there in the future.
It's
Well,
very
it is-
expensive, and we
It
could
is a
probably
transient
whittle
dock.
that. We could probably whittle that price down a little bit.
So it
And
is a real.
yeah, it's a monster
Behind.
price. Yeah,
Yeah, it's probably.
but we just wanted you to look at it because we'll value engineer it and get it down lower.
But it is a transient dock.
Yeah,
It was built originally with one of the grants.
it was built
Required,
with a boating infrastructure grant in 2009.
so it's required to stay transient.
Yes, required to stay. Yes, it
Yeah.
has to.
Per the
You
grant.
you can buy it out. You can buy it back from Texas Parks and Wildlife, but
Can we get another grant?
that one was hard to get, but maybe because it's a rehab, we could look.
I mean, $700,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, 900 built it in 2009. 2009, and we built the the walk out to it. No, it didn't get Harvey upgrade. It survived pretty good.
And it was, the original was the Texas Parks and Wildlife grant?
Yes, it was a boating infrastructure grant. It was the big grant.
Did 1 and 2 at the same time, didn't it? Or
No, it just built that.
just that one?
Okay,
2 had some grant too.
that's it for the harbor?
Yep.
Okay. All right, library.
You did a walkthrough with her. She didn't really
Yeah,
want anything
um,
this from her.
Mainly, library's in good shape, just some exterior dressing. She's got mold on the building, so we need to get that addressed, get it all cleaned up, get it re-spruced. She's got a couple damaged pillars where cars have pulled in and a little bit too tight and have damaged some of the pillars. And then we want to build, she wants to build like little ceiling, and a half wall protector on the rear door and on the book drop overhang. And then get some help with dehumidifier in the building.
How much is that? Do we know how much?
Well, she's been using portables, which
Chad, how much is it?
have worked so.
Building.
Yeah.
That's
I got a giant one on wheels that spent $1,400 on, but it's a commercial grade, like we use it when we have a leak.
Yeah.
But there's some solutions that are a lot cheaper than.
Yeah.
But the portable, like on a normal house, I'd tell you $3,200 for a
Right.
120 to 150 pint unit.
Yeah.
And that's
Just
a
a
little
Honeywell
bit-
or Santa Fe unit.
Yeah.
Normal house, and that'll cover 3,500 square feet.
About twice that. then.
Yeah,
There's a company that makes some small commercial ones. I added one to my house. Use my garages. Sorry.
no, yeah, I think it's very appropriate. My question is, and to Joellen's point, can you just change order her needs into our civic center remodel contract? These are not big asks. There's not a lot. I mean, they're redoing the EFS structure right now.
Yes, we
They're
did.
painting.
Yeah, I talked about with her about adding it to the admin side
Yeah,
because it is EFS. If we want to have it, maybe if we can clean it and it doesn't need painting, we don't need them. But if it does need painting, then we could probably have the same contractor do it.
I just think these are
We can
not
hire the same contractor
Not big.
ourselves and save money and then not get hit with a 15% bump by.
right
Deputy
while they're
Jay.
here, because again, we're remodeling,
Yeah.
we're improving all this. The public safety building's beautiful. This is gonna be all
Yeah.
beautiful. The library, it looks pretty good, but I
It
was.
just it needs to be
Yeah,
cleaned.
for that building to have mold on it
Yeah.
and little things. But my other ask is that when we do that, that we that the library gets its own new sign that matches all the other signs. Huh?
It has one. My truck blocks it every
The
day.
round one?
No. I know it has the small sign. I'm talking about on the.
Oh, on the wall. Yeah.
All of our buildings
Yeah,
are
with
gonna
the
have
new-
the big city
The new
seal.
big logo.
Harbor has theirs, public safety has theirs, library needs theirs, and we need to take off the
Yeah.
William L. S. blah, blah, blah Memorial Library and the 1962 letters.
Do I have to?
No, I didn't, listen, let me finish. Let me finish, okay?
In May you do, next, in May.
We need to put the name back on.
Okay,
Okay.
good. There you go.
Good.
With new
Again,
letters.
But again, like the 1982
Matching.
taken off City Hall in the front, and we're gonna replace it with our city logo. Yes, all the,
Cycle
Yep, it's
days?
prettier,
can we please have everything match?
Yes,
updated.
Yes.
yes, darling.
That's not gonna
Down
cost a lot of
tomorrow and
money
go
either.
nail them up.
I can do that.
All right.
Should we paint them blue?
Make it match, yeah.
Make it match. Give
New
us
sign,
circle.
yeah, big
and reasonable
circle.
Letters, however, you know,
Would you like a lighted logo?
yes,
Okay,
everyone needs a lighted logo. I mean,
Is this one
Yeah.
gonna be lighted? Lit?
yep.
yes.
Lighted. It's not proper grammar.
Police department
Lit.
put everybody to shame.
But yes, you're right. It has a beautiful new
Yep,
outside
we'll get
sign,
it
but it
all
needs
cleaned up and new logo, new sign, lighted.
lighted. Yeah, while they're here. But I agree. I mean, just a power wash and a little paint touch up could go a long way.
There's Manny
And we
right
can-
here. You go evaluate it.
Manny, let me come in here. No, that's
It looks like it's hot.
somebody else.
No, I agree. That
talking
that
about
needs
it.
to be
A little hot.
updated.
Dave, we can
yeah.
go sidebar, but I've got some ideas and some.
Okay, good, yeah.
Really,
All right.
Can be really cheap and maintenance could probably solve.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, we might have some money in this year's current budget. to
Yeah,
do
can we
that.
just do it? I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
while we're
if
out
we
doing
can,
this, why can't we do?
a lot of these things that are brought by departments, when they're brought, if we can do things before September, they
Yes.
don't go in next year's
That'd be
budget.
great.
So yeah, if you've got something that can be done by us internally, then
Okay.
we could get that done.
For chat on the weekends. It's free time.
For free.
For free.
Municipal court's not.
So the library,
The judge's courtroom. Or do you-
Right.
Okay, are we going to Muni Court or are we waiting?
Any court.
Okay, all right.
So the
Yes, next.
court clerks did not really ask for anything. They have their new building. They have 3 staff now. They don't have room for 4, even if in the work probably at least this time of year does justify that. But the judge did ask for mainly his county courts. He asked for a capability to have a courtroom Zoom.
Love it.
So in the courtroom, we have audio already, but we don't really have much of the visual. So Sparky got with, I believe it was NCS.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
who's
think it was
gonna-
one of their subs that does.
Yeah.
one of their subs who does different things. And this is a very high estimate because they got it for him very quick. The 180,000 is the multiple camera conferencing system, similar to what we were talking about in here, where when someone, if the prosecution spoke, it would zoom in on them. Then the defense speaks, it zooms in on them. If they're in the room. If not, it zooms in on the judge. And we know that this 180,000 is going to massively go down because when Sparky asked, the guy was not in his office and he did not realize we already have a lot of the mics. We have the judge mic'd, we have the witness area mic'd.
Yeah, we've got all the positions that would witness stand, the court clerk, the judge, the defense table, the prosecution table, all of that has audio and stuff.
All of that has the audio, and I think that we do believe he included that in this 180,000 estimate. So that would massively come down. The video wall system, this is saying 6 55-inch displays, which would be quite a bit, but
You buy a 55-inch television
mhm.
and you put, yeah, that's not a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, 125,000 is pretty high.
I think both of those are high. I mean,
They
I
are.
think it's.
I know the 180 is 100% high.
And does
Sparky
the
knows
county
that.
pay half the bill?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah.
This isn't coming out of our budget, right?
No.
Okay,
If Nueces doesn't pony up half, we don't do it.
we can ask him. That's great. That's a good opportunity.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this, right? This
Yeah.
ask is really more for the JP side and not for the
Right, sure.
municipal side.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah, yeah,
never
yeah.
really had a municipal Zoom. Doesn't mean that we won't have a,
Well, there's so
you
many,
don't know what our next judge may want or.
after COVID, so many cases are handled via Zoom. So I think I mean, I'm thinking about all the people who had to come back after spring break. I mean, it's probably nice for them to show up in person, but
I mean,
yeah.
we don't have the ability to do it now.
Right.
And haven't done it. That's not to say that it won't be. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot of people that try to travel to do that, and you're right. I mean, we had a ton of them after.
Yeah.
I mean, we regularly have over 1,000 people on a docket for once a month for it, and 15, 12 can show up,
Yeah.
depending on the time of year. Other than that one big one for spring break, I think they had like 200.
Makes it easier, doesn't
That was
it?
a great
Yeah.
part.
No
Well,
show.
You just keep kicking the can down the road because then they have to
Yeah.
reset them and they
Yeah,
get
but
so
I
many
mean-
opportunities and then it goes to warrant or collection and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna get better pricing and then we're gonna give a bill
He
to,
was hoping to have better pricing before today.
County.
I did
Maybe.
not notice it in my email, but I've been out. He didn't get it, did he? Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye out.
He's been pushing on that guy, but he's been out of the state.
I would say these are going to at least go down by half, if not more.
Okay.
But before we would install, I think there would be a conversation with the county about their cost share. Mhm.
Mhm.
Well, and remember that also is. That facility is designed to operate as an emergency operation.
Right, no,
center
I
as
think
well,
it's
so that
super important.
that space does triple duty.
You're right.
So, I mean, that there would be some use. Some cross use on that. Not to that kind of extent, but I think it's fair to make sure that that's mentioned as well.
Yeah.
It's designed to be the emergency operations center for the city. So there would be some cross use. Very little, hopefully not very often. Hopefully not very often. We wouldn't need to be out doing that, but there would be a little bit. But I think you're right, the cost.
Hopefully hardly.
Yeah.
So I think that's high, but we will have, before budget is complete, we will have better numbers on that. And I don't know when the conversation would be had with the county, but I don't know if the judge mentioned this to the county at all. But
I doubt it.
I highly doubt it. I think he came to us for the cost. So,
Okay. All right, let's take a quick break. Sorry. Right, to break in front of you guys, but just a like 5-minute break.
Gas is
Everybody stand
coming.
up, walk around, whatever you do, check your phone. Go to the facilities.
and if you want to do police and public works and gas, because then the rest of it is Parks and Rec show,
Oh, I think that's great.
then they can just run and do nature preserve,
Yes,
RDC,
right.
surf rescue.
All right.
And that's Spark Works.
Um. We need to, is there a
Just let have Colleen.
You
do a
just freeze them and
show.
wrap them.
Yeah, they were totally frozen. I
Yeah.
put them
Cause
in
she's
the
next
towel,
to their Parks and Rec.
wrapped them up
We
in
already
the
see
blue
Parks
paper
and Rec.
around it, stuck it in-
Besides
they were-
police and public works and gas, everything's Colleen.
They built- I'm a cheap thing, like down the- I'm a cheap thing, $6,000.
I didn't say you could leave.
Oh.
I've been here since the beginning. I just meant,
You know, Randall cuts them and then,
I mean,
you know,
they've
he
been,
wraps
they've
them
all
in
been
saran
here
wrap,
since
put them in the
9.
freezer, they're rock solid. And then that morning when we leave, he just wraps them in paper and we just shove them in our bag.
should've been wearing
They're
a
still
shirt.
rock solid when we get home.
Still,
9 hours
Should've
later.
been wearing a
Totally
shirt.
frozen.
Yeah.
All that tuna last night was still totally frozen. That was new feelings.
I wanted-
Let you bring that back.
It's only half of what.
I was a kid. Brought it back.
Oh, okay.
Customs didn't flag me. Had a 65-pound bag full of.
Chance you take,
Same thing,
Cool,
I
though.
took bait in and
Yeah.
I actually got stopped in customs and searched my bag, looked at all of it, threw it all back in the bag. Set it in my
Really?
luggage.
I think
Just
once they
fruits and
open up
vegetables.
one, right, then,
He was just making sure it was truly bait, not
Oh,
food
okay.
fish.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But wait, he said, let me see that bait. It's like, "Uh-oh."
Uh-oh.
They want to search the inside of the bait.
Mayor, we'll jump back to gas. That's all right?
Yeah.
Now, let's don't.
Yeah.
Hole in the belly, that one, that's what I call it.
Yes. Come back again.
Good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
Back to the gas.
Oh,
Fran, you ready? Okay.
Good to go.
only got a couple items. System expansion, pretty much the same thing it is, probably I think the last 10 years. Going into new neighborhoods. Looking for 16,000 for new leak detection equipment, stuff we have. One of them's broken, reached out to the supplier, they don't make it, they don't service it, they don't do anything with it, so.
Obsolete.
Yes, trying to get 2 new of those. And lastly, just some shoring equipment. With all the new lines, some of them had to go pretty deep and getting my guys below 4 feet without having some kind of wall protection. It's a little.
That's it.
Well, we do, a very large item is the issue with, and we just don't know when it's gonna come up, but it's connectivity with Corpus. And we've talked about it before in some of our goals over the last couple summers. If you guys recall, we wanted to kind of strengthen our ability to take a hit on our main line. So we came up with a couple different ideas. One idea was to build a parallel main line on the beach side of the city, all the way down from, all the way down across from Island Moorings. What do we call that one? Area 51?
Area 51.
Area 51. That was one concept we had. The other concept we have for strengthening was to get connectivity to Corpus. So we're sitting right here at Fish Pass, this little circle thing right there. I'll circle that. We're right there. That's the start of the city's gas system. And the city is, as you guys know, we're on wells. So we're on these wells that are, they're out here. Some of them are on land, but they're all connected. They come over to this service area right in here, and their gas used to go under the ship channel all the way over here towards, was it Taft or Sinton? Used to come all the way over here and get delivered. That line got eliminated when they did the 54 dredging, and they had to cut it and demo it. So now there was nowhere for the gas to go. They've been selling some of their gas to Corpus. So there has been a reestablishment of their lines to the Corpus network. So whenever our guys go down, we can now backfeed. All we have to do is go out, close a couple valves, open a couple valves, and we can get gas from Corpus through a Corpus line, and then the network of lines on Mustang Island. So at least we have a land-based backup to where we don't have to order trucks like we used to in the past.
That line reverses.
It can go either direction. They can flow gas into Corpus and Corpus can buy it from them. Or they can, when they shut down, when the island guys shut down, we can reverse the Corpus gas and flow it to us. So that's been great. I mean, we've used that 10 times since it's
Yeah.
happened. So
It works.
they go down quite a bit offshore. They have a bad habit of never telling us.
Mhm.
They'll just be like, we'll get a random call from Corpus. Hey, you know, the wells are down because they can see it on this one valve over there that we don't have access to. They're like, hey, the wells are down. Do you want us to back? And we're like, thanks. So we really need to, that the way we get gas from Corpus now, it's not bad. It's a little old, but we do need to at least plant the seed to where Corpus has said, hey guys, you know, we might want to think about, you know, one day, it's soon, you know, running a new service, you know, straight down the highway and tying into the Fish Pass. So it'd be just a direct line and maybe we go halfway in on it. And so we don't know whose line it might be. They may offer to put that line in because at that point we would become a large scale user on the Corpus Christi system. So everything would change, you know, your rates, everything, all that changes. We don't know what that would cost. Right now it's about $1 million a mile and that's 5.6.
Yeah, just
roughly
6 miles.
Yeah. So it's about a $6 million build. We don't think we need to build it like today, not tomorrow, hopefully not in a year or two, but we just want you guys to be aware that that's a large project that we could be, our hand could be forced into doing it because if these wells are really old. I'm sure you guys have been offshore and you've seen them. What's the name of the big flat one out there? The one with the big square
Big
platform?
Ugly or something.
The Big Ugly, yeah. They got some bad names, right? And so every time there's a storm in the Gulf, these things tend to shut down. And then it takes them a while to get a boat to go back out there and change some valves and do some repair. So we have been on this independent system for 60 plus years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's and we really need to, granted, we do have an established line system, you know, a land system for connectivity to Corpus, but we need to probably in the near future make it a permanent deal. And depending on, there's 2 players that own wells and lines on Mustang Island, and sometimes they get along good, sometimes they don't. And so we never know what state of, they're like the 7th or 8th owner. And so you get to the point where eventually someone just walks away, right? The maintenance is, they've squeezed the turnip as much as it can be squeezed, and eventually someone walks away and that's the end of it. And so, you know, one day the gas could turn off. So we just got to be ready for that and just be able to respond quickly. But I just wanted to put that on your radar.
Supplier of choice would be Corpus Christi's gas system, not.
Yes.
Some independent.
Correct. That's the only game in town.
And then we become a large user. We pay them one flat fee. We would still do our own billing and our own work on our system and all that. It's just we're purchasing the gas through Corpus instead of the wells.
Yeah, Corpus Christi Gas just bought the entire system in Rockport. It was a very old system, just like ours, except they didn't get any Harvey recovery funds to repair it. So they bought a really old system, and now so Corpus is buying up these little, where else have they bought?
That's it.
But
They've got
Rockport,
all kinds of projects.
Rockport Gas System Services AP,
No,
at least part of it they used to.
part of it, yes.
Yes, part of it they do. They have customers outside of their city limits.
Yes.
Just as we
Is that
do.
because it's Aransas County?
I
Probably.
think so.
Well, it's like on the outside of Aransas.
Right, but I mean, is it
Yeah.
maybe like a county?
Yeah, but they do go out
Mhm.
into, I believe, part of AP.
And they're facing the same struggles
Well,
we are with
I thought they
offshore
went further than
suppliers.
that.
So they're even trying to shore up. Same thing.
Yeah, because I think the Rockport system's wells too, isn't it?
Yeah. We
Yeah,
got two. And their supplier's about as fun as ours.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, simple
I
request.
appreciate it.
Thanks,
You
Jim.
can stick around for.
Okay,
Let's see, we did harbor, we did library, we did court, nature reserve, Ray.
She was ready to run.
yep. Okay, come on.
Can I pick it up?
No, you don't have to. Just speak loudly. You could say there if you want.
Okay, so everything in here, except for the first page were things that were approved previous years and are like kind of large scale projects that are moving very slowly. But the first thing is, requesting, this is a new request for engineering design for, the paddle park, by the water tower. So this is for the elements of the project that, we could put in there that are not associated with the voting access, because we have a grant for, the voting access things, but they're not gonna pay for, like you can see here, the first thing is a playground. And then there is potential with permissions in place that we could, put some entities near the pond there by the water tower. And then, walking trails. So you go to, so the estimated cost for all of that, for construction is about 2.2 million, and then, so estimated for engineering, about 325,000. So on page 2 is, just a concept of where we just kind of, this has just been discussed with our, nature reserve board, this month, I guess. And so looking at having a play area and some walking trails, and then towards the back would be the area where you're accessing the bay, whether it's with your kayak, paddleboard, wade fishing, whatever we're gonna have there. So there's parking back there, restroom, picnic area. So that would all be costs that the voting access grant would pay for, because that's getting the access to the water. But like the play area in the front of the park is not, and the walking trails would not be a part of the voting access. So if we wanted to go ahead and just design the whole thing, and then we could look for additional funds to actually build the additional, like I'm calling them the recreational amenities. Then we could next year be designing it when we're designing the voting access, so we're kind of more shovel ready for another grant opportunity maybe, or city funds down the road to build that, or build it all together. But the voting access, like I said, is just gonna cover that. Yes, we want. So we had $84,000 budgeted last year for the voting access grant, and we're receiving $250,000 from the Parks and Wildlife for designing those elements of the park. And so we'll be requesting to carry forward what we haven't spent, and then additional funds to plan for the rest of the park.
So of this estimate that Stantec has done, the concept, right? How much, again, is being paid for from the voting access grant? $250,000?
So this is, so the voting access grant, we're in phase 1 right now. So the 334 is only for design, permitting, engineering. And then when that's complete, voting access, you apply for phase 2.
Which is the construction.
So these are just probable costs of construction. That way we can get an idea of how much we need for engineering and what we want to pick and choose and what we want to build. So we're not really anywhere near that because we haven't even done wetland permitting. Yeah, we did a wetland delineation already.
and then they put together, conceptual designs. So we reviewed those with, the Kings Preserve Board, and then we're, talking with the water district so that we can, sort of zero in on which concept we want to move forward on. And then move into getting a wetland permit and, the finding design. So the grant, the name copies of it, but, the Parks and Wildlife grant eligible improvements, they're estimating will be, 1.4 million. So that's the roadway, restrooms, shade, that kind of thing, and then the concrete, like whatever kind of launch or area that will get you access to the water. So the amenities in the packet are outside the scope of the grant that we have now, but there's plenty of other opportunities we can apply for.
I guess my question is, this is a $2.1 million estimated design and concept. And the capital outlay request is for the engineering part, right?
Yes.
No match for that, no grant for that. That would come from the budget.
That's just an estimate based on the probable cost.
Right.
So, and we could decide too,
It's 2.5.
maybe we don't
this?
layer that, yeah, we just want to add some walking trail. You know, it doesn't have to, not a, you know, all or nothing. We're not, maybe we're not ready for that.
This is.
So, Ray, what was the original grant for that we received?
Design.
Access for design and permitting.
And how much was that?
330.
Right, so 334, we already have in hand.
No,
Right,
we have,
that-
well,
Oh,
Yeah,
we have 250 in
we
hand.
have 250 and then we cover the $84,000.
And that was in this year's budget. It'll be
Right.
carried forward
Right.
next year.
And that's gonna
Right.
get us,
That's the Stan Tech contract.
It's there.
yeah.
that's all all that is for engineering.
Right.
Permitting.
Right. For a project that has an estimated cost of,
2.5. Well, no, I'm sorry.
Two-
That's the others.
So this is the, voting access stuff, probable cost.
Yeah.
Is it in here?
no.
I didn't put that
That's
in
what
there
I'm saying.
because,
That's why I'm a little confused. The front page is something different
Mhm.
than the next page, which is the
Mhm.
engineering cost for.
voting.
for
So that's the
boating
page on
access.
the paddle
But
access. It's not in here.
I feel like
No.
the first page could include some of the boating access, correct? It looked feel like there's might some duplication maybe.
I'll show you what I have here.
Okay, sorry. Rick.
I guess I didn't include this whole thing because, well, it is confusing. It's all connected. So these are the like recreation amenities and this is the voting access eligible things.
Okay.
And these are just ideas.
Yeah,
We
no,
have-
sure.
Obviously, to get to the voting access, we need a roadway, we need parking, we need a restroom, we need maybe some shade. And that stuff is all covered by eligible from the grant.
Okay, so $1.6 million is the estimated cost of the boating access construction.
To
And we're
include
gonna
the
get
road and
that
the shade and everything.
grant, or do we have to apply for that after engineering comes back?
The way the grant works is if they fund your phase one of your construction design, basically, you know, it's understood you're gonna be eligible for phase two. They want to be involved in phase one. They don't want you to come to them with the designs and say, I want grants.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, and that's we would only have to pay 25%.
So on that chart you just showed me, the 1.6 is not inclusive, or I guess the what we have in our packet, the paddle park concept is not inclusive of the 1.6.
Yeah, this is separate. This is.
That's separate.
The 1.6 is in addition to the 2.5.
Yeah.
You come to a total of 4.1.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
Yes.
understand. Okay, yeah.
But, yeah, so, I mean, I think that for sure, the idea of having some walking trails out there, and this $335,000 section with the pond, that is totally,
contingent on if we get permission to even use the bond, because we haven't even really talked more to Scott Mack about that. It was just an idea that came up. And then, the playground play area, includes, picnic areas and a restroom, that kind of stuff too. So it's not just, play area. And none of this has really been designed, so these are all like, this is totally, just an opinion and probable costs so that we could kind of get some budget numbers together.
Do you think out there being a paddling trail and down the road a bit, that we need to put playground equipment that far out, or is that more of a nature kind of thing? Boat, fish, wade fish?
Well, the idea came also from with the, open space master plan, where, the only green space out that way in town is the beach. So, you know, you want people to be in proximity of a park. And then also that, I mean, it's, yeah, there's nothing out there and,
But at our last meeting, we did kind of question that playground.
yeah. And then will we discuss also moving it potentially to save on some costs, not having this entryway over here with the playground? And if we could do that, having it more central, and then you'd be saving on all that road work there, and then having it further away from the road. Although this design concept does include like berming, like creating dunes like Palmia did, so the play area wouldn't really, you know, wouldn't be straight out there on the highway, especially if they expand the highway, it would be set back. But so we haven't received that updated concept yet of moving that all there. But,
Construction can also be phased, so the idea of a play space out there from the master plan was if the whole island gets built up and there's communities, you know, surrounding this area, and this is our only publicly owned green space that far south, we want it for multi-use. But the grant is loading access.
and then someone did mention in my advisory board about like, there's not very many families that live out there, but are assuming that, you know, that's gonna be tax funded, it could be a good amenity for visitors, but something that residents obviously can use, but and it would be a different type of playground. It's not gonna be, you know, your catalog, pirate ship or whatever. There's a lot of really cool nature based, but some of them don't even.
Pirate ships.
But
Pirate ships.
that's something different.
Alligators.
Yeah, like logs to climb on. There's a lot of really cool things out there that
More
are
of a nature like
more
playground.
nature, yeah.
Snakes.
Yeah, we saw a really cool giant coyote. Yeah.
Awesome.
But or just even a lot of the play areas now are like they're sculpting the land and having logs to climb on. It's just more of a natural type thing. But
You
so-
build a hill and kids will roll down
know,
it like a
yeah.
church. I mean,
Well, we have Girl Scouts there and all the girls want to do for an hour and a half is roll down that hill.
I'll get Brandon to come make you something. He's got a cut rate.
That'd be pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Build some hills. Yeah.
Just build some hills. They love it.
So asking for engineering design, the engineering that's gonna get done is gonna encompass all these things? Whether we build them or not,
Well, we could take this list and whittle it down also.
and then do
And then-
engineering?
yeah.
Okay.
Do it, like she said, in phases.
Decide what we really
Yeah.
want.
First things first.
The design, and we can start doing that with them now, and then especially. We wanted to meet with Scott after this to see if utilizing that pond is completely off the table, because then we just remove that aspect of the project, but it would be great. To have the kids like at camp there, because they're not blowing into the Corpus Christi Bay, they're contained in here and they can all get practice with kayaking. That's really the concept. Scott said it was deep, so I haven't walked.
He said it was what?
It's deep.
Oh, yeah.
They
From where they,
elevated like
yeah.
a bunch of land out there from those two ponds, so. So yeah, we can further refine that before we even. Realize that. Okay, so then. We're good? Yeah.
Okay.
So the next.
It's going on the list.
Project that is ongoing. Is the PEPRA grant for the nature preserve, so restoring the lost land. in the, nature preserve behind the bulkhead, washout. We're, discussing design concepts, the GLO, David and I are working with the GLO also on the final repairs of their rock revetment, which, is the next phase. Which doesn't involve any city funds, right?
No.
GLO, yeah, and, and then after that, it's closed off. That, water coming from the ship channel is closed off from here, so trying to restore some of that land. And so it's gonna be a long process.
I told him earlier about you meeting with the port and that concept of using the port's dredge permit.
That would, huge for both these projects moving forward. Because the individual permits can take several years, which is what we were looking at without this option report. So then the other project on there is, the other Pepper project for stabilizing the bulkhead. So I don't know if you talked about this, I just put it in there.
Go ahead. I think I might have mentioned it. I don't think so.
Well, so this is also, all of these are also just in the design and, permitting phase. But, they did an analysis and have come up with this design using these things called marine mattresses to protect further scouring under the bulkhead to protect it, stabilize it. So,
Who came up with that idea?
It's Coast and Harbors. And that concept is being vetted by the GLO.
Is it used, where else is it utilized? that has-
It's used in a bunch of, I could show you I'd have to get you the report, but it's used throughout Texas. In a lot of coastal environments.
In shoreline that has the same kind of
Yeah.
wave action?
Yep. Yeah, we put them through the ringer on it and asked a bunch of questions and,
I got a lot of video if you'd like to
yeah.
show some examples.
oh, yeah. Well, they're the people that did our, Coast and Harbors did the, ship wake study.
Right.
They're who the port uses for a lot of their, ship wake.
I
all
think they
their
should
ship
come
wake
back
stuff.
and do one. When was the last time they did one?
The last time they did one?
Before we did the bulkhead?
No, they've done they've done them for the recent dredging. They were involved in that. They did a study over in Klein's Landing. They were involved in that one.
Uh-huh.
And so, they're the most recent ones on the ship channel.
Okay.
And then putting a rock revetment versus the marine mattress was like several $millions more.
Plus the problem with the rock revetment when they did their wave analysis was that the tsunami wave from the ship wake climbs up the rock and overspills the wall.
A lot of video of that too.
Yeah, oh yeah, we got a lot of that.
What are those marine mattresses made out of?
They're made out of like very thick, and I'm not sure, I think galvanized metal, and it's imagine a chain link fence with two layers between it, and then in between you have concrete is poured and like size is about this big, so it can kind of articulate. So it's a bunch of concrete, big chunks embedded in this wire, but they all can independently move a little bit so that the mattress may behave like a blanket. So as there's erosion or sediment inload coming in, these blankets kind of adapt to the shape of the seabed.
Cool.
And they can be any length, but they might be 18 feet long, 8 feet wide, 8 inches thick, and then they kind of weave them all together as they go down, and they just place these things out and they connect them. So the whole thing's this long linear blanket of rock, concrete that kind of molds itself to the seabed.
I hope it works.
And Kepler's paying for it all.
Need their number.
Okay. Yeah, last thing is, we're just getting started. This is a grant. There's no city funding, but we'll be carrying forward some of these funds because the project won't be done this year on a master plan of the IGA. Center. Well, I'm pretty, whatever we're calling it. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like you guys talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
So, yeah. But we're working on a scope with the engineering firm that's gonna work on that, so.
We
And
had
then,
fencing money that we didn't use this year, because we thought we better.
Oh, yeah.
Master plan is done. So now I carried that forward, so.
yeah, forgot about that.
Can we at least mow down the pepper trees?
There, we got rid of all the pepper trees there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Can we mow down the other trash?
Well, there, we could, we could start working on the trash because, well, not just the trash that you guys see, like those
Yeah,
palm trees.
that's
there,
what I mean, but yeah.
It is insane.
Yeah.
There's motors, culverts, big chunks of concrete.
And this one, these here are the ones up here. These here,
It's the trash up on the
Yeah.
other side, but yeah, behind there is a whole, just,
It's all the
think a
stuff that
lot
got
of
washed off
people-
after Harvey.
yeah, but a lot of it's concrete,
Dumping
so it's dumped there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's these
Mm-hmm.
underneath all the concrete. Luckily, the guy who was shredding the pepper trees had an enclosed cab because it was covered. So anyway. Some debris removal. I don't know if we want to start chipping away at that or just wait till something's done with the property and add that and be a part of the scope, but. The trash flowing from the parking lot is the fence.
Yeah.
To be, maybe to trap that. But. Yeah, so that's like.
lovely.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, so we did get rid of the pepper trees, but we left. Palm trees and.
I mean, the palm trees then of themselves aren't horrible. It's just that, and it's still really bad behind the Gulf Street, like the concrete ditch. Like all
Like back
that.
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
those
just-
pepper trees are gone.
No, I just meant, it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, there was, well, there was,
people living
after-
there. and-
Yeah, so we did get rid of most of, well, pretty much all of that. There was a lot of clothing and. Different things.
Body.
Well, we got involved after that,
Yeah,
thankfully.
yeah.
So, but there's little kids now out there, digging holes and making little jumps with their, bikes.
Yeah, I think we should just.
Oh, really?
Mow it down.
Yeah, there's
shred
like a
it.
little track over there.
No trash.
Strung up by their Buster Browns.
They wouldn't know what those are.
Ditch with the alligator.
Well, when are they supposed to have the conceptual design back? I know we have a conceptual design, but what's the next step on?
The next
Coming up
step
with-
is our wetland delineation.
Okay. So they're working on that.
Yeah, we have,
I'm still finalizing the scope with.
yeah, we're, yeah,
That would be there first. Or we do a wetland delineation. Is kind of gonna dictate. Or determination.
I mean, it's got to be non-jurisdictional, correct?
well, that's our dilemma. One firm is a little bit more on the things are wetlands side, and then another firm is more, hey, I'll make that a non-jurisdictional, so we're piecemealing things apart.
Well, I mean, we gotta, I mean, the center's gonna be a wetland
No, it is,
pond.
It
I
is,
mean, it is,
right.
right? I mean, so,
right. We just have to get the right person to say that.
okay. Understand. Okay.
When we walk that, the condition of that concrete canal.
Mhm.
Something to look at, too, not. Great, just a note.
Oh, just the condition wise. We redid that not too long ago. We'll look at it.
Section. Piece of property. That. Enhance the drainage. With the properties.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ray.
Your turn. Okay, Parks and Recs.
Okay. So this is general fund Parks and Rec, personnel requests. I'm asking for two additional groundskeepers. We've got a lot of property coming online, landscaping around all the new facilities, things like the cemetery, just increased demand on staff that it would be beneficial to have more. Now that they're in a leased facility on Cutoff and C. There is space. We held off on bringing on 2 new members last year because we did not have the place to put them, but now they do have a little bit more space. A note I put in after groundskeepers was there's been discussions with PD about safety and security. We've seen an uptick in unhoused I don't know how to say it, transients in our parks. I feel like this year we've seen more with the rec center coming online, thoughts about like, do we want a security officer? Do we want park enforcement? We always struggle with nature preserve park enforcement because PD, is working more important issues around town. And so it's not always easy to get park enforcement rules taken care of. So I just wanted to put that note in there as something to maybe discuss and consider. That's what that is. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts or opinions, but I think it's if the rec center is going to be open late at night, like say till 10 p.m. and you've got a desk attendant or 2 by themselves in this big facility. I think security and park enforcement is something that we want to be mindful of.
Yeah, I think we need to do something. Because chances are that's gonna be a young person.
Yeah.
On that shift,
Or
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
right, and so.
Probably be off the
I-
scene.
then
Be Dave's unless retirement plan. Dave's the security guy. I mean, yes, I think those are things that we have to consider and look at, and if in the short term. It's, some kind of partnership or off-duty police officer type pay or something, but I think that's important.
Probably more of a security officer then versus a police officer type pay grade.
Right, sure, yeah.
25 from the Texan.
No, I don't know about that.
I know UTMSI has a nighttime security. Mhm.
And then even during the daytime hours, if we're gonna be having after school care kids and we're gonna be having summer camp. Officer Boyer gave our staff training this year before summer camp on intruders and safety, and so the full resource officer. Very person. For the 2 additional groundskeepers, they're gonna need a vehicle, and this vehicle, we're asking for a little larger capacity. A 3/4 ton truck would help us to tow a larger water trailer. So if we're still on water restrictions and we're trying to keep things alive throughout town without irrigation systems, this would help increase that capacity. It is very time consuming now. It's a novel idea to hand water everything, but it takes a lot of time. Filling trucks, big trucks. So we need, if we're gonna continue to do that, we need to increase the capacity of doing it. Grounds is asking for a new mower. They have their mowers on kind of a rotation, so we'll phase out unit 413 for the new one, and it'll be used on our best parks like in Battlefield and the strip that we are still managing. They're asking for a replacement to the gator that's at the community park as well, where the John Deere, it's a little bit better than a golf cart. It has more of a like for utility purpose, so they're asking for a replacement of that as well. The imagery below is totally AI generated, and I wouldn't pay too much attention to the layout, other than the fact that it's a maintenance facility that has garage bays and a shop, a break room. This would be, instead of leasing a facility like we have, we're in a lot of sheds and Connex boxes and paying a lease on a temporary office that isn't necessarily, you know, the most hospitable place. So putting a permanent grounds maintenance facility, similar to maybe the public works building, be less expensive.
Or more like the lifeguard building.
Probably more like the gas building.
Yeah, the gas
In the
building. yeah.
base.
They like where they're at right now on the corner of Crop and C. It's very central and they can get to a lot of places, all meet in one, and then kind of disperse Robert Flint Park, Community Park. We had wanted to do where the sheds are all located at the community park, but that real estate is shrinking quickly and there's a lot going on out there, and plumbing and elevation out there are not really favorable. There's a lot of complications.
Yeah, we've had this in the last two budgets and we've spotted it out in the community park in this general vicinity right in here. Our biggest problem out there is, again, elevation's about 5 feet, 4.5 feet. So you're looking at Nicole, what is that? Is that 9 or is that 10 right there? I think it's 10, isn't it? Is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. So the problem is that the finished floor is either, I think the finished floor is 10 feet. So we got to build again on an anthill, you know, and you're dragging everything's on trailers. So we're trying to figure out a better place, but we're just kind of the problem with, and Nicole and I had talked about it, but the problem with the Avenue C and Cutoff Road is just, it's not the highest and best use for that piece of dirt. That's a super frontage, very valuable piece of dirt, and typically a maintenance building is
Hidden.
it's at the end of a road. It's kind of, you know, you don't want you're better off, you know, not having everyone seeing exactly what you're doing. It's not, well, not that you're doing anything bad, but you're typically, you know, at the end of like 6th Street, you know, maybe we can get something from the Shanklins down there. But so anyway, we're struggling to see where is the best place to spot it.
Not over here. Yeah.
Well, again, I mean, it's, you know, this where the lifeguards are, that's Avenue A and Cutoff. That's just as
Prominent spot.
Just as prominent.
Yeah.
What about on that big parking lot? we have
Yeah.
On the back end?
Yeah, I like it there. What about there?
Just on the back end.
well, you could,
You can put,
you could come back here and put a building right there.
there you go.
You could go where the Parks and Rec office is now. Don't you have that property right there?
Yeah, we do have, no,
Is that-
this is Water District. Up to about right there. That's Water District.
Could put it,
This is city,
Which needs to be another lane of traffic for the ferry one day.
So.
right? That's probably, this is, yeah.
Yeah. That all needs to be part of.
Yeah, I mean, that whole intersection, that's hard for the guys too, to,
Pull out.
yeah, it'd be, having them back up Port Street anywhere would be problematic for access.
Traffic there is often, it's almost impossible to make a left out of the driveway. There has to be a completely clear intersection to go left out of our parking lot. So
But if you're in the back of the,
if you're further down Port Street and you're away from
in
the
that parking,
intersection, it could be
yeah,
better.
you're not gonna have any, and you're not gonna be battling the ferry on Sunday.
So
with
what
your
they're
people.
hoping for is a climate controlled break and office space, a restroom. And then some garage bays. As opposed to operating like the Connex boxes that they have right now, you can see daylight through the roof of them, like they need to be phased out, they're not. Really containing, I mean, they're technically locking something up, but it's not gonna from the weather anymore. And we're just in all these outbuildings, so to have like one centralized facility where they can keep all of their equipment and it's safe and
this swimming pool.
locked up.
Animal shelter.
Trade.
Property next to the Birdie Center, the new parking lot is for sale.
Which one?
And it has a building on it too.
It has a building.
Oh, this thing right here. Really? That's for sale?
Does it go all the way back?
Where's
Coming there. On the ground. People go. Mutes, yeah.
You could raise the bathroom and everything else inside,
Where's
flood
that?
out the rest of the building.
Cause that's the other thing is we're talking about when
And
they're
that
in
lot
the rec
needs
center.
that. I mean, that's a pretty deep lot.
We'll keep working on it, but we need to put the building back in and we'll just keep working on location.
Yeah, it's a carry forward.
Yeah. All right, let's keep moving.
The concession stand and announcer booth at the baseball field needs some improvements. It has rotting soffits on the restrooms and there's dents for baseballs and the stucco on the side of the announcer booth and there's just some general, I mean, it's a 30-year-old facility. It got a facelift after Harvey, got a new roof, but there's other upkeep that needs to be had to those two buildings there, so I'm asking for if you guys it'll cover those random things that need to be done to it. The next line item is that fishing pier grant I was telling you about, the restore grant. So total that project is $617,000 across 3 fishing piers with a larger chunk for Charlie's Pasture because it includes our restroom. And that is all funds.
Okay, tell me again, you executed a contract in June of 2026 with,
TCEQ.
so the contracts. So TCEQ, so the money is ready. Now you just need to get into the engineering or the design and,
There's not engineering design, it was all just simple, hire a landscaper, buy a modular restroom. It was meant to be just bare bones basic.
okay,
Originally, we were doing lighting on the piers. That's gone.
well, there's lighting on the Charlie's Pasture Pier.
But
Okay.
in talking to the solar light company, they make bollards that are solar lights, and when I showed him the lighting that's on our piers right now, these LED fixtures that if they, you have to replace the whole thing. Expensive, and so when I showed the guy our piers, he was like, I've never seen overhead lighting like that on a fishing pier before. They work in Florida a lot, and he's like, they're all these bollard lights. And so
Yeah.
a light bulb went off and I was like, why do we have lights like that? So I would like to phase out the lights that we have on the fishing piers for bollard lights moving forward, but I've got a lot in the budget this year, so I was thinking that would be the next year request. Unless you want to do this year.
Well, we got $615,000 or $17,000.
It's gonna go fast with hardscaping, landscaping, signage, and that restroom. It's gonna.
Okay.
I'll see
Well-
if I can work it in, but it wasn't in the original. Okay,
Can you start spending that money now?
I'm waiting on the next steps. I returned a signed contract.
Okay, well, I know it was in your request for 2027,
Yeah,
but I mean, we don't have to wait till October 1, right?
No.
Okay. If you find something. you wanna do.
Yeah, but that's not a budget item really because it's no city match.
Right, okay, well, that's good. I
Mhm.
love free money.
okay, so RDC gets into our staffing for the rec center. I have an org chart there that includes my existing team and blue, and then orange is what I'm suggesting. Right now I have I have 6 direct reports. Including surf rescue, which is not RDC, but they're just, I mean, my team is a mixture of parks and RDC and Shad Nature Preserve, but I think I'm at the point where I need some assistance. And so I'm asking for an assistant parks director. They'd be a second in command for the schedules that are expanding now with extended hours of the recreation center and all the programming that we offer. Would be somebody in charge when I'm not working. And then they could also help head up as kind of another direct report over the recreation center and programming. And then underneath that, I'm asking to elevate an existing position. So our community program coordinator, I think, would make a great recreation program manager. I'd like to see that position elevated to managerial level to match the rest of the direct reports in the Parks Department. And then we're also gonna need some attendant type positions for the front desk and the child watch areas. So that is all listed there.
How many people really is this, Colleen? I know you have like lifeguards, pool lifeguards, head beach life. I mean, that's like a general category, not a one person.
The entire department right now, I believe, is at 84 or 85 people.
Including surf rescue.
Including surf rescue, which has grown tremendously. They've got 35 beach guards this year and then 5 full-time staff.
Okay, so those all, that's kind of summer temporary, right? So 35, that's not
35
full-time,
seasonal,
right?
35 seasonal, 5
No.
year round.
35 seasonal, 5 year round, okay.
Which is included in the 35 right now. He only has 35 hired right now, I think. We just looked at it last week. Can't have.
But
40.
after Labor Day, it's gonna be Joey and 4 other people. Oh, you keep the lifeguards all the way to Halloween, all 35 of them? Because half of those kids go to college. I walk by them every day.
But we staff the beaches through Halloween.
Probably go down to
Thursdays
about
through Sundays.
18 to 20.
At least, because a lot of those are college kids.
Thursdays through Sundays.
Okay.
But some are local college kids that stay on.
And then the same thing with like the pool, swimming pool.
Yeah, there's 12, 15 lifeguards. I mean, the pool's open year round, so we try and keep as
Yeah,
many as
but-
we can.
Based on
but we
seasonality.
lose some. I wanna say off season, my staffing probably is in the 40 personnel, 40
to
people-ish,
50.
35, 40. Cause it would basically subtract surf rescue and get full
Yeah.
year round folks.
You say 40 to
'Cause
50.
the
You've got quite a few on
announcers
Marlin
turn into
Academy.
after-school care.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers go down a little bit, but
The assistant recreation director, does that have benefits in that number? That's sitting okay?
No.
no, those are just salary numbers.
7163 of salaries and then the hourly wages down below for the 3 full-time, 3 part-time front desk attendant, that's for everybody's 1639 an hour.
Yeah, for the groundskeeper positions, that did include benefits, but I did not do the benefit numbers for RDC.
Is Chrissy's your program coordinator, correct?
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5 new people.
Well-
The attendants are gonna be multiples. so
Because of the
front desk
shift, so
attendants,
maybe 3.
3.
And then the child watch coordinator is 1,
2.
but I don't see
5,
child watch
6.
PT staff is not in your little cash flow or your little chart, flow chart.
Yeah, there's 4 to 5, like part-timers. I was kind of wavering between needing a coordinator for them or just having them.
Is a
Without
counselor the
coordinator.
same as a child watch PT staff?
It could be, yeah.
I'm thinking just
Yeah.
in that flow chart, is that what that is? Maybe
Yeah.
the same thing child watch stuff?
Yeah, we call them camp counselors during the summer,
Sure.
but just after school care, Marlin Academy during the season. Yeah.
They are, right, Marlon?
Well,
Okay.
it's too hard for us to differentiate. It's the same job description, same pay. It's just whether they stay through the school year or just in the summer.
Mhm.
So we're not, we tried there for a while to call them camp counselors, and then if they stay during the year, we're like, well, now we got to call them Martin Academy, and we were going back and forth, and it just doesn't make sense.
Now they're gonna
We're
be,
gonna add child watch.
we're just gonna call them.
Darla,
Yeah.
mathematical purposes, benefits, what would you say? Just add
I could tell you right now, if you want one on the,
just add like $4 an hour?
no, so the 71,372 position loaded turns into 101. So about 30,000 additional on that price, and it's probably gonna be close to about the same. Probably about 28,000 onto a 63,000, 63,2891. About 35% usually, I think, is a percentage we have.
A waiver, I don't wanna ask for too much, but I also have this massive department with big capital projects, and so. I feel like time this year to go through the help.
Well, and you have to plan for the future and
Colleen, what's our estimate? What was our estimate on from the time we get our C of O for the rec center? How many days to, move in,
Open.
get it, get things, get equipment in there and then start opening?
Big. Really truly done in December, we've had some rain days.
Yeah.
Now we pushing back a little bit, we're not saying that, but I was out in the shooting to be in and start to function by spring break.
Right.
I mean, C, D, and E are gonna be required to run the rec center, period. The front desk attendant, the child watch coordinator, and the child watch part-time staff, those are required to open.
Well, it depends on, you might not initiate the child care right off the bat.
Right.
You may
Eventually.
phase that in, but
And it's
mean-
not gonna be.
I think we'll have some.
Yeah, no, I think you will.
But Colleen,
But do you wanna leave a 35,000 square foot building in the hands of a volunteer, like, they're gonna have to be paired with someone.
A nice $35,000 square.
Give David a flag, usually you're in the bad.
Yeah.
I'm sad.
And the C, D, and E will not be needed come October 1.
no.
They're not gonna be a full year.
We will need to
Funding.
train them up before the doors open, so maybe they would be involved in the move in and the setup and. The December to March window is when the onboarding get them going.
Right, I would recommend them budgeting starting January at the latest. For your full timers that have to get, your part timers aren't gonna take much training to work the front desk attendant. They can start that day and work. They're gonna need to learn the facility, but they're only gonna have a day or two of training with someone, I would think.
Software, cash handling, all the TM.
Right.
Prior training.
Right. I mean, it's usually that first week is, but you don't need to bring them in January 1 to open in March. Your part-timers.
Gonna be furnishings are gonna be getting moved in instead of. The other thing is, custodial, I know you're talking about adding to their team, but this is gonna probably be a pretty big demand on them. Well, my plan is for the attendants and then the pool lifeguards to do sweeps through the building and check on locker rooms and wipe down machines and things like that, but there's probably warrant. So where we go, I mean, I know the way the city runs it is they go on rotation through here, but this facility will have people in and out all day, showering, sweating, kids. Gym use, so I mean, it's a big place. And the same, Peggy mentioned the IT as well, like if we're renting out for events that are 7 o'clock at night or times where you would want, speaker setup or, IT needs outside, just the hours of the facility are gonna pull on support staff a lot. Well, we're building it.
That's it.
And I'd rather have it in the budget and not use it than get to a point where we're like, oh gosh, forgot to.
And it's gonna be a learning curve. Once we get in there, we may realize we do not have enough part-time staff, or we don't have, we do need to come to you and ask for more.
So just an assessment, Daniel's asked, talking about pay scales, salaries and everything else in the global, you're looking at this is pretty much.
It's huge.
Pretty much it's a standard pattern. I mean,
Bigger we get, the more buildings we'll build, we can add.
You gotta maintain them.
And I hope we don't have to call EMS a lot in the building.
Parking station over there.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Dan, you better add a person to your staff just to be there.
Just to be.
I see a lot of torn Achilles in the future.
Please.
Oh,
We've done this.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna rent that for the sound engineer, there's a lot of local sound engineers I give the school to, a lot of those that are taking that sound engineer, you don't pay them directly to come in, and the people that are renting get paid for the sound engineer, to tell them to get set list of.
Yeah, that's an add-on. Yeah, you rent the facility, but you gotta pay extra for all the extras.
But I give your list of people and your equipment, that's what we do.
You bring Ken back.
He just got a great job. I'll tell you about it.
Oh, good for him. Okay, looks like we need a whole flow chart just for.
Yeah.
I got a question for Dave, I guess, maybe. So this whole right side, surf rescue, all that, does that typically would fall under like somebody in Colleen's position to be in charge of that?
It depends on what coast you're on. On the East Coast, yes, quite often, it's under Parks and Rec. If you go West Coast, it's under Fire.
I mean,
So
seems
it just,
fire EMS type.
it just depends on, if we were to ever go full fire, you're gonna have a fire chief in charge of fire, EMS and lifeguards, like West Coast style.
Cause they're gonna be over there. Right?
Yeah.
All on one city block.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, it's not on East Coast. There's a lot of surf rescue is under Parks and Rec. And we're third coast, so yeah, no, it's not uncommon. Yeah.
We're helping them grow. When I first came on, maybe we had 10 lifeguards.
I mean, she already has lifeguards with the pool, so
Yeah.
lifeguards with the beach aren't.
Surf rescue's a little.
It's it's different. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they play more of an emergency management role.
Yeah.
And what they do.
Yeah.
Giving them more credentials, more training, bigger program, higher staffing. They've grown a bunch in the last 10 years.
Do you help with the training?
Okay.
Yeah.
Occasionally, yeah, I mean, with medical stuff, and then we do all the ordering, the supply ordering and stuff like that. And as they get more and more involved with like getting their EMT, which I'm going to have them. Yeah, 3 of them now, they actually have their EMT. So I mean, they can affiliate their national registry because you have to affiliate with an actual system. So they can affiliate with me, and then we can keep up with all the licensing.
Okay.
Well,
That was just staffing.
yeah, okay.
Long. So obviously building the rest of the building, to carry forward the remaining budget. There's a little updated rendering there with the Robert E. Clark Recreation Center name on the top, and then it's just on the left side, we stuck our department badges. There's a little green and orange and yellow circle, and then the big city emblem on the right. And that'll be lit. Inside, these are mock-ups of the furnishings, so where all the desks and tables and chairs and all that thing, all those are going. I've been working with Gateway, and I'm estimating 150,000 for furnishing.
Not including weight room. Right?
Yeah, that
that's-
is solely tables, desks, chairs. And then they don't equip, like, we have big storage rooms in here, and the shelving for that storage, they don't supply that, and so any miscellaneous. Yoga mats and special shelving and that type of thing, I put another 20,000 in there just to make sure that we're covering everything that we can think of. And then the AV system is a whopper on here. This is the PA system, speakers, data, cabling, cameras, and the displays. The numbers are still coming in, like Peggy just said, cameras are at 161,000, that number just came in today. We're gonna try and value engineer that down as much as possible, looking at, do we need their display versus are we going to Best Buy, those types of things, but I have a $800,000 estimate based on their highest estimates that they've shown us, and I hope.
Was it like
that-
Daniels? They might have the same guy do the same bid. Yeah.
But I don't think you're talking the JBL speakers and that type.
Well,
of
you
thing.
must
I
be
mean,
for $800,000.
It's
No,
also
that price is
35,000.
coming down. That
It's
price
coming
is,
down. Originally, they started at $1 million.
yeah.
And it's gonna have a lot more cameras than some of your other buildings. Because
Because all the kids in it.
because of all the kids, and it has a whole lot of cameras.
Oh,
And,
100%. It needs that. You
AV
have to have it.
system.
But I mean, we don't,
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
The one thing that I got hung up on was having a speaker system and a PA system. I was like, in today's day and age, why can those not be the same thing? And they truly can't. They're, to make an announcement over a PA system, it's not technologically the same thing as playing music over speakers. And so you could force one system to operate as both, but then the quality of the sound is an issue. And so, like, I talked with Portland and their community center, and they just put in a PA system because they only have a speaker system, and so this is the time to do it if we're going to do it correctly, so. That's what I've learned. I've gotten layout and an estimate from Marathon Fitness, and so to purchase all of this equipment, this is kind of basic model stuff, but I didn't go with fancy screens or Bluetooth capability or anything like that, because most everybody is bringing their own devices now. You have your earbuds and your phone, you can watch the screen that you bring, so I didn't go with fancy stuff, and it's a $275,000 total. They have leasing options, and so Darla and I we were scheduled for a call to discuss that. I wanted Darla to look at it financially and see if it was really worth it to lease.
And I was up.
We haven't had that call yet. But to me, I like the idea of leasing the equipment so that we don't get stuck with broken, rusty stuff and that we have to auction off. I would much rather have a lease, use it for a few years, get wear and tear, and then swap it out. Just like we're doing with our trucks, it's the same concept. It seems like a way to keep nice equipment, and they have maintenance plans that come along with the equipment too, so their technicians will service things, swap things out. So that's what we're proposing for the layout and the contents. And it seems like it's I've had a few different personal trainers and fitness enthusiasts, review this. And everybody seems okay with that, Parks Board and think of this as well.
Did we do the walking track above the,
Yes.
we could fire the treadmills and put a stretching area or some mats or something?
Well, group exercise is a whole nother classroom that yoga mats, spin bikes. Little dumbbells, there's a whole studio in here, so if you want stretching area, that will be available to you. Not as fast as I'm going. The other thing
Join the class, so this one.
associated, the potential cost for us is getting children from school to the rec center for after school care. The school indicated that the state would not pay for busing to our facility, and so I put in an estimated rate on what it would cost if we have to pay for it all, and so that's that 5,100. Nothing's been worked out. We haven't talked about MOUs or interlocals or anything like that. This is just like, if we have to pay them to use their bus and their driver, this is what it might look like.
Okay, but we all talking about that, right? I mean, we don't need to lease a bus, come up with our own drivers. I mean, I would hope and think, I mean, theoretically, I thought that the school could just, as they're on the bus route home, one of the stops for Marlin Academy kids is the rec center. Instead of at Channel Vista's drop-off spot, they add a spot and it's, yeah,
I think the capacity of the busing is maybe an issue, that she's already got full buses going to the community, and so it would require adding a bus, and so I don't know the ins and outs of it, but so far it hasn't been offered as, yes, we'll do this for you. So I just wanted to put it in here as a topic of conversation, if they're never on the bus. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, only in the maybe more, yeah.
Parents get to choose where their kids go.
what?
Parents get to pick where their kids get dropped off or if they're allowed to use the bus or not.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you have to fill out a bus rider permit and you have to fill out all that information and say, you know, Johnny's gonna get dropped off at, you know, the Olive Moorings Parkway and whatever. I mean,
I wonder why it couldn't be a stop.
well, and so that's my question, and I understand capacity,
That's what I
right?
mean.
To Ray's point, if there's 30 kids that have been staying at the school, now all of a sudden they have to get dropped off somewhere else, may not be enough room on the bus, but every year at the beginning of the school year, the school puts out a preliminary bus route, and if that needs to change because everyone's moved out of Olive Moorings or Channel Vista, or now, you know, you got 10 kids living at the corner of, you know, Whispering Sands and Jay or whatever, you know, then they usually adjust the routes for the survey they send out at the beginning, you know. So I would hope that maybe knowing that we need that stop, there could be some survey done and they could adjust it based on that. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that
I
don't.
don't know what the appropriate avenue is for this forward. I mean, is it something that a school board request needs to be made, or?
Daniel,
We all.
we got the
Yeah.
inside connection, and Brett, we'll lean on that. I mean, we can pay. I mean, I can certainly
I mean, it's not
understand.
breaking the bank.
Yeah, no.
Everything else I'm asking for,
Yeah.
this is-
But it just makes sense logically as a parent. I mean, I know that, yeah, I mean, I know finding bus drivers is hard for them, but
Yeah,
yeah,
custodial staff, getting,
right.
you know, that's our parts position to fill.
But if it could be, you know, the last stop on the jumbo bus, I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's just something that needs to be discussed, you know, it should, you know, not be an issue.
So, sorry, segue, but safety is a big thing, and it would probably be a lot less confusing if, you know, they just got in the normal bus line and they got on the bus and they just got off the bus when it was time for them to get off the bus.
And they're getting out of the school facility so much earlier, I mean, it's
Yes.
close to the exit, you know, custodial staff can start there earlier, there's a lot of.
Benefits. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, So built this beautiful new facility
Mhm.
right up next to our existing community. hall. And we've seen some aging kind of advance as construction has occurred. I think with all of the dirt work that was done, there was some settling and shifting that occurred, and so we're seeing newer and more severe cracking on the pool deck. Then we've seen some of the cracks extend into the plaster of the pool. And the equipment itself, we had it, the whole facility audited by Councilman Hunsaker before we started the rec center. And so we had some preliminary cost estimates on replacing our sand filters. They don't make them anymore. Upgrading to Schedule 80 PVC, which is the code. Looking at the demo of the existing pool house and building, reconfiguring, adding on to a new equipment space. And so bringing this to your attention because we do have a 30-year-old pool that only has so much life left in it. And so I think we need to start discussing how we might move forward. In our open space master plan, we had 2 pools drawn up in the area. Our swim team has grown a lot and it's very successful. We have 75. They have 75 members right now and they host 6 to 7 meets a year with 30 to 50 additional swimmers, and then 50 to 100 people are coming from out of town for these meets. So theoretically, we could build a pool adjacent to this one so that we could then phase this one out and never go without a pool. I'm thinking like a competition pool that has cooler water, a little bit deeper lanes, better accommodated for swim team and lap swimmers and exercise, and then a leisure pool, recreation pool, similar to what we have now, could be phased in after. Councilman Hunsinger updated their numbers and they were estimating that a refurbishment of our existing facility would be 2.14 million, and a brand new facility would range between 2.7 and 2.9 million. So if you're looking at like cost benefit of what you want to put into a refurbishment versus a new construction, it's something to consider. I don't think this number includes demolition, so the new pool cost for pool replacement might be closer to 5 million. For big numbers, but it's something that the clock is ticking on. There's only so much life left. 3 years, like an example is the chiller imploded and the fan blades split out through the housing of the chiller. And just like the whole thing exploded. Like it's just, we're gonna live along here for a while, but they don't make the sand filters anymore. The PVC is all subpar. We're seeing shifting in the deck and major cracking. The wall of the chemical storage just fell off. Put it back in.
Didn't the port or Chenier or somebody regarding the port industry type related business made huge investments into the Aransas Pass Aquatic Center?
Yeah, I do believe it.
Think we should call them up.
Who did it?
I have a
Maybe it's Chenier.
partnership.
Yeah, I think it is a big, I'm pretty sure. Because in the overall recreational development building plan, there was, I mean, the pool was always gonna have to be redone or reconfigured or something, right? I mean, I understand that wasn't in the cost of the contract to build the rec center, but I mean, the schematics, it looks like we have a brand new fancy shiny pool when you look at the picture. So what was the ultimate plan for that?
Well, the venue tax thing.
Nope.
Well, Not part of the park, rec center or anything.
Venue taxes for the
Well, I
streetscape.
think in the planning phase, optimizing locker room space and incorporating that into the rec center and having it be a one-stop shop where you get to come through our front doors and go to the gym and the pool. I mean, that was always planned. And then we did that Councilman Hunsinger audit, but we never built it into the cost of, it was, you know, phase 2, phase 3. Demo of the pool house, new equipment for the pool. Total pool replacement, I don't think we really had on our radar until the settling and shifting and cracking kind of brought it to the.
But the original plan was, it, like you said, to come into the rec center
Oh,
and go
they
into
were
the
gonna
pool from the.
repurpose it.
Hmm?
In those renderings,
Right.
the original like Janak
Yeah.
plan was resurfacing everything, just brand new tile decking, shade structure.
Around the existing pool.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I thought.
yeah, yeah.
So that currently is not gonna happen in what we have contracted.
No, everything.
No, it's not in this contract.
So to get to the pool, you're gonna do the same thing you do today.
No.
No, you'll
No,
go
no,
through
no,
the
you
rec
go
center.
to the rec center.
Yeah,
That's what, I'm like the,
So it's still gonna be theoretically, so, but, okay. But
everything gets torn down but the pump room.
is that
Correct.
demo, we have that in the budget to demo the
That's
pool
not
house?
In this contract that got removed.
Oh, it did get removed?
needs to be in this
This
new
year's
budget.
Okay,
Okay. I thought it was in that contract.
No,
that's what I'm trying to clarify is what do we have already?
no,
included
we were
and what-
looking at a phase 2, which included potential deck repairs, demo of that existing superstructure, minus leaving a portion of it and refabbing it to stay over the pump room, and then kind of turning that area over there. You're gonna, once you demo it, you're gonna have to fix some parking lot, you're gonna have to fix pool deck, you're gonna have to fix sidewalks. And then I think we had talked about adding extra shade and cabanas on that side, but that was all that was in phase 2. And fencing repairs. Because you got to come back with fence.
Logically in my head, putting all of that on this old facility where the plumbing and mechanics are going to be a major issue. I skipped ahead in my description to what if we phased in an exercise pool to phase this one out and then bring a new leisure pool in. Timeline wise, to me, the cost benefit makes sense to consider that. We can continue to refurbish this, it's not impossible, but
Well, we got to do the demo.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we gotta do the demo.
We can't leave that.
right, but so do you wanna buy all new equipment? Sand filters, PVC, the 2.1 million in equipment refurbishment? And keep the existing pool?
Yeah, I think,
$1 million of slide in there.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't have to get the fancy with that slide, but that slide only has
Almost
a year or two left.
I mean, I
900 slide.
think from a finance perspective, we get as much life as we can out of this pool. And that means when you get cracks so severe that you can't open, that the water drains out the bottom. I mean,
Did they condense?
when it fails. I mean, guys, we don't have the money to build a $6 million aquatic facility right now. You don't have it. You're not gonna have that in 2 years.
No, you're
You're not
not.
gonna have it in 3 years. So we're not gonna have the money right now. We need to, yes, you're eventually gonna be to the point where you might have to do that, but this budget isn't the time to do it. This budget, we stay the course, we put in the demo money, and we get a couple more years out of that pump room. And then you can attempt to tackle it. But right now, we got to get in that rec center, and to the tune of, what are we at right now with all the IT and equipment and furniture and new employees? I mean, we're way over 30 million. It's not the time to build a new or commit to a new $6 million aquatic facility.
You'd have to bond it.
Yes, it makes sense that,
Yeah.
yeah, you're throwing a little bad money after good, but it's not that much money to tear that down and put up a wall, throw up some paint and limp by for a little bit. Give your pocketbook a chance to recover a little bit, then you can make that decision.
Because Hotel Motel Special, RDC definitely doesn't have it. That half-cent sales tax is not have enough to completely run the rec center. Because it's been running what it has and nothing more. Park Dedication doesn't have it. It did not get enough to complete construction of the rec center. Hot Special is having to recover from this build. And, you know, the venue tax will help that versus just the 7%, and the 7% is going to grow. But I agree, you need a little while to build that back up because we really have hit it.
So do you want to say demo 100,000? And you want to resurface with pool deck?
No. Pool deck is worthless.
What do you want to resurface at all?
I'd rather just use concrete.
And can we just put in a safety line item for equipment failure?
Yeah, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think so.
I think we need to start working on it. Grant money or donations or something, because I agree with David. We don't have another even $3 million to throw at a new pool facility this year. But we have to get the pool's got to stay open,
Yeah,
and we got to demo the old building, and we got to make sure the equipment stays running and it's safe, right? But I think that you can still have a plan and a dream, because I like, in theory, you know, what you have, and, you know, having a better, more improved competition pool, having a more leisure pool, you know, upgrading that whole area. But we're not gonna be doing it this year, unfortunately.
I understand.
I know.
That's it's in here to get the discussion
Yeah,
started.
no, it's good. Because
I
it's
know
important.
Everything
Yeah.
is a lot, that's all.
No. And I think it is important, but yeah, I think this is the kind of discussion you have, and then you go out and
Yep.
find people who are willing to pony up.
We don't have.
Every swim team
What's the
family.
name themselves, the Aquatic Center? Chad Shermitis Aquatic Center. Councilman Chad Shermitis Aquatic Center. Okay, you have more pages, Colleen. Yeah. I mean, it has been there a long time, and it's probably near the end of its life, but.
Got one more page.
Oh, no, she's got a bunch more pages.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, this.
The rec trails grant, contract has been awarded there. We have to get that kicked off. I wanted to look at, we're seeing a lot of drainage impacts with this recent serious rains. We've already got Fulton working on drainage improvements from the back of their parking lot to the street. There's only so many places for water to go if you're right on the wetlands. But I think that some drainage was impacted from the back of the parking lot to the pond behind the park. And so I was asking for just some funding based on what we paid Fulton for drainage the other way, that we might need when we're doing the trails and sidewalk improvements around the baseball fields. I think there's money left over from AEP that didn't get eaten up by that grant. And so That's what that line item is. Sorry, that was a roundabout way of saying. I'd like to just carry forward 40,000 in case we need drainage improvements in the backward part.
Well, based on that picture, it looks like we do.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's your pool. It's a little murky.
Shallow.
Yeah.
That's the duplicate, the repairs to the existing restroom and house that was already been talked about. I'd like to consolidate all the Connex boxes and garages and sheds and fenced in area and equipment storage that's out there. It looks like a shanty town and
Yep.
drives me crazy, so I'd like to just consolidate it into a two-car garage.
Can we put it in the fire tents?
People have a sled.
Did you hear that?
That's-
Can we put all of that into the fire tents?
Um,
Rather than build a new, yeah, can we move?
Fire tent here?
I don't know, maybe.
they're,
I'm asking.
they're ours.
Move
right?
them, they're ours.
Do we have to auction them or not?
If we sell them, yes, I think we do have to auction it. They were paid for with grant funds. I think we do have to
We can auction them to
possibly
ourselves.
give some,
$1.
yeah, I think you may have
I
to
mean,
give some back.
It's gonna-
I think you have to give them some back when you auction them too. I don't know if it's ours to keep.
$1.
We'll confirm that of what regulations are with
We're
Michael.
used to getting hit with baseballs already because they were by McDonald's.
Right?
I like it.
That's a good.
I mean,
idea.
why can't they stay where they're at and you put the stuff that,
Well, the stuff in
They
there is
need-
for ball field maintenance and nature preserve, so logistically, it's nice to have everything right there, but we would be trailering equipment if we got them where they were.
when is the school going to turf the baseball field? Do we know?
I'd ask.
Have y'all talked about that,
I
Mr.
think it's
Jonathan?
on next-
Okay, so it may go out to bid, but is the anticipation?
I know it's on the agenda for the next board meeting. I don't know if eventually we're giving it, awarding it at that time, but
Okay.
I think it's moving forward pretty quick.
But to be done by next baseball season?
I'll know.
Okay, you,
Yeah.
okay, we'll expect a full report.
They were doing geotech already, like and we like capped all our sprinklers and marked everything, like I thought that it was our.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you still don't have to take care of the T-ball field and the Little League field,
Mhm.
correct? I mean, so that's still,
Unless you wanna turf those as well, when the high school is stripping theirs for.
We don't have money for
Is this all in the
that.
festival?
we're gonna have to ask someone else for money. Chad Schmidt's baseball field.
Thank you for sponsoring
Yes.
our park.
Yeah,
Construction's lower, haven't you seen the permit?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, Maritime Memorial, I gave you guys an update, but it is sized up and quartered in the artist's garage. He's fine tuning things before it goes to the foundry. I believe the Dolphins already went to the foundry. I'm working with DCTM on the foundation.
Never seen it again.
We need to finalize the, how you get your name on the memorial. I have a draft of that if you'd like to provide feedback. And then, yeah, it's, I think, still on schedule. David Lund requested new dog waste stations to all be uniform. We have nice ones that are at Old Town Square. They're recycled plastic. They're just better than the ones we had been using that were on T-posts and kind of got dusty and faded. So there's money to replace all of them. And then I put our holiday lighting in this. It's not really RGC, but this would be the lighted pole displays. Down Allister, our large Christmas tree, assembling it for us. Putting all the roof line lights on and decorating Old Town Square. The plan this holiday is to put our community tree lighting back at the community center and do Santa visit community small event there on like a Thursday night like we used to. And then let the tourism Port Aransas Island Life do the big Fisherman's Wharf, you know, events that they've been doing and maybe move away from the big Santa in the park at Roberts Point Park because it was kind of getting similar to the Fisherman's Wharf event. tourism and business and stuff like that, and everyone really seemed to like when we had it at the community center, and it was more intimate and a little quieter.
Well, you certainly have a beautiful park to do that. So I think that would be very cool. But you're still gonna like the Roberts Point Park with the trail like you did before, right?
There will be cutouts, Christmas cutouts on the entrance, all the trees will be lit, there will be a tunnel. and
The
then there'll be
tunnel.
The big tree, the big Christmas tree will
Right.
still be around.
Okay, you're still gonna do those things to decorate the park, but just not have
Santa.
The bouncers-
multiple events.
So the big change is the like show that Ken would put on. every
Uh-huh.
year. I'm taking those elements and going to put them in the landscaping of the community center, so there's still will be
Yeah.
lights and music, but it won't be like a custom. Isolated
Like, yeah.
display like Ken did.
Yeah, no, I think it'll actually be a bonus because you're lighting the other community park as well, so I think that'll be awesome. Can I have one request regarding the Christmas lights on Allister? Can we just go to all big ones? We started originally when you put those up, you had the little ones. They were the little ones. And then we kept adding money to the budget, to
The pole
supplement
decorations?
the pole decorations. We did the little ones. And then you went and you bought the big ones. So the Marlin and the Flamingo and the whatever they are. So now we still have like these really big, awesome ones. And then we have these little teeny tiny ones. And then most of them, like the lights don't work. You don't know what it is. And it's like, oh, it's a Marlin. It's a Flamingo. Is it?
It's a
what is it?
bratwurst.
It's a bratwurst. Yeah, you're right. It's an arrow. I don't know,
German heritage.
So
Well, so last year we had an electrician refurbish all of them, but they do have a lifespan. That we're seeing cause problems because the wiring in some of them has corroded, or we won't. Like when we test them, the bulb will work and then a week later the bulb goes out, and so we're struggling with the aging of these original ones that we purchased, so. I can get an estimate on,
So are you thinking you're gonna have to get all new ones in the next budget or two? Is what you're,
we want them to all be perfect and larger size, I would. Count on my need and get an estimate on.
okay, well, maybe just put all the little ones somewhere else and put the big ones in a row and the little ones at the end. Just kind of it's a weird. Sorry.
Well, what I noticed is some of the big ones look super low, like I'll be driving down, I'll be like, that one's. Someone's gonna hit their head on it, and then they go and they measure and it is 80 inches at least above. The clearance, but yeah, I understand what you're saying with the inconsistency and how they're hanging.
But I get it. If you're gonna have to go and replace them. and
Yeah,
you're-
they're all because
anyway,
there's different,
Yeah,
when you look at the different power lines, they have different levels of crap hanging on them.
yeah.
So this could be better, and so I can do an inventory and look at where the brackets are mounted on each one and try and make it more consistent as well.
If it's time to order new ones, it's fine. They look lovely, but
They're not cheap though.
no, I know.
Yeah.
So when and if you do, just maybe try to get them. Because everybody loves them. Just like the new patriotic banners you have up right now. They're very nice. Very lovely. Well, we're gonna have street lights that are gonna have things, yeah, yeah. Not gonna have power poles, we're gonna have real street lights.
They make special Christmas decorations for those. types
All of
things.
that, yeah. Wonderful. Okay, the next page is you're gonna tell us how you're gonna make money.
Okay, so. I already
Awesome.
talked about all this money, yeah, I'm asking for a lot, but I'm also sharing potential revenue with, membership fees. With, rental revenue and then potential sponsorship, are the tables there. So everybody's been asking, what's the monthly membership gonna cost, who gets in for free, all those things we kind of need to hash out. The fee schedule is coming back possibly next month in July, so maybe think on, there's a $50 per person membership. what feels right to you. The survey of Parks Board, we're in the $35 to $45 a person rate. If you go and join Freedom Fitness right now, it's $60 a month. That's Bradley Corpus away. So there's some fluctuation in these monthly rates that I've noted back on. And then talk to your friends about sponsorship. We can name anything, any room. And so then the other thing is like,
Does that come with a free gym membership?
yeah. Depends on which one.
Yeah.
Like the art center has their plexiglass fish and the aquarium does similar things. The walking track has a lot of real estate. So if we want to be creative, if you have any ideas there on, you know, you can buy a brick or you can buy a whatever an item, maybe we come up with a creative sponsorship opportunity for the real estate that we have on all these walls. Fish scale, something. I don't want to do what everyone else does, even though I really like that.
Update on the turf. So board will approve guaranteed maximum price on July 6th. They will start most likely in August and they will finish in October.
Whoa, okay. That's quick. Exciting. Well, you can eliminate a grounds person. No. Okay, well, those are good. I like that you included some sponsorship ideas and ways to earn money back. Okay, what else?
Public works and public works, surf rescue is here. I don't know if you want to skip the surf rescue, please still is here.
Sure, let's do it. We want to look at you, Joey.
All right, first thing is elevate surf rescue manager. We're thinking about changing from grade 28 to 30. Over the years, I mean, I know when I started out here in 2020, there was maybe 10 people a day working. We got it all the way up to at least 20 a day right now. Like we have more people than we know what to do with. Double towers, double trucks, 2 or 3 running a day. So we've updated that a lot. We have a lot more vehicles. We have 3 on the way right now. There's 4 that we have right now, but we're replacing one of them, so we're gonna have 6 total vehicles. And then we have 4 UTVs, 2 jet skis, and went from 12 rescue boards to 20. And then we now have 4 race boards and 2 surf skis. We're gonna move into the new station next year, hopefully. So that'll be a big plus. This year we're hosting the 4th year in a row of our regional event. It's in 2 weeks. If anybody wants to come, super fun. We're supposed to have 70 to 120 lifeguards this year. So it'll be a packed event. It's 2 days, kind of spreading out all the events, but it's a lot to do. And we've progressed a lot over the years, so that's kind of why we're asking for this. We also have the assistant surf rescue manager. It kind of goes hand in hand with the pay grade change for the surf rescue manager. With the increasing amount of staff, there's a lot more to do. Like we have to manage all the EMR certifications, emergency medical responder. All of our full times are EMRI, so they can instruct the class. We do all the training in-house. We don't send anybody anywhere unless for our full times we send them to EMT. We have 3 EMTs right now. The other one's already been to schooling, waiting on taking his test. Then we'll have 4 and 1 more to go. So we manage those. Right now it's just me as a full-time, and then we have 4 head lifeguards. And their main job is really just running the beach, trying to do day-to-day operations, short-term goals. the assistant manager would help me with long-term and upholding the surf rescue manual. So it would help me out a lot, especially with moving into a new station, the expansion of the fleet. We've had 6 towers 2 years ago, we have 10. So there is a tower at every third of a mile mark within the bollards, which is great. With that, our call volume's gone up. So getting an assistant manager position would be great. When I'm not here, there's always somebody calling, asking questions. Somebody needs to be in charge. And I don't want to have it between 4 head lifeguards. It's better to have one person everybody can go to. Any questions so far? Yeah. So moving on to the facility and capital outlay. We budgeted $1 million so far, covering remaining and estimated completion for the station. I don't know the exact number off my head. But with that, we're also adding $50,000 furnishing. That is couches, chairs, tables for training, desks, and things like that. We also have IT stuff. What I really like is a smart board in the training room, something that we can hook up to a desktop and have people visually learn rather than sitting there with a whiteboard and writing it off, expo marking. That kind of gets out of hand at times, especially when you have 10, 20 new hires in one room. It gets to be a lot. So adding that, get 2 landlines in there, and we have a desktop we're going to transfer from the office over there, but having an extra one in case we get the assistant manager position, and 2 laptops. That's what we're shooting for right now. Help with TML training, as well as there's USLA videos people have to watch and going over EMRI. There's a lot of training videos within that. So adding some more technology would be great. I think that's about it.
Adding assistant assistant manager, just making sure it gets you to 6 full-time year-round.
Yes, ma'am.
5.
And pay grade 24 would be 56,341 salary
Is that somebody?
before
you would
benefits.
Possibly promote from within
Yes, ma'am.
and then hire someone else to be a head lifeguard?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, we really don't like hiring into full-time positions and leadership positions unless they've been here. We host a rookie school and we like everybody to go through it unless they come, say, from Corpus or Galveston, and they've been through a USLA rookie school. But we want people to be on our beach and be confident in talking to people on our beach, knowing every single landmark, and kind of just good morale between the rest of the staff. It's kind of a hard look when somebody that's been out here all season tries to go for full-time spot or something and somebody else comes in from the outside. I think it's better for somebody that has experience on this beach in this water to take that role. So what I'm hoping for is moving one of the current head guards up into that assistant manager and then looking from the hiring pool from our part-times to move them up to full-time into a head guard spot.
Like a good plan.
Thank you.
Is
Yes,
Corpus trying to hire you? They trying to hire your lifeguards?
they tried. A lot of them. I had one start today. It was from Corpus.
Oh, so now they're there. See, we got.
They're doing pretty good though. They got their USLA. They've been doing a lot more training, so Corpus is doing pretty well. So everybody's happy for them. They're going to be here in 2 weeks
For your
to compete as well.
competition, where is that gonna be?
It's going to be between pole 1 and 3.
One.
Start about 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30. I'll wait till everybody gets here.
Is that gonna be like on a Monday or Tuesday? You can try to squeeze it on Saturday in the middle of July.
I do not want to do that. No,
I'm just saying.
it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay, good.
And previously we would have like craft events like the surf skis and dories and stuff. That would all be running the first day and then cram everything the second day. But I mean, me personally, I did like all the events and I was gassed. I could barely walk on the day after. So we're spreading it out a little bit. Don't want anybody passing out, anything like that. So I'm just hoping for a good event.
Is that the 12th and the 13th or 13th and 14th? What are the dates?
14th and 15th.
14th and
I
15th.
think I might have said that wrong.
14th is a Tuesday, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot of fun. You want to come check it out? We'll be there almost all day. Love to see you guys there. Last 3 years.
I was gonna
That's
say,
that.
yeah, defending champions.
Yep. We're trying
Who's
to
coming? Who else? Corpus?
Galveston will be here. Corpus will be here. Cameron County, which is South Padre.
Yeah.
They just do the county like Isla Blanca, and then South Padre. Be a good crowd. I think some more agencies, like say Mississippi, Alabama, might be a part of our region according to USLA. They're not coming, but we're gonna start trying to extend the invite. This might be the last year that we have it consecutively here. Little bummed, but somebody else can take the reign for 1 year. I think Galveston might want to host it. So it'd be fun if they did. We could send some people up there, and I've only been to Galveston for surf contests, so I'd like to do something.
Do you want Dave to leave extra seaweed out, or do you want it clean?
All right, bring some in.
Yeah, do you want to make it a little more treacherous?
As
I
long
mean,
if you put some sand on top of it, make
yeah,
it squishy, it'd be good for beach flags.
okay.
As long as the sand doesn't feel like concrete when I run on it, we're all.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, great
thank-
job.
Thank you guys.
All right. I don't know, but I wish I owned this NSC company.
Yeah. I'm believing. Oh, yes. I
got
get you.
little bids in it. Okay, all right. I think we are down to police and public works.
Chief?
Yes, sir. Okay. So my big ones are, I'm looking for a couple of dispatchers this year. Now that we're in the new facility, we have the space to actually put people in there. We've designed and built it out to have 3 full-time workstations in there. Adding 2 positions will allow me to have 2 on 24 hours a day. And that's the goal. We want to get to that level to where we have 2 on all the time. And it would also free up my dispatch supervisor to pull her off from having to cover an actual shift. She works kind of a weird mid shift where she's like 2 days, 2 evenings of night kind of deal. Yeah, she bounces around a lot, and I really prefer to have her on a more consistent shift. And that's where we need to go with that. And it would help, especially during the busy time, summertime in the holiday. Let's see. Equipment and maintenance, radio repair, that's what I refer to as Sparky's budget. We've run it at 25,000 the last couple of years. I'm looking to increase it to 50,000. What we're finding now that we're moving into the building, we're doing some cleanup and stuff like that. So a lot of things that we didn't anticipate, we're having to go out and buy, different switches, different things for the offices that we weren't anticipating. One of the big items is we're going through like crazy is DVD burners. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, but this right here is 1, 2, 3, 4 municipal court cases, 4 different MIPs that we had to burn and supply to the court out of one party, where we wrote 60 tickets in one party. This is just 4 individual cases. The technology is outdated. We can't control what the courts are using and things. So keeping that equipment alive and buying equipment to be able to do it. I mean, we're spending hours upon hours upon hours of man hours trying to just burn DVDs.
And that's not our court.
No,
You're talking
it's
this was municipal court. This is municipal
is.
court stuff, and the district attorney's office is the same way. So county court, district court, this is the medium that they're using.
How do we convince them to use
We could
something
change
else?
ours.
Yeah, can we change ours?
We have the capability of doing it online. I can send you a web link to a dash cam, body cam video, and it will tell me when you opened it, how long you watched it. And I can even give it a lifespan to where it says you can download it, you can't download it, you can view it once and then it goes away. We have the technology to do it. It's the other entities that are accepting this stuff will not do it. That's not an us problem.
Sure.
We're having to comply with that. I've had to install a separate computer in my records clerk's office just to do dash and body cam redaction. because state law requires that. That's why there's so many of these. We had a house party, had 60 kids in it, they got a ticket. These 4 went to court, the rest of them didn't. So you have to go in, and she has to go in second by second and redact everybody's face out of that private space, except for the defendant. So think about it, in the same house party, 4 people out of 60, she had to do that. Redact this person's face, you know, and leave this one alone, and everybody else's, and then go back and redo it, redo it, until she got them all done. And it's tremendously
Inefficient.
It's horrible. It's a horrible process. There's some software that we'll talk about in a little bit, but this is some of the things that Sparky's budget goes towards, is things that we're trying to either phase out or to keep alive, for lack of a better term. And that's where most of that stuff is gonna go for. There's a big increase in the Sandfest and spring break operations account. The majority of that is the temporary traffic lights. They are super expensive to put out there for the duration of those events. We're deploying the traffic lights again for 4th of July this year. We did use the same company to help set up Sandfest traffic control and road stuff. We'd like to do that again next year. We've got some tweaks that we would like them to make to the layout, and have talked to them about it. But those are the 3 times of the year that we anticipate using that kind of equipment, which would be the traffic lights and all the stuff that TxDOT requires, the dynamic message boards, the rumble strips, the radar signs, and all of that. So that's where the majority of that increase would go. We're still able to pretty much operate our contract people that we hire for spring break, the phlebotomists, traffic control people that come in. We can still keep that around 21 to 25,000. But that's the biggest increase, is bringing in those traffic control devices for those events. I'm proposing an increase in my training account, bumping that up to $70,000. Delmar has training for dispatch personnel, telecommunicators has been very lacking over the years. The requirements by TCOL are getting more strict on them. I can anticipate over the next probably 5 or 10 years that that's going to be a position that's going to be licensed as heavily as a peace officer's license will be. They're going in that direction. All of our dispatchers are TCPR certified, telephone CPR, where they can give instructions over the phone, over 911. Delmar is proposing a dispatch academy, and there is I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. There's a place up around Bandera that hosts a dispatch kind of conference seminar that is like a 3-day event that I would really like to send my staff to. They host it several times a year, so I'm going to try to send 1 or 2 throughout the year. That's where most of that increase is going to be coming from. Part of that increase also will be to help support the health and wellness plan, that's the program that we've put in place over the last couple of years. We are going after some grant funding for that. The Department of Justice released a grant this year that is specifically for that health and wellness, and it will fund a bunch of different pieces of that. I think agencies can be awarded up to $250,000 over a 2-year period. So we wouldn't need that much, but we're going after that grant, and hopefully we'll be able to get that one. Dues and subscriptions, this line item increased quite a bit, but I was kind of cleaning up other line items and moving things from one account that is no longer pertinent to be there and putting it in where it belongs. So a biggest part of that increase is moving those line items around. And then this is where we're gonna talk about some of the different services and software that I was talking about just a moment ago. One of the services that I would like to go after is racial profiling review and compliance service. So state law requires that we produce a racial profiling report on an annual basis. Every law enforcement agency has to do it. And you have to do, there's several other requirements that are part of that law, where you have to do an internal analysis. You have to look at it different times of the year, and your policies have to be in line with the state law. When I went to my training that was required, when I got promoted to the chief of police, it would come to find out that most agencies are not compliant with the law completely, because it's very complex and it's very kind of convoluted, and it doesn't take into account a lot of matrix that you should be measuring. Like, our population is 3,700, and the amount of people that we stop in a year does not reflect that appropriately, because we have such a big tourist population. There's a company, Dr. Del Carmen, who is the industry lead in Texas on this kind of reporting, provides that service. They would come in, they would do an independent review of all of your stuff. They would help you come into compliance if you're out of compliance on any areas. If any of your reports that you filed with the state need to be redone, they will redo them and resubmit them for you, and they will provide the council with a report every year showing their findings. And it's an outside entity that's coming in and doing an independent review of your department's deal. And they can also do the analysis much better with the demographics of the tourists that come in. $30,000 is the top price on that. There's several different layers of service that you can get for that. So it doesn't have to be the full 30, but that I put that in there for budgeting numbers to determine what we might want to go after. This next one is a video redaction software, is where I was talking about all of this comes from. The laws that govern dash and body cam and how they can be released and when they can be released, especially when there's body cam footage that is recorded inside of a private residence or has minors or juveniles in the body cam footage. You have to be able to redact it. It's not an option. The current body cam software or system that we use, all of our storage is in the cloud. We don't store anything locally, which helps a lot because it takes a lot of time off of the officers from having to upload that video. Whenever they pull into the station, it uploads their dash and body cam wirelessly and it stores it. The downside to that is because everything is in the cloud, whenever you go in to redact it, you're redacting the video in the cloud itself. So what happens is everybody else that owns that system is also redacting in the cloud. So I don't know if anybody ever watched the Big Bang Theory. There used to be an episode where they were all trying to get tickets and they were sitting at their laptops, refreshing the screen, trying to get in line to buy tickets. That's pretty much what she does. Whenever she's trying to redact videos, she gets in line and watches her computer just spin and spin and spin until she's allowed to get in to redact the video. Which is why we installed a separate standalone computer in our office to be able to do that. This video software, which is recommended as a third-party vendor by the dash and body cam company that we use, allows you to download the video to your computer, redact it, save it, and it doesn't affect the original video. And it's a much faster and efficient process doing that. The transcription software is also another area where we spend a lot of man hours sitting with headphones on, listening to recorded conversations or video conversations that our detectives or the officers have when they interview people. The district attorney requires us to transcribe that stuff, so they have to sit, physically listen and type and listen and type and listen and type. So we're trying to get some transcription software for them. that would vastly improve the efficiency of that, and we can still maintain the original audio or video to provide to corroborate anything that's said in the transcription. And then the field training and policy software management stuff. So TCOL is pushing really hard for every agency in the state of Texas to become an accredited agency, which means that your policies and procedures meet the best practices of your industry. There's several different entities out there that will accreditate an agency. ACLEA is probably the most difficult one to do, and it's also the most expensive. But the standard that has become in Texas is done by the Texas Police Chiefs Association. There's very minor fees that are associated with it, but this field training software and policy management software would work very, very well in going through the accreditation process. And it would make it a lot easier for the officers to be able to access their training records and policies and procedures from the field instead of having a big book back at the station and you have to them. Vehicle lease, we're requesting 2 additional vehicles be added to the fleet. We have 27 sworn positions available. If we have 24 patrol cars right now, not everybody qualifies for a take-home car. We anticipate over the next couple of years they will. We'll probably come back with another 1 or 2 next year. We're just trying to spread it out over a several year period. We don't need to, do 3 or 4 all at one time. We'd like to increase it by 2. And then the communications here account, the last one I have is the 117,000. That will be to finish out the 3rd workstation and to update the backup radio equipment that is used at all 3 workstations. The only thing that will be lacking on the 3rd workstation, and it is out of our control, is it will not have a 911 answering station there. CSEC, the entity that governs the 911 equipment, says we do not meet their threshold on the amount of calls. We're probably within 100 calls a month of qualifying for a 3rd workstation. We approached CSEC and asked them, hey, what if we purchase the equipment and allow the COG to take ownership of it and maintain it, because it has to meet, COG owns all of the 911 equipment.
Right.
They were like, absolutely not. We won't entertain it even a little bit. So we're gonna make some more arguments to try to get that 3rd workstation as a 911 answering station.
How many calls you need?
It depends on the month. So I think we're within 100. I think if we got 100 more
November, you need
911
one.
calls on, we would qualify for that. The other side of that is if we do qualify for that to be 911 position, then we also qualify for a $20,000 reimbursement for that workstation from the call.
Okay.
If you remember when we bought those 3 workstations for $80,000 a year, a little over a year ago, we got reimbursed $40,000 for 2 of them because they actually have the 911 equipment out. So, we're gonna try to make a few arguments with CSEC. We're gonna maybe see if we can get a couple of politicians involved to maybe put some pressure on CSEC, see if we can come about it another way, but that will be the only thing that would be lacking that we don't have any control of. It's gonna be that won't be a 911 answering station, but it will be fully functional for everything. And that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions for Chief?
Sorry, I went so fast, but.
Are you ready?
It's been a long day.
Are you
I don't-
ready for the 4th of July?
I am ready for it to be open.
Yeah.
Be busy on the weekend.
That's it.
Time
It's
next
gonna
week.
It's gonna be a fun one.
It is
Do you want me to go through it, or are you gonna go through it? Are you gonna go through this, or do you want me to go through it?
Yeah, I
And
need to
there's
add
the
a
new
traffic
one.
control officer for the ferry. Oh my gosh, we need a robot out there.
We need, we're gonna have police related staffing issues probably over the next several years, but I'm trying not to go crazy and be able to fill what I have. But
Okay, Public Works.
So the first items he has is for the new shop, and mainly it's furnishing. It's got about 5, 10, 15, 20, 30,000 there under the general fund portion of the budget, and then a balancer for the mechanic shop for tires, and overhead storage for about 120,000. Those are needs for the new shop. And you know, his department's split up where you have street department is paid for out of general fund, beach is paid out of the beach fund, and landfill is paid out of the sanitation fund. So he has his items broken down by general fund, et cetera. Unit 486 is our street sweeper, which is a 2019. Says it has extreme rust and mechanical issues, and he's looking for a new one for
Kind of
$300.
embarrassing that it's in there, but I figured I'm on my way out. So I might as well put it in.
Timco is ready for us.
No, we're not buying another Timco.
Okay, good. You know, they're, yeah, we don't buy another Timco. Get one from their competitor where the guy, yes, he works for the competitor. He doesn't work for Timco anymore. He works for yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't think of his name. Anyway, Nicole knows what I'm talking about. Okay, we definitely need to do street sweep.
BPML. I didn't
Well, we
get,
need one that is on the road.
Yeah,
needs to be
That gets
upgraded.
used.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Pickup truck, he's asking for a 1/2 ton to be added to the fleet. He said price to be added by me. I didn't get that done, but it's around 850 a month. Maybe a little bit less. A 5x10 box end trailer to carry the new camera system that we're using for the
Drainage.
Vector truck
Yeah.
and the vein drainage, checking all that out. A boom for the John Deere tractor, assist with sand on the beach entrances at 15,000. And
That
they
would
want
be
to,
awesome.
Mhm.
We need that for sure.
Yeah.
And they'd
Help
like,
sand off
Cleaning the
entrance.
beach
Yeah.
entrance.
like to go ahead and bring in a sign printing station to create our own vinyl signs. Larry, that's about 36,000.
Sure.
Asking for a new equipment operator. I didn't get the salary portion, and some stop lines. LED stop signs for when lights go out, mainly at they're in front of Stripes and the Texan, because it happens periodically and people come on, they don't notice they're out, and they've just got a stop sign and it's not blinking. It would be good if it was LED and blinking. So not sure on the exact total of street department, but that is his ask for that department of big things. Beach, the diesel tank out there has not been replaced since Harvey. He has down 35,000. That's not really for the tank. That tank possibly go with the same way. We don't own our unleaded tank. So this would be owned by the vendor.
Yeah.
You'd have to go out for an RFP for that. The 35,000 would be for a pumping system. Right now, we're manually keeping our diesel logs. And you could do it via Wi-Fi because it needs internet, but you can do it with a hotspot because we don't really have Wi-Fi out there at the collection station, but we could do it with a hotspot. A new garbage truck would be to replace unit 495. It's consistently breaking down, has rust holes in the bed
And that's
walls and
pretty
floors.
order, so.
Probably. That's around 440,000. A new loader to replace 484s, 310. A dump truck to replace unit 486, runs about 165. And then just a deck over trailer for removing items off the beach during storm. So you're looking at around 1 million requests from the beach fund.
It's gotta be 24 feet by 96 inches. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, not 96 feet
Yeah,
wide.
yeah.
That would be a very long, yeah.
You're in a public safety building.
Yeah.
And the landfill request is installation of a gate and fence to keep the public from entering the landfill, in the after hours, I assume. Repaint one of the loaders of 35,000. We try to remove rust and repaint those to help the lifespan. Roofing for storage containers. I'm assuming that's 1,600, and just some cheap, insulation and sheetrock for the old office at the landfill.
Okay.
Because those are at the shop. And that's really all that he had under Public Works for big type items.
Okay. That concludes all the department heads. Anything left out? Any other department not mentioned? Are we good on mosquito trucks? Do we need to add
Yeah, we're
some
good on the two sprayers.
sprayers? They're good.
Those units are
Okay.
both up and running.
Now, if we could just find some seaweed scraper magic. You're supposed to develop something, Dave. You're supposed to create
Oh,
something.
I designed
invent
it
something.
years and
I
years
know
ago, and
you
then the
did.
seaweed stopped.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
might
that
have your
snow
chance.
thing.
Come better,
No, we were gonna do the snow blower.
like the screen and,
Then the thing with the times and
yeah.
we've had several different designs. Says he's not bringing that out till he retires,
I know.
and then he's gonna sell it to us.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I'll just drive it up and down the beach for free.
Great. Community service.
There you go.
All right, so item AA is to look at the calendar and scheduling of future budget meetings.
Oh, yes. Go back to where that is in item A. So June 30th, we're having today.
Where is that? All the way in the back?
It's all the way in the very back, the very last sheet of your
Oh.
binder. Last year, we had the meeting on August 11th where we will look at the budget and gets in front of you for the first time. So
You
your
think our
lights
numbers are
looks
coming out
like.
when, Darla?
Well, July 25th is when they have to, July 25th is when they certify the roll.
Right.
But that does not mean they give me all of the necessary items I need to calculate a tax rate. This year, July 25th is a Saturday. So they probably, I think they have till Monday. I don't think the state pushes it back. So I think they'll have till Monday, the 27th. Sometimes it takes 4+ days to get us all of the factors we need. So I may not have everything till the 31st or even the 3rd to be able to calculate the tax rate. Of course, you're pulling together your budget needs first, and then tax rate is going to come in at, what it is. It's kind of out of our control. The only thing you can do is stay at the no new revenue rate, or you can go up that 3.5% to the voter approval rate. Last year we had our meeting on the 11th. I would suggest any time from August 5th, which would be very hard to get you the budget to review much before that.
Yeah.
Anywhere from the 5th to the 14th. So we have our meeting, regular council meeting on Thursday, August 20th. We need to have budget meetings before, a budget meeting where you're looking at it and everything before that in order to do a vote that night on where you want to advertise your tax rate.
Can,
Just because you advertise your tax rate then does not mean you can't change the budget. That's just what you would have your public hearing on for your tax rate. I'm sorry, what were you gonna ask?
well, at the meeting in June, we talked about moving that August meeting because that's like gonna conflict with some
Oh,
moving
moving,
dates, yeah.
moving college kids.
Yeah, so, if we push that back, the council meeting to say like the 24th or the 25th,
You would still be okay to get it in the paper on the 27th. Oh, wait, 24th or 25th. You wouldn't be able to advertise till the 31st. It would go in the paper the 3rd. You would still be okay. Because for this, you only need a 7-day advertising, 3 to 10 days for your advertising for your vote on your tax rate.
When's it gotta be approved by?
Because you only have September 10th,
Okay, the 10th
Thursday, September 10th. So the September 3rd paper would
would
work.
qualify.
Would qualify. So you could have it on the 24th or 25th.
So if we met for the first budget hearing, like on the 10th or the 11th,
That's gone. I can do the 12th.
okay. Are you gone that whole week, Dale?
Yes.
The 10th through the 14th? Okay, I'm going the
Hmm.
18th through the 23rd of August.
Monday, August 17th may have to be it then.
For the council meeting?
For the budget, if everybody's in.
Ooh, for the
'Cause-
budget meeting?
Yeah,
Budget-
it's very late, but the 10th through the 14th is really kind of our
Can you
week.
do, what about,
Friday, the 7th?
yeah, the 6th or the 7th? Can we do it the 6th? Because
I
I'm,
Let
Mhm.
me get done really fast.
Wouldn't go with any of it.
17th, not work.
Only thing I have is. council meeting.
Our regular council meeting's on the 20th, right?
I think we're.
Talking about moving it.
And that.
She gonna be gone?
what's that?
I asked specifically.
He's
gonna
moving,
be
yeah,
gone.
he's, right, he's moving his daughter to
Yeah, I
Florida.
was gonna say, I could do the 11th, I just have to get up at 3 in the morning, but I can be back in time.
Dale can't do that.
But
Dale's gone,
Dale's that whole-
Bill's gone the 10th through the
Can we
14th.
do the 10th?
Dale's gone the 10th.
I'm definitely driving.
Oh, I thought you said the 11th through the whole week. Okay, the whole week, okay. 7th.
I can't do the 7th.
I can't do the 6th or 7th, definitely not the 7th.
6 early in the day.
Yeah, and do we need a full day for it?
I had a 3-hour meeting.
Well, I was gonna say, we typically have done it a little earlier, so it doesn't, to give ourselves more time. I mean, I don't know, I mean,
Earlier?
yeah, we can move it earlier in the day on the 6th.
Yeah, I mean,
30, let's get it done.
6:30 a.m.
I'm not-
That was fine with ours.
Do you have-
Wait,
I'm not
together. The 5th, the 6th.
Because you said no earlier than the 5th, because that was a stretch.
I think the 5th is possibly hard to pull it all together. You don't know when they're gonna get me everything.
I got you.
The 5th may be doable.
The agenda will need to be posted 31st.
The agenda would have to be posted 31st for the 5th. That would be very hard. Depending on what, I can't control the appraisal district.
But the agenda is just the agenda. I mean, you don't have to have.
posted the 30th.
No, you have to have the backup to
The
it.
backup has to be in there posted?
Yes.
I thought just the
Well-
agenda has to be posted.
Just the agenda has to be posted.
Yeah.
Have the packet information in there.
You could get the packet by
Just yet.
Monday,
Well, but
Tuesday.
Or you gotta have.
3
the
full
place-
days
You will need 3 full days, so
posting. So if we do it on the 5th,
I would need to post the 30th.
you'd put it in the 30th. Because you would need Friday, Monday, Tuesday.
If you did it on the 5th,
Yes.
okay. Or if we did it on the 6th early,
Then you would need to post Friday.
not Monday.
No, you have to have 3 full days.
You count the
The
weekend.
the posting day does not
Well, not
count,
weekend.
nor does the
But
meeting.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is 3 full days if the meeting's on Thursday.
Posting date.
Yeah, posting day does not count as your.
Oh, your
one of
post,
your
okay.
three.
Well, I don't know. Okay,
Yeah,
okay, got it.
You're posting, you know what's gonna go on it. If you don't have to have the backup, you just have to have an AIR there to add to it later.
Right, that's what I mean.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm not physically here the 3rd, but I can work on budget from anywhere in the whole world. Internet. It's genius.
So it's either the 6th or the 17th for the budget meeting. If we want everybody to be here. And we could move it to the 17th. But the 17th is going, or the 18th. I mean, I could do the 18th, but it'd have to be in the morning.
Like morning one either.
But that's pushing it even further back and we gotta have a council meeting after that. And so if we push the council meeting to the next week, like on the 27th, because you're not gonna have a lot of, like, if we meet if we don't meet on the budget till the 17th, and we have all these changes to give Darla to refigure, the 17th is, she's gonna have to have some time between that and the council meeting, which is our next opportunity to discuss budget changes.
So
I mean, budget changes can be easy depending on.
But
how
didn't we
big they
want to
are.
push the meeting from the 20th back to like the 25th?
Yes, that's what I was suggesting, but if we don't have the original budget meeting to the 17th, that doesn't give very much time to do that.
Can you zoom in?
Once budgets are done, changes can be done really quickly.
Stick to the 17th, I'm fine.
Yes, so Darla, if we met the 17th, then the 25th for the regular council meeting is fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would have time to make changes from
Yeah.
17th to 20. Changes, unless you're changing everything in the world, are not that hard.
yeah, it's easier for Darla to hit the 17th than it is the 5th
Or the 6th.
or the 6th, because she's just gonna be compressed with.
Yeah.
She's gotta crunch a lot of numbers in a short amount of time.
What's the ideal date?
The ideal date would be the 17th to give Darla the maximum time to prepare.
Well, the 10th through the
budget.
14th, week's the best, but that is
Yeah.
completely out.
Because
So
Dale's
the
going,
17th is
I have to call and
better.
listen.
sure,
But it's
did-
a short, it's not a short meeting. It's a long meeting that usually has
Here, the
interaction.
17th, is everyone here the 17th?
I'm driving back from Montana.
On the
Well, that's
17th,
3 days away, so.
oh, well then, okay,
So
so
I'm calling in either way.
he's, okay, so then.
So you're
let's-
gone the
let's
10th
go
through
back
the
to 10th through
17th.
the 14th.
Yeah, go back
Who's-
like,
Wednesday, the 12th?
Yeah,
I can call.
So either way, yeah.
that makes me feel a little better.
probably easy for
having
you to
time.
call in when you're not driving. The 17th is harder for you.
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were back.
so you guys thinking Tuesday, the 11th or Wednesday, the 12th?
Yeah, I'm good with either one.
Let's do Wednesday. Is that okay? Wednesday?
Wednesday, the 12th, at what time?
3 is when we did it last year. You can do a 3 o'clock, you can do a 10
Okay,
o'clock, you
3.
can do a 5 o'clock.
The earlier the better.
Yeah, I mean, on Wednesday?
You didn't.
Okay, Wednesday, August 12th.
Do y'all want to try, you want to try for like 2 then? Bump it up to maybe 2,
Can.
1 or 2, like right after lunch, and that way we can maybe be done by 5 or 6?
Yeah. 1.
1?
Is that one thing on the show?
Okay, so then the council meeting still the 24th or 25th?
Is that on the July agenda to move that?
Right. On the
Yes.
12th,
Be on
it's
the
at 1
July
p.m.
agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
What day for the regular council?
It's either Monday or Tuesday, the 24th or 25th.
Y'all will vote on that at your July meeting. It'll be on the agenda.
Yeah, on the July, yeah,
12th
we
at
need
3
to,
PM, right?
12th at 1
1
PM.
p.m.
Oh, 1, we went with 1.
We went with 1.
We went from 3 to 2 to 1.
Okay.
So we can maybe be done by 5. I'm not a morning person.
Did we decide on the 24th
My
and
brain.
25th of August for the council meeting?
I don't think you can vote on that at this time.
yeah, we're gonna decide it, July meeting.
See who's here, gonna be here or not.
I think you
Chuck, are
could
you
see
here?
who's gonna be here.
24th or 25th?
When do you get back on the 23rd?
We'll be driving fine back on Sunday.
Okay. Good. Yeah, I'm flying back on Sunday too. So 24th or 25th,
25th, I give you all an extra day.
I'm 24th is fine.
Okay. I don't care either.
Cause it's just
Would-
regular council meeting at night.
Are we gonna do that change now, or do you want to put that on the
We'll
agenda?
put it on the agenda.
Put it on the agenda for
Straw
next-
poll
All right.
Just trying to see.
For the
before
July.
someone books something else in their life.
Yes.
Yeah. And September 10th,
Having the meeting at this date.
September 10th is a Thursday. That is when you would have your,
That's the communication summit day, which is fine, but if we're gonna have, I mean, that would be at night.
now I cannot, that date's gonna be pretty much stuck because your ad will not come out till September 3rd, so you cannot have it till September 10th. You can maybe have it on the 8th. I think it's reads 3 to 14 days.
And why is the ad,
Okay.
the ad doesn't come out to the 3rd because of what date gets set, right? That's not,
Correct, because y'all aren't voting on it till the 25th, so I can't advertise it till that next week. Because the deadline for the jetty is Monday.
We've gotten stuff to that. Tuesday.
But it doesn't matter if it's Monday or Tuesday, I can't get it to them till they vote on it, so if they had the meeting on the 25th, they can't vote on it till the night of the 25th, and I couldn't get it to them in time. Till Wednesday. I mean, maybe by a special favor, if y'all want to bank on that. I would not suggest that because it's your tax rate.
Okay, but if it's advertised on the 3rd, then the 10th is the earliest to have the next meeting?
You know, I think for that public hearing, doesn't it read at 3 to 14 days? 3 to 14. The 10th is the last we could do. You could maybe have it on the 8th or the 9th. We will confirm that for you at the July meeting that you could go that earlier. As early as the 8th. You couldn't do it the 7th. It would have to be the 8th, 9th, or the 10th. It has to be to the tax assessor collector by the 11th. For them to start pulling everybody's rate together for printing bills. To get out October 1.
Okay, so it's the 10th. It's usually a pretty quick meeting if.
It usually is
especially
a
if we
pretty quick
stick with
meeting.
The no new revenue rate or stay at the regular.
Well, I mean, y'all can make changes to the budget at that meeting, right before you print it. You can
Right.
say, I want to change X, Y, Z.
We have the communication summit. What was the summary?
Is there any certain time y'all want to do?
That's all.
No. I knew the 10th worked, so
Oh.
my brain wandered off into something else until y'all picked it up. So on the 10th, what time are we doing?
I would suggest 5 because you have to have a public hearing on your tax rate.
Yeah,
And I
I
think
think
it's
that's
better
fine.
to have those at 5 than
Yeah.
at 3. So you don't get citizen complaints,
Okay.
but it's a quick meeting.
Okay. So far we have Wednesday, August 12th at 1. And then we have to put on the agenda for August 24th to 25th. September 3rd is the advertised tax rate. Advertised for the meetings. December 10th at 5.
Then there's some communication summit also that.
That morning, yeah. Okay,
And everybody's good with the 24th or 25th.
think so.
Okay.
The first day of school? For littles. Yeah, it's late this year. Yep, they're starting late.
There's some other schools that are starting very
Seems early.
early this year.
Or no, they've been starting around the 10th or 11th, 12th, huh?
Okay. I think Houston School District.
It's much
started
later.
on
Yeah,
the
it's almost 2 weeks
7th.
later.
Right.
Schedule added every day. And it's certainly been.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, if we need more meetings between that to discuss budget, we'll have to squeeze them in.
Yes, they'd have to be,
For the Friday.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so any other comments, items for future consideration? All right, we're adjourned.
It was like a whole day.
Whole
Mhm.
day.
Yeah.